2 months in the books, and the biggest final table is still yet to come. The main event of the World Series is the talk of the online poker world, where just 38 players still remain in the hunt for that $3.9 million first place prize. How'd you like to wake up with that in your bank account, Brent? Huh? Oh boy. Not too shabby. All right, instead you guys get to wake up with us, at least if you were sleeping in. Ali Najad alongside Brent Hanks for another edition of the World Series of Poker preview show from inside the PokerGO studio. And Brent, lest everyone need to be reminded, you are a huge Buffalo Bills fan, and they have never won a Super Bowl.
No, they've never won a Super Bowl. You always have to point that out. If there were a plastic table in here, I'd go up, down, right through this table.
I mean, this
Ali.
is kind of plastic.
Right now.
What's wrong with that?
Bills Mafia, baby.
Listen,
I'm in it.
You've done better than the Bills have. You've got a bracelet. You've got 34 cashes. You're pretty much an authority on poker.
Well, I wouldn't get carried away. Here. Yeah, next to you, no doubt.
Listen, let's get right to it. There are some real authorities that etch their names in the history books, courtesy of picking up bracelets. Of course, the mammoth prize pool from event number 70, that $25K, going to Christian Rudolph first place for $1.8 million, and the rest just a far cry.
Yeah, and Rudolph, really, I thought it was Jason Kuhn's tournament to win. Rudolph, not so fast. Took that title right away.
Yeah, we had Jason on the show with us last week. If you missed it, seemed like, you know, his preparation regimen, he was poised, he was ready to go. He had a big pile of chips, and sometimes the cookie just crumbles at the wrong time.
Seventh place is where he resulted, Ali. Yeah. I mean, it was a bit of a turbo sort of thing coming in, as Jason told us, but man, poker variants, it can be brutal.
It very much can, and these guys can tell you all about it, as they had deep runs, but were not able to climb to the summit. And some oldies but goodies out there. Tim West, you don't really hear too much from him these days. I know he's out there doing his thing. Sean Winter, of course, a regular inside the studio, and who can forget Mike Watson?
Yeah, so Mad Dog right? Mike Watson. How about Shannon Shore? He's one of those other players, perhaps the best without a piece of hardware.
Well, the big story this week is the massive sigh of relief being breathed by the folks over at GGPoker, as that massive $25 million guarantee was reached in the $5,000 main event, and certainly that is good for poker. And as you look at this main event by the numbers, just staggering stuff, Brent.
Never a doubt. $25 million guaranteed. How about $27 million in change actually came through? Good for $3.9 million up top. Chip leader, not only Bryan Piccioli from the Bills Mafia, Ali.
Well, he might be from the Bills Mafia, but he is currently from south of the border. Down in Mexico is where he is doing his damage. One of the 38 remaining in the main event. We bring him in now, Bryan Piccioli. And buddy, you look like you are living the dream. I can't believe you packed a Bills hat to the Mexican Riviera.
Oh, I mean, I always pack my Buffalo gear no matter where I go. I usually have a Sabres hat, a Bills hat. Yeah, because there's Buffalo fans no matter where you go. I've met Buffalo fans in South America, Europe, so you just never know where you're going to see.
Yeah, here in the studio, I got one.
Everywhere in the world, Ali. Just get used to it. You got to love it. This is my biggest story. Bryan Piccioli, of course. I have known him for so much of my life. Bryan, I was telling these guys that I believe I've actually known you since you were 16 years old, and I went to your graduation party when you were 18, headed to college for about a week. Yeah.
Also, Matt Berkey was in attendance at that one as well.
That's right.
Yeah, but Matt was invited, though, Bryan. That's the difference.
that's true. Yeah, that was a good crew. And then lo and behold, I'm living out in Vegas with the majority of you guys. You know, just kind of in the same circle at least. So yeah, it's crazy where poker brings people.
Well, crazy to me, Bryan, is the fact that you are right now poised to have an opportunity to win $3.9 million in this kind of out of left field COVID era online World Series that we have going on. What is the prep going to be like from this point forward? What's worked for you so far? Are you sticking with it? Are you doing anything different?
To be honest, I've just been putting in so much work and hours this summer, because I was back home in Vegas for all of July. I played all the WSOP Nevada stuff. Ended up finishing 8th on Player of the Year. Didn't really have a big score. I think my biggest cash was like 9th in the 1K PLO. So like had a run in the main, just a lot of really close calls. So I was constantly on the door, feeling good. And then, saw this GG schedule, and sometimes these like big buy-ins, especially the re-entries online, kind of intimidate me. But I just, I was feeling good about my performance so far in the summer. So I decided to come down to Mexico and just put in a couple hours of grinding and got lucky to squeak through. I squeaked through on my first bullet, and then yesterday just went about like as smooth as possible. I had Michael Zhang and Cale Burns on my left for like 2-3 hours, so I kind of was just picking my spots carefully with those guys. But I got a table change and those guys were out of my way, and then things just started doing real smooth sailing after that, basically. Just a lot of fortunate spots.
Well, listen, we're excited for you, Bryan. Looks like you guys are having a good time out there. Certainly best of luck to you moving forward in that main event, and hopefully we'll be having you back on with a fancy piece of jewelry. Thanks
Bring it
so much.
home, baby. Bring it home to Buffalo. Let's go.
Look, you're such a homer.
Never a Super Bowl title, but this kid's going to win the main event. I'm telling you. He's got it all.
All right, speaking of that main event, let's get a look at the chip counts as they head into that final table. The man himself, 18.4 million, followed about 3 million, 2.5 million behind him, Michael Caine, and top 10 rounded out by Joao Santos.
Keep an eye on number 8, Benjamin Roll. He's a legend online, Ali.
Well, from what's to come to what's already done, Christian Rudolph, bit of a Helmuth doppelganger here, took down that 1.8 million in the Players' Championship. Well done, and as if the Germans needed any more results.
Yeah, Rudolph, the German reindeer, just making it rain. By the way, he's got a second place finish in a WSOP Europe event back in 2018, also in a 25K super high roller, 13th in a WSOP main event. And how about 1.8 million taking home this title?
How about a little run good? Queen 10 against King Queen. Big Uni had to have punched the monitor, but maybe not, because Uni had himself a hell of a series too.
Absolutely, 1.3 million for second place. How about Shankar Pillai? He was on a quest for his third piece of hardware. The podium finish for Shankar.
Yeah, let's not overlook fifth, the Ramzobian. He's one that's made his name out there on more than one occasion. And of course, disappointment for Jason Kuhn in seventh. AJ Chabra is engaged, wedding coming up. How about this for a little gift wrap? Looks like the ceremony just got upgraded.
Yeah, New Jersey native. Let me run down this for you as well. In the GG WSOP series alone, he has a 9th place, 10th place, 8th place, 9th place, and finally closes one out here, taking down this limit title.
He's like the Steve Irwin of poker. He's a final table hunter.
That's
He's just there.
Played.
Took down the Ducks, courtesy of that queen on the turn, and here's the rest of that final table. We talked about Shannon Shore, Mike Watson, and then in second, a friend or not really a friend, Brent?
Carter Swidler and I are Facebook friends, which I believe now he's got enough there in winnings. Buy me a beer, Carter. Anything, please.
Like a real one or just a cyber beer? How about Jim Lefterick? Father of 3, plays Fortnite with the kids so that they'll think he's cool. I think they're going to think Dad's real cool, courtesy of this $300,000 from the 1K No Limit Hold'em 6 match.
Yeah, I can't find anything on the resume. This must be his first big major score. Of course, just shy of $300,000. He plays his Grouse Grind online. This is a 1K 6 max event. Ali, the last time I played a 1K 6 max event, it was record-breaking finish. I was out the door in less than 10 seconds.
Look at the sweat here, by the way. You got paint on the end. The king doesn't help. Well, I guess he makes it straight if the king does. Poker's hard. And there's the rest of the final table. As you look out, some less familiar names from GG, but nevertheless, delivering so many memorable moments. The jury was a little bit out before the summer began as to just how much participation we'd be getting on that side of the series with the internationals, the need to travel, and it has just been fantastic. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, and if you didn't hear of GG before now, you certainly know what GG Poker is all about right now.
Did you just say now twice?
Living in the now.
That's not.
Yeah.
Repeating
Right in
words
the
is not good for poker. I just want you to know that, or at least not good for the show.
Not good for my career.
But good for the show is the Good for Poker segment, which we launch into now. And the very first topic of the day, I give you the Timex bet. Mike McDonald, tell us what it was.
Okay.
And then tell us if you think it was good for poker.
Timex bet. They started it somewhere March, April. He had until the 1st of the new year, January 1st to be exact. Got to hit 90 out of 100 free throws, okay? Have you ever seen the guy shoot, Ali? Did you see the videos that were out there?
No.
Okay. Drawing dead. Not a chance in hell this guy's
He looks like Bill Cartwright at the line.
mean, way worse. Way worse. Bill Cartwright throwing it backwards. It was the worst shooting form ever. Well, boy, were we wrong. Never bet against Timex because he won the bet. Controversial at first, kind of, according to Nick Schulman and some others out there, but then the following day he said, I'm going to do it again, taped it, completely won the bet. He was never going to lose. He hit 90 out of 100, buried the biscuits. I just want to point out one fact, Ali. Ray Allen, 89.4% career free throw shooter. Timex beat that.
Yeah, well, Timex didn't have a whole career on which to do it. So I take it you think it's good for poker based on your whole demeanor.
Great for poker.
Yeah.
Great for poker.
I agree.
Prop bets in general, great for poker.
That's really the real question we're asking. And my favorite stories of all time in poker all surround prop bets. In particular, Huckseed, read up on it. Very, very fun stuff. Okay, next up, good for poker, big online guarantees. I think we haven't missed many that I can think of, but big online guarantees, good or bad?
I'm trying to find any reason why this would be bad.
I think I agree with you.
Why wouldn't you want just giant guarantees in poker? And this has nothing to do with the unlimited re-entry, bullet 16, bullet 17, all that jazz. Just big guarantees, you're going to automatically bring in big numbers. This is great for poker.
Yeah, I think with as much rake as gets collected at a much faster clip when you're playing online as a natural function of the speed of the game, I think it's only fair to put those big guarantees up there. And if you miss, call it a little bit of give back.
Yeah,
you know what
why
I mean?
not?
Nothing wrong with that.
Take an L.
Live tournaments reopening. It's a little bit of a COVID question, I suppose, on some level.
Yeah.
But do you think it's good for poker to get these things back up and running now, or do we need to hold off?
Again, this is, I don't think there's any way to avoid not talking about COVID and sort of the state that we're all in right now. Do everything right, make everyone feel safe, bring back that sense of normalcy, and I think that eventually, yes, this is good for poker. Don't rush into it, though, Ali. You can't just rush into this thing.
You know, it's funny, a group of guys that I play with all in the past couple of weeks kind of hit the wall where we started reaching out to one another in the group chat and inquiring as to whether or not we were ready to maybe start going back and playing again. But as long as there's plexiglass and masks, which I think we need, it's still not the same. I'm not sure I'm into it yet. Good for poker, and there's plenty of this out there and has been for a long time. Phil Hellmuth bashing. There was a PokerTube article, called him a narcissist.
Okay.
Breaking down the whole
and Phil
private
didn't
jet
agree with
handle.
that assessment.
I don't think he did.
Didn't agree. He wasn't happy with it.
In true narcissist form, by the way. You don't ever say, hey, I'm a narcissist if you're a narcissist.
Yeah, I mean, I could see why he might not think about that. The guy dresses up as Julius Caesar coming into every event. He's got the spotlight on him, all eyes on me. Yeah, why would anyone think that he is an egomaniac?
Well, but is it good that we bash him, or is it bad? Because, you know, every sport needs a hero and a villain. Every story needs a good...
I think that it's good for poker. I mean, let's not forget the guy's nickname is the Poker Brat. Right? When your nickname is the Poker Brat and people want to call you a narcissist, I think you got to own it. Understand who you are, deal with it, move on, make light of it, joke around. He did a good job on Twitter. I thought he responded to that quite well.
Yeah, I think he did. All right, we talked about big guarantees. How about 25 million locked and loaded and eclipsed? Streaming September 5th. It'll be the main on GG's Twitch page, PokerGo's Facebook, and the PokerGo YouTube. Don't miss it. Now, our next guest played that main event, didn't etch a result, and it hasn't been the greatest summer for him, but we love him. He always does well in the studio. A poker master at a ripe young age, and the man who now holds the record for the largest cash game pot in online history for No Limit Hold'em, Ali Imshirovich. And Ali, the question on everyone's mind is, how sweaty were your palms when you click call on the river against Tan Juan in that thing?
Yeah, that hand was so outrageous. Like, I thought he didn't have anything the whole way. So there was some chance I called river with just ace high when I lost like a million chip pot with just calling it off dead. But Yeah, once he shoved river, I was super excited. I just couldn't wait to click call, and yeah, I was real happy afterwards.
That's why he's cut out for this stuff, because I would have been like, oh my God.
I mean, I'm going to go there, Ali. I'm looking through your results for WSOP Online Series, a plethora of caches, but it looks like maybe you needed to win the largest pot in history in order to get even based on these results. Is that true?
Yeah, I skipped a bunch of their later stuff / like last minute reg. So like I just kind of like folded into the money like half these tournaments. Yeah, I had like no real shot to win any of them. But yeah, these games have been insane. Just like 500, 1K, 2K has been running like basically every day, and people are swinging millions. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna say who's up or down, but yeah, like there's a lot of guys who are just like, who are like known big winners in online games and now might be down online because of these games. Like Lifetime just like crushing them like last 2 weeks, now they're down online. It's so crazy.
Now, it feels a little bit silly to ask you this because, you know, you haven't really been around that long, and yet you've accomplished so much. Given that you have accomplished so much in such a short time span, though, I feel like it's appropriate to ask what plans you may have outside of poker, what your goals are, and when you might be looking to do something different, if ever.
Outside of poker? Not for a while, man. Like, I have a dog rescue right now, and like, business-wise, I don't really do much else. I just like invest my money in like stocks and stuff. But yeah, I just love poker, and like, I still think I'm like horrible at poker. Like, there's so much to learn. Like, I learn new stuff every day. So like, I'm still stuck with poker for quite a while.
I wish I was horrible at poker, like you're horrible at
Yeah,
poker.
exactly.
Be in a better spot, that's for sure.
Ali, where do you go from here, man? You won the biggest cash game pot in No Limit Hold'em history. I mean, are the games just going to keep getting bigger? I mean, where's the limit?
I'm gonna make a quilt of that hand history, but I don't know about bigger. Like last night, Bill was playing, and he wanted to play heads up, so I think him and Limitless were playing, and Bill was like shoving blind and like straddling all in. It was incredible. I don't know. Like, I guess that's much bigger, but like, yeah, the games are already just so insane. Like, how can they get that much bigger, right?
But I mean, when you're out there and you have sort of the insights that you do into playing poker in a way that, like, when people respect the game, and you have somebody out there doing things like that, and we love Bill, but doesn't it kind of make it hard to get out there and do your job?
What do you mean?
Insofar as, like, you're not playing against somebody who's necessarily approaching the game with the same level of, like, I don't want to call it effort, but if a guy's shoving all in blind and doing things like that, you could mess around and get yourself in a really big hole just from a couple of spots where you run bad.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, all you got to do is just not be done with your money, right? Like, if you can't afford to like take all your money, just like take half or a third or whatever you can afford. I mean, the game's still really good, right? Like, it's. I mean, the game isn't as good as people think because it's mostly like top guys and then like one spot, sometimes two. But like, it's still like not like the best game. So like, you shouldn't really shot take it if you can't afford it.
I wonder what mom and dad think. Do they ever sweat you? Do they watch? Or they can't do it?
They're in Europe right now for some wedding, and but yeah, after that pot happened, I called them. They're just like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" Like, why are you? Just like, what do you mean? Why not?
I feel like at this point I can just hear Ali's mom being like, "It's enough. Just retire. Stop, please. Don't be greedy." Right? I mean,
Yeah, I sent them the hand, and they were just like, "Cash out, cash out." I was like, "You can't do that."
I love it. Well, listen, it's good to see that infectious smile on your face. I'm glad that things are going well for you overall, and we certainly look forward to a time where you guys will be back live in our studio sooner than later. Ali Imshirovich, just a pleasant, like, just lovable
The biggest
dude,
smile, man. Like, I keep talking, where is all this young talent across the states that we can become a fan of? There he is, right there. In the Bosnian Bandit, this kid is a phenom for a reason.
Really, just such an impressive young man. And let's get a look at just some of the highlights so far in this short career of his. A poker master, originally from Bosnia, loves the Pacific Northwest. By the way, R.I.P. Cliff Robinson of the
I know, man. By the way, from Buffalo as well. Oh, how many connections?
It's all about you,
Yeah.
Brent. Okay, that's fine. I want to see him do a free throw bet.
Yeah.
Since he loves basketball. That might be interesting. You know what's tougher than making free throws? Winning World Series bracelets, unless you're T. Trong. She made it happen. Made it look easy in Event 74. The $1,500 PLO champ took home $215K. And look at Nathan Gamble, bracelet winner earlier this year on the comms.
And how about the ultimate wrap there? The only wrap I'm familiar with comes from a restaurant. Rick City. Aces hold.
Had the dry ace just in case there was still action. You could always just blast. There's the rest of that final table. Sean Winter in 8th. Then moving right along to event number 75. Back to Europe we go, and I don't want to do this man an injustice, but the Norwegian Trygve Leite, maybe $130,000 for first place.
And most importantly, that's the double stack event, not to be confused with double stuff Oreos, which by the way cost $12.66 on Amazon. $130,000 and $100 will get you 10,276 packs of those double stuff Oreos, Ali.
Wow. I didn't realize your reach was that far. Moving right along, events number 76 and 78. We had the Lithuanian and Finn duo, the $400 40 stack, taken down by Mr. Uselis. And I'll just go with Adnan.
Bill Kirkin's
Taking out
clearly
the
not the last cowboy. Adnan's still out there taking home the hardware.
All right, joining us now is probably one of the most fun-loving guys that we ever have on our set here. He is a poker enthusiast, a commodities trader, a billionaire, and now an author, none other than Bill Perkins. Bill, how are you, my friend?
How you doing? I'm doing great. Honorary billionaire, I think it is.
Honorary? Listen, I want to get right into the book. The title of the book is Die with Zero, and truth be told, I was trying to do exactly that when I triple shorted the market way too early. Thankfully, I got out of there. But I was watching CNBC a lot, and I saw you doing an interview talking about this book. Talk to me about what prompted you to write it and what exactly the tenets of the book are that you're sharing with so many people who seem to be getting value out of it.
Well, I've been blathering about the principles and the message in the book for about, I don't know, 10, 15 years as I've been formulating them in my head and kind of just discussing with friends, trying to refine it, right? And people have gotten a lot of value out of that. And I've seen a lot of people who I know who have kind of like never wasted a dime, but are certainly wasting their lives. And I wanted to prevent that from happening to other people. And not only when, I get this message about net fulfillment over net worth, do I help the person that I'm talking to, right? But when they do this, their loved ones, people close to them, and then the overall community at large benefits, right? Because we don't have money stuffed under a mattress not being put to work, right? We have it circulating in the community. So I thought it was an important time to get this message out since the idea of life cycle modeling isn't out there.
Listen, I was living vicariously through your Instagram. I know you took a trip to Dubrovnik and other places in Croatia and recently got engaged to Lara, so congratulations on that before I forget.
Thank
Brent,
you.
What do you got?
Thank you very much.
I was just curious, the resume, all these jobs you've had, Bill. Apparently you're the honorary billionaire as well. What's your favorite job that you've ever had?
Wow. Favorite job is dad. It's not fun. It's not as fun as you think it is, but it's a lot of joy. Right? It's always like a lot of, but the joy and the warmth you have in your heart is great. But aside from that, it might have been like when I was like assistant directing on a movie I was making, when my director got sick, I got called in and I had to like direct this whole day when he had like the serious flu, and it was like awesome.
Did you get one of the chairs with your name on it? The little fold out?
I didn't put my name on it, but I had a chair. I was moving things. I was doing stuff. I was like, let's take this angle, cut, move, blah, blah, blah. It was a lot of fun being creative.
So now it's really funny because your background in finance predates, I think, the level of enthusiasm that we now see you have in poker. For me, I was into poker before I started messing around with the markets, but I see so many of the similarities. Talk to me about the benefits of having experience trading and being an investor when you're out there and you're playing big cash games and tournaments.
Well, I think the biggest benefit is you understand risk reward, EV, probability, bankroll management, et cetera. The problem is that you throw that all to the side because it's not your day job, right? And you're just having fun, right? And you're like, okay, whatever, the odds of this, but who cares? I want to punish this guy, all in, And so, I think poker players, people in their respective fields exhibit more discipline than when they're in vacation mode. And so that's the issue with the transition from one side to the other, right? But the principles and concepts of poker and trading are very, very similar.
Bill, I got to go here because I'm a diehard college football fan. Big Ten. I know you're an Iowa Hawkeye. Do you get a chance to go back and catch many of these games? And what are your thoughts on the current status of the season?
I think the season may be shot. I don't know how they're furiously trying to figure out when can we start, delay start, what's going on. But yeah, I was there last year. Went to a game, Iowa versus Iowa State, and that's a big game. I look forward to going back when season starts back up, but it's different. It's amazing how much these college towns have changed and grown and how big they are. You're like, why is tuition so much more? I mean, part of it is like, look at all these new buildings. Where did they come from, right? But it was very nostalgic. It was really good, and I got to bring my daughters and Lara there to see the town and visit old friends. So I love it.
Well, you run
love Iowa City. Go Hawks!
You run in some circles, Bill, where a lot of people suggest that going to school might be a mistake and it might be an opportunity cost. Are you of that ilk that thinks don't bother?
I am. The value proposition of college in terms of career and earnings is definitely diminished and in many fields negative, whereas the value proposition isn't there. The intangibles and the idea of going to college, in some fields it's still there, right? It's a positive return, positive EV, great life decision. But before it used to be a no-brainer, and now it's like, wait, I want to be a literary guy or X, Y, and Z. Do I pay $40,000 a year out of state at this private school, et cetera? It doesn't make sense. And also in a lot of businesses, it's starting not to make sense. So the value proposition is definitely diminished. There have been some studies on the return on a degree for each field, and there are definitely some that are negative, and that's a big issue we have with higher education right now.
Well, the good news for everybody who's watching us right now is that a degree is certainly not a prerequisite to being a successful poker player. We have established that.
Great. Or trader for that matter.
Listen, thank you so much for taking time out of your busy day, Bill. Always nice to catch up with you. Take it easy out there. I'm sure he's going to be logging on not long from right now in a cash game somewhere.
Oh, man, yeah. We didn't even talk about that. He's been firing in the GG streets.
Yes, he has.
Trader. Of course, now he's back home, so he's probably got to wait until he goes back to another exotic location.
Playing dad, doing interviews, just juggling all of it and having a good time as he does it. And let's just get a look at some of the highlights of Bill's life, Brent. Just an impressive individual.
He really is. I mean, what can't this guy do? He's also been a staple inside the PokerGO studio on all of our live programming. Just a tremendous guy.
As you see what is on tap, you got a little spin the wheel, people's choice, event 81. But the real story to me, on September 6th, a couple of big guarantees, the $5 million and the $2 million.
Yeah, discrepancy too. 10K or 100, Ali? I'll play them both.
You've got the full range.
No.
You're not doing a 10K, but you should get in there for the 100.
I think I could find a $100 bill. I can't find a brick of cash, but. Yeah.
Would you drive to Mexico?
Well, I wouldn't fly.
Why wouldn't you fly?
No, I'm not flying.
I flew to San Diego for the weekend, and it was fine. The middle seats are empty.
I like a nice road trip. I really do. I don't need the airplane.
I could just see you getting pulled over by a federale. That would be a great YouTube video. It would just be unbelievable. Why don't you drive to Mexico?
I will. You want to go with me?
Maybe you'll get back. I do not want to go
We'll load up the truck. Come on, you and I. Let's go down there.
You're making it awkward at the end, and nobody wants to see that. Listen, good luck to all of you out there on the cyber felt. Tweet us. Get a hold of us. Go to Mexico. Have a beer with Bryan. Do whatever you got to do. You're doing the thing, aren't you?
I'm doing it.
We'll see you next week. Oh, you threw it at the camera. No.
It's the most prestigious poker tournament in the world, and this year it moves online while shattering prize pool records. This is the World Series of Poker main event hosted by GGPoker. Welcome inside the PokerGO studio in Las Vegas. Jeff Platt alongside WSOP main event runner-up and WSOP Bracelet winner David Williams. Well, David, this feels different, of course, but still, there's nothing like the World Series of Poker main event.
Yeah, I mean, when I woke up today, I didn't know how I was going to feel last night, but it was like the same excitement as I do when I wake up to see the main event final table, since I haven't been there in a while, every year, to see who's going to be crowned the champion. Now, it's not the same as it is in Vegas every year, but this is what we got, and it's pretty exciting. It's been great to follow on GG all summer. All
right, I know you didn't go to play the main event this year, but if you did, and hypothetically, if you busted, I'm sure you would have won it if you did go. But if you did, if you were eliminated, would it still be the most brutal day of the year for a poker player?
Yes and no. I mean, I think it'd be disappointing, but I don't think it'd be the same because there's something about being at the Rio in the Amazon room or whatever room you're in, hearing all those people, seeing all those tables, and you have to make that walk out. Sometimes the camera following you. I mean, at least now, if you bust, you're at home. Right. You could have just closed the app. There's no cameras in your face. There's no people next to you excited. It's over. You can turn it off. You can breathe. So it'd be a little different. I mean, maybe that's better, but that walk out of the Rio on the day you bust the main is brutal.
All right, what about the walk into the Rio? I mean, I know this tournament has some special meaning for you. Can you describe what it's like going into the Amazon room for the main event?
Yeah, I mean, we keep saying the Amazon room too, and there's so many more rooms now. I always try to hope my seat ends up the Amazon room, do what I can, find out what they're giving out. But there's something about that first day walking into the main event, and even I think I've played it 16 years now. I guess this would have been 16. Yeah. Even at year 15 last year, that day you can't sleep the night before. You walk in, which is kind of crazy because I've played tournaments with buy-ins way bigger than 10,000. The prize pools, other years have been similar, but you would think eventually you get used to it, and it's not exciting, but it never goes away. So I can't imagine what it would feel like, even this year, being able to play it online somewhere, just knowing that this is it. This is the big one, the world champion.
I think that's proof as to what this tournament means to poker players. All right, so we have 38 players returning for this final day, all battling for that bracelet. 5,802 entries in this one. How impressed are you with this kind of a turnout?
To be honest, I expected maybe more. I mean, It's online poker was huge, especially in America before Black Friday, but it's still been huge. You've been looking at the size of these fields this summer in GGPoker. Now we've got the World Series of Poker brand attached to it. We got a bracelet. It's the main event. Obviously, I'm just saying I expected more because I always hope for big. 5,802 is a huge number. Really impressive numbers from GG here. And I'm not surprised, and I say that a lot because they just keep blowing me away, but it's like I expect big things from the World Series of Poker. So I wouldn't be shocked to see next year, if they follow this format, or maybe they have both, to see even bigger numbers.
All right, 6 days since they wrapped up day 2, so 6 days to think about this. How do you think you go about your week knowing that the final day of the main event is coming up?
I mean, I can only speak for myself what I would do, and I think, though, a lot of these players are poker players, so they're probably similar. Throughout this week, there's still been other events going on GG, other bracelet events, other big tournaments, big prize pools. All these players, I would guess, love poker, like to play poker. They probably just kept playing and plugging away playing tournaments. I mean, that's what I would do, and, hey, you got a big payday coming. It's kind of like your free roll in the week. So I imagine most of these players were just playing more tournaments.
This is the biggest tournament in the history of online poker. Let's take a look at the facts and the figures that surround the 2020 World Series of Poker main event. More than $27.5 million in this prize pool. Of course, that creates the largest ever first place prize for any online poker event. A first place prize of almost $4 million. 5,802 entries, 728 spots are paid, 1,171 players made day 2. And again, we have 38 players here for day 3. All right, David, so main event, the live main event, full of top pros, full of satellite winners, full of everybody who's coming out for their one shot to live the dream and do well in the main event. It kind of feels like this system has been replicated here.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty similar. Usually we get, about 7,500, 78,000 players. We got almost 6,000. You see some familiar names. You see some new stars coming up. Here, the same kind of thing. I thought, due to it being online with the re-entry structure, you could play, I think, 3 entries. We might see a more pro-dense final field. This field, I only recognize maybe a handful of names. But I think maybe now it's time for someone else to make a name for themselves.
Well, one name that stood out to both of us on the leaderboard, that would be Bryan Piccioli, the czar, the only player entering the final day with more than 100 big blinds. He is the chip leader going into this one. Michael Caine out of the UK is in second with almost 16 million in chips. Stoyan Madamji, get used to saying that, out of Bulgaria. Kelly Wong, one of the two remaining women in the field, is in fourth. You'll see the other woman in just a second. And Craig Timmis, the UK, is well represented with 3 out of the top 5. In sixth place going into today, that would be Dinesh Alt out of Switzerland, his 14th cash of the series this year. It's Mariano Martiradana's first cash of the series, and it is in line to be a big one. How about Benjamin Rolla, the online poker superstar? You might know him as Ben CB. 7, 8, 9, enters the day 8th in chips. Wenling Gao, one of the 2 remaining women in the field, one of the 3 youngest players left, the 25-year-old out of China, has more than 10.5 million in chips. And João Santos, coming off a 4th place finish in another World Series of Poker Bracelet event, he rounds out our top 10. So David, you see the numbers, you see the deep stacks, plenty of play in store today, I would think.
Yeah, the biggest thing for me is the level. The levels are 40 minutes long. We've seen a lot where the levels are a little shorter, 10, 15-minute range. Online poker is kind of known for the shorter level times because you get more hands in. There's no dealer, no physical things going on that could slow it down. But the main event itself, live, is known for having the best structure in the world, and I think they wanted to replicate that here. We got 40-minute levels, so it's going to be a long day. Deep stacks, you got some room for error. If things don't go your way, you can make a recovery. So it should be a good day of poker.
All right, we've mentioned how big the prize pool is, so let us take a look at the exact payouts for this one. The 38 players coming back for the final day are guaranteed $39,214. Our first pay jump is worth more than $16K, $161,686 for 10th. So our final table bubble is worth $68,709 as we do take a look at the top prize, $3,904,686. 7 figures paid out to our top 4, almost a milli to 5th. So David, we talk about pay jumps every single week. These are some pay jumps.
Right, I think when we start out, the pay jumps aren't that large, especially compared to the size of the prize pool and the jumps at the latter stages. So I think you're going to see people being a little fearless, trying to make some moves and really move up and put themselves in a better position so that when they do get to that final table and those pay jumps are huge, they have more room to kind of sit back and wait and let other people bust out. Because once you get to that final table, those pay jumps are enormous, and someone else busting makes you a lot of money.
And at the beginning of the day, I hope we don't see too much tanking for pay jumps, or this guy will get on you pretty quickly. All right, Bryan Piccioli, the chip leader. Let's get to know our chip leader a little bit more. 31 years old, out of Allegheny, New York, a bracelet winner with $4.5 million in live tournament earnings and a 6th place finish in the 2017 World Series of Poker main event, where he was involved in one of the most memorable, one of the most iconic hands of the tournament.
Saud with the ace-4, trying to knock off Piccioli with his pocket 8s. And here is the flop and ace, another ace! Trip aces for Saud.
And Bryan Piccioli absorbs that jarring moment. His main event all but over.
The river card now. Oh, an 8!
An electrifying 8, an exhilarating 8, saves Bryan Piccioli.
Let's go! Let's go! Oh, my! Bryan is still in it. He didn't stand up. He didn't call for his one time, but it worked out for Bryan Piccioli. A miracle 8 keeps him in a main event.
Well, that is as good as it gets, from just sitting there all stoic to just pure pandemonium.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine the stoicism you saw was probably just the agony of defeat. And a lot of us feel when you got 2 outs and 1 to come. Man, if only I was a little luckier, or what could I have done differently? You're probably wrapping it up, ready to, I got to make my, no exit for me. So I can't even imagine what that feels like at that stage. It's pretty incredible to watch. I mean, even here, just watching, knowing the result, I still got chills. So
we'll have to run that clip back a couple times throughout the course of the day if Piccioli does well. So he's used to that main event spotlight. That's got to help at least a little bit going into today.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's been there before. He's a seasoned pro. I believe you said he has a World Series of Poker bracelet. Yes. So it's not like right now I think he has any nerves going into it. Now, when you get down to the final table, final 3 or 4, things might change.
Last hand before the end of day 2 was one that featured Bryan Piccioli taking on Stoyan Madanji, who just so happens to be 3rd in chips going into today. Let's take a look at that hand where it folded to Stoyan Madanji. I'm saying that for practice purposes, knowing that we'll have to say that a lot. Plays under the name Nirvana76. Piccioli plays under the name Somebody Suck Me. I can say that once per show. I got permission from the higher-ups. That is a reference to the FX show Dave. More on how the stars of that TV show have reached out to Piccioli throughout the course of the day. The flop comes King 7-5 with 1 club. Nirvana 76, that's Stoyan check. Stoyan does turn a 10 here.
I believe pre-flop it was just a raise and a call on the button with ace-queen there. He decided to keep the pot small. No one bet the flop, no one had anything. With a 10, probably can't feel too great about it. Better to check call and allow your opponent to bluff. Goes check, check again. Now this river card does give Somebody Suck Me Broadway. You're obviously going to bet that when check 2 on the button last to act. But the question here is, look at the size of the bet. He bets almost, what, 1 1/3 pot. Pretty large overbet here. If you're faced with that bet with just a 10, you can't beat a king, you can't beat a jack, you can't beat hearts. Your opponent did call you on, granted they called on the button, but they did call your raise pre-flop, so they likely have a good hand. I'm not really sure that's a spot where I look my opponent up for such a large bet. Sometimes you gotta be okay with folding, and you might fold the best hand every now and then, but it's better to preserve those chips in times of uncertainty.
Creates an interesting dynamic. Those two, 1 and 3 in chips and at the same table. We'll start by showcasing their table today. Could make for some fireworks with that many chips on the table?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody's going to be really targeting anybody, per se, here at this stage, because there's just so much on the line. You can't really have any kind of personal things going at it, unless you feel that they're a weak player and they're making mistakes, then you'll target that. But that hand there, I don't think it's going to really change anything, any dynamics that they saw. It's just like, okay, you know, I folded the best hand, he made a good, or I called, paid off. Excuse me, you know what I'm saying? But you're going to just play it as is.
It's not going to be an easy route for Bryan Piccioli to get to the final table or to get to the top. Some fierce competition out there, including a German poker superstar or 2. So we have Benjamin Rolla out there, and we have Stefan Schillhabel, who lives in the UK but does rock that German flag. He enters this tournament in 15th today, more than $9 million in live tournament earnings. He is the founder and the CEO of No Limit Gaming. You see that crew all around with just like all the poker superstars in all the land. So let us take a look at some of his run to this final day. Now this hand came with 76 players left in the tournament. That's YSL, that's Samuel Taylor, who is still in on day 3, opening here with 8s. The Ray guy, who is Tyler Cornell, who enters the day in 11th place, does make the call in the cutoff. And it's Schillhabel on the button with 7s, with less than 20 bigs.
Yeah, I mean,
Rip City here.
Either way, he opts to shove. You do have a raise and a call, but no problem. I think it's pretty standard. You could fold, you could actually just call, you could go all in. You have all the options available in this spot.
Interesting spot here.
Yeah, if you've got the 2 8s, you know, you did raise, but you got flatted and then someone reshoved. People's reshoving ranges here, 8s don't stand to be in that great of a shape.
Right.
Not a bad fold at all.
Could be also worried about that flat that you mentioned.
Exactly, when you've got 2 opponents too.
They all fold, so Schillhabel takes down that pot, and David, as long as he has chips, he's going to be a threat to the rest of the field.
Right, I mean, that hand alone showed he's fearless. You know, I'm familiar with him from the Poker Master series and some of the high stakes series, so I don't think he's going to be intimidated by the stakes they're playing for, and that hand showed he's willing to stick it in if he feels it's a good spot, and I think he's going to continue that all the way until his run is over.
Also has a 3rd place finish in a super high roller bowl. So the Americans are well represented here as well. They've got the chip leader and 7 of the final 38 representing the US of A, including a man known by the screen name Miguel Fiesta. That would be WSOP Bracelet winner and 8-time World Series of Poker circuit ring winner Michael Lech. This is his 33rd World Series of Poker cash. That's an international business degree from Arkansas. So just a great character, just a great guy, and I think this sums up the lifestyle of Michael Lech. Take a look.
Hi there, I'm Michael Lech, the recent WSOP Bracelet winner for event number 13.
All in, there's a call, 10-8. It's over! It's over! Nobody cares. He doesn't care if you like it, Jungle, because he just won a bracelet.
Let's fucking go, Jungle! We got a bracelet! We got a bracelet! We want a bracelet! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! This is the bracelet dance. Number one.
I guess I'm the player of the week this week, so I was showing you a little bit of my routine every day. We got a little bit of Stella here for my keg. Step outside to our lovely host pool. Nothing better than playing outside, having a nice place to relax, get down to business before getting on that online grind. Clicking buttons.
How do you not like that guy?
I mean, sounds like it'd be fun to hang out with. You got the
Absolutely.
Stella on tap, the pool. I'm in.
Michael Lech, Miguel Fiesta, again, an 8-time World Series of Poker circuit ring winner with a shot at that main event bracelet. Now, he won a satellite to get into this tournament. We'll take a look at our satellite winners list in just a little bit, but first let's check in on a fairly important hand that Michael Lech played to get him to this spot. This hand came with 40 players left in the tournament. The action starts off with Allison Alaris, that is LPPO 88, with the King-Queen, fairly standard shove. Unfortunately for her, you see Jonas Lauk saying bye-bye as she does run into the aces of Miguel Fiesta.
Yeah, I mean, timing is very important at poker tournaments. Waking up with aces in a spot where someone shoves in before you is pretty good, and having them
does flop a queen though. Does have a little bit of a sweat. Okay, no sweat.
Having them hold up is even better.
Ace ball on the turn seals the deal for Miguel Fiesta for Michael Lech, who would have bought into this tournament anyway if he didn't win a satellite, but it's always nice to get in for $250, $500.
Yeah, I don't think many relocated to play this series and then, I didn't win my satellite
well.
seat. Guess I'm just going to hang out here in Mexico or Canada or wherever you are. I think most who did make that journey had a plan that they were going to play no matter what, but they wanted to save some bucks and get in cheap.
Let us take a look at who did win satellites on their journey to this World Series of Poker main event. Our chip leader, Bryan Piccioli, got in on a satellite. Second place, Mike Payne, he got in on a satellite, and the list continues. Alt, Gal, Isame, Gasper, Macaulay, Lauk, Lech, Ward, and Ripolak. Those players, the ones who have made day 3, who qualified for anywhere in the range of $250 to $500 via a satellite. Satoshi Isome out of Japan is in this tournament for just $250. For just $250, let's check out one of the key hands that he played. This came with 75 players left in the tournament, and it's Isome, who plays under the screen name Tamito, raising it up with the ace-queen. That's Sam Greenwood in the big blind. Greenwood had a good run last year at the World Series of Poker main event, and he just ran into it with one of the more brutal beats of last year's tournament. He's going to run into it here as well, as both flop top pair, which is bad news for Greenwood.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be a pretty good player to defend with a hand like Queen 6 because you have to be able to play post flop fairly well. You know, I wouldn't recommend those that aren't super skilled even defend with that hand. Obviously, he knows what he's doing. He's one of the best in the world, and unfortunately for him, he gets quite the cooler flop. He flops top pair, but so does his opponent.
Greenwood will check raise here as he makes it $525K, and I kind of like that from Tamito, just calling their flop.
You know, you trap your opponent, you're in position, you get to see what they want to do on the turn, reevaluate. I think Greenwood maybe should think about, well, my opponent decided to call my big check raise here. That signifies strength. How much do I really like my queen? And now when you bet and get raised all in, tough spot for Greenwood here.
Does end up making the call, does need a 6, will squeeze it. He needs a 3 across for any kind of a sweat, and he does not get it. Again, I guess you could say back-to-back really good years for Sam Greenwood, eliminated in 76th place. All right, this next hand that we're going to get to is my favorite of the entire tournament. So let's roll it. It came with 68 players left. It was João Santos, who is 10th place going into today, opening under the gun with pocket 9s. You see Kel Burns is in the mix here. He's on the button with the ace-jack. Makes the call. Craig Timmis in the big blind with pocket 10s. Pretty deep at this point.
Yeah, deep. When I have 10s in the big blind here and there's an under the gun raise and a call, I usually just call with 10s here. I'm not trying to inflate the pot. Luckily, top set here, but look, we've got 2 people with sets.
Yeah, we have set over set as it comes 10-9-4. Timmis checks. Timmis check rips, and Santos has to be thrilled to make the call with pocket 9s until,
Pry those 2 9s that I'm hand ever get me to fold them on this board.
So just one out. It's the 9 of clubs. We squeeze it.
Now 4 cross.
It's a 4 cross, and it's a club. The other 4 cross club is out. And there it is, the 9-ball on the river, set over set, and then quads on the river for Santos in the World Series of Poker main event. How beautiful is that?
I mean, that's probably one of the best feelings you could have in poker. Getting it in, you think your hand is great, you find out the bad news, nothing you did wrong, you got second set, what are you going to do? And you still get there, and now you're here with the final 38 of the main event of the World Series of Poker. Pretty amazing.
Pretty amazing indeed. All right, Chris Brewer has been spotted in the high-stakes cash games on GG, not afraid to mix it up in the tournaments as well. Case in point, right here, with 65 players left on day 2 with Brewer, starting the hand with just 12 bigs and with jacks, and chooses to limp in here, mixing it up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, 6-handed, limping in. I think he's more hoping somebody tries to put some pressure and he can just limp re-raise his stack. I mean, he's only got 12 big blinds here, so a little concerned about that limp. I think I like just ripping it in and trying to catch somebody with a weak holding.
That is Isome with pretty weak holdings. He does, though, flop the wheel draw with 325K in the pot. We will check. Brewer going to fire here.
Yeah, with 8 million chips and 1 big blind and a gut shot wheel draw. I don't think Tomito's going anywhere, and he opts to just check raise it. Now, if you're Brewer with the jacks here, you don't likely put your opponent on an ace, but they could have checked a weak ace if you limped under the gun.
King on the turn with 840K in the pot.
I'd more likely think my opponent's range includes deuces, nines, and spade draws. With 840 in the pot and only 857 behind, it's really tough, right? You want to rip it here to try to protect your hand against maybe some kind of draw, but you know if you do, you're getting called if your opponent has any ace in their hand, so it's kind of rough.
This makes you feel a little more
Checks
comfortable.
back, and ends up rivering a set. You only really beat 5 bigger sets, which you're not going to see in Queen 10, which, you know, if they got the Queen 10, God bless them.
Brewer enters the final day 27th in chips. I imagine a little bit less pressure for him considering he plays in some of the highest stakes cash games in the world.
Yeah, I mean, he was able to manipulate his opponent there to double him up, or as we saw the cards, if he just ripped it like traditional play would say, he would have just picked up the blinds and we'd be continuing on. So hats off to him for figuring out a way to get a double out of that hand.
All right, our next hand featuring 2 of the game's superstars, 2 of the young superstars at that. It came with 58 left in the tournament. It features Michael Zhang, who had the chip lead for a decent amount of time throughout day 2, as did Cale Burns, who he's going to run into here. It's Burns opening under the gun with the ace-queen of hearts. It's Zhang with king-queen in the small blind with less than 20 bigs. It's going to be Rip City for Michael Zhang.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how I feel about shoving king-queen against an under-the-gun raise, but again, we don't know the dynamic of the table. Maybe Cale Burns has been very active in raising a lot of hands. So that dynamic plays into it.
Not the greatest flop in all the world for Michael Zhang, as he's effectively flop dead, and Cale Burns does pick up a pretty nice pot. Michael Zhang eliminated in 58th, which had to have been disappointing to him considering he had the chip lead for some of the day. So it's Cale Burns picking up some chips. Burns had the chip lead for some of the day. Burns had a decent stack, which had to be somewhat intimidating to the rest of the field. But I'll tell you what, he didn't have those chips for long as we take a look at the next featured hand that came with 52 players left in the tournament. He got involved with Martin Arce, that is Colin Chow out of Argentina, who opens here with the ace-queen. Burns in the small blind with king-jack of diamonds with about 33, 34 big blinds, and he's just going to go ahead and rip it in here.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's just trying to really apply pressure to an opponent who has likely been opening a lot of hands. Even with ace-queen, it's still a tough spot, but you've got 10 million in chips. And, you know, there's 4 in there. You're getting 2 to 1. Your opponent could have hands such as the king-jack of diamonds, under pairs. I think you've got to make the call, and he finds himself in a similar spot to his opponent with the king-queen here. Although he does pick up life on the turn. The 10.
Sweat it. Get another 4 across. Ew, we cannot. And the 6 on the river, and that does it for Cale Burns, eliminated in 52nd place. You see the wow Daniel Negreanu emote, which I'm sure we'll see plenty of emotes throughout the course of this final day. All right, Jonas Lauk, another tough player in this field today. 33-year-old out of Germany and a World Series of Poker bracelet winner. Want to highlight one of his hands on the route to this final day. This came towards the end of day 2 with 41 players left. RDD KPP1, that is Lauk with the ace-10. This is Allison Alaris behind him with pocket kings.
little
And
more
just
than,
making the call.
just calling. It has a little more than 20 bigs, but I think they're kind of hoping someone behind maybe makes a misstep. Also, you disguise your hand when you just call here. You know you're pretty much good to get a bet out of your opponent on most flops.
Michael Lech, by the way, folding that king-queen of hearts, holding on to his tournament life. Kings are still good here on the 9-9-8 flop. It goes check, check. Dallas and Hilaire's continuing that trap. Jack on the turn, open-ended straight draw now for Lauk.
Yeah, Lauk elects to just check back and not even try to take it down with the draw.
Hilaire's firing here for 347K, about 1/3 pot.
Yeah, pretty scary board here if you're Kings, because there's a lot of rivers that are hard to play. This one in particular is tough. Fine line between trying to trap your opponent and also protect your hand. It's, you know, you want to get value, but you also don't want to give your opponent free cards or let them beat you cheaply, which is what happened here.
Memorable hand for Lauk? Maybe. Now, it certainly does not live up to a hand that he played late in day 6 of the 2016 World Series of Poker main event.
As you can see by the percentages, Veo in a very bad spot. And Veo sprints out of the gate collecting a Broadway draw.
Give him a jack.
Jack of diamonds.
Turn card is Jack.
Oh, wow. This doesn't seem possible.
And Veo will double up.
See, bad karma. Lauk has not been a good bubble basseter. It catches up to you. Lauk all packed up like Gordon Veo was, looking for a river 10.
Trey is not enough.
All right, good game, man.
Jonas Lauk is out of the game. 37th place, worth almost 175 grand.
I was going to comment on the backpack strategy being undefeated, how Veo had the backpack on, but then Lauk just proved that wrong. The very next hand, he had double straps ready to go, and he was ejected. So,
I mean, aces versus ace-king late in the day on day 6 of the World Series of Poker main event. It's the absolute dream, and it turns into a nightmare just like that.
yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of poker, right? There's no certainties. You could have the best hand, you could have your opponent in pretty bad shape, but they always got to put 5 cards out there to decide who wins.
And when you have ace-king and you get there to have Jared Blesnick like grab onto you. I'm not sure if that's the celebration route you want to take.
I don't think Gordon was even, it looked like he wasn't even there. He kind of like left his body and was limp. I mean, whoever's grabbing his hand, he was just like, oh my, I can't believe I'm still in this tournament. And I think he turned that into a 2nd place finish.
He did indeed.
As a runner-up in that event, you're going to need some moments like that to get there. I have a few I remember.
Looking for redemption today. Let's take one more look at the payouts as we are a couple minutes away from play beginning. All 38 players who entered the day guaranteed $39,214. Our first pay jump is worth more than $16,000. It's 27th to 35th. We'll receive more than $55,000. 10th place, the final table bubble. $161,686. Taking a look at our final table payouts, more than $3.9 million up top. 2nd place with more than 2.7, 3rd with more than 1.9, 4th with more than $1.3 million. Did you ever think we'd see the day with that much money up top in an online poker tournament?
I did, not this soon, but I did think it would eventually come. Like I said, I believe the future of poker is online because it allows the whole world to come together. Right now, we have some problems with getting the whole world together, but I mean, eventually, I think one day, you know, it would be there. And to see the $4 million, I call it 4, it's 3.9, but to see a prize that big this soon is pretty incredible.
All right, final thoughts going into the day. What are you looking for, especially as we start playoff? And again, pretty deep, average stack almost 50 bigs.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to see, unlike before, you know, where we get to these final tables and you see people setting, like waiting and jousting, letting someone else drop. I think we're going to see some fast and furious play in the beginning because, like I said, the pay jumps aren't that significant compared to the size of the tournament and the prize pool. But as it gets closer to that final table, I think play will tighten up. And then once we get to that final table, I believe we're going to see a whole different thing. With those pay jumps being that big, I don't think the players are going to really want to bust out at all.
Yeah, that'll be a very interesting final table to see play out. A lot of ICM dynamics, and you'll hear us say that throughout the course of the day. The table that we will feature to start play does feature our chip leader, Bryan Piccioli. It features Stoyan Medanjiv, who is 2nd in chips. Do you kind of get the sense that these two guys might look to run the show early?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to be aggressive and be in a lot of pots. I think they likely won't end up in pots against each other unless the cards dictate it, because there's no reason you want to play an enormous pot at this stage. You just want to play small ball, chop away at the opponents that are short, and then hope you kind of progress throughout the tournament that way.
5,802 entries, a $5,000 buy-in, the biggest prize pool in online poker tournament history, worth more than $27.5 million, a first place prize of more than $3.9 million. Thank you all so much for joining us on GG Poker's Twitch channel. We'll stay involved with the chat throughout the course of play. You're also watching us on PokerGo's YouTube and Facebook page. All right, this is it. We have made it. Despite the odds against us, we are about to get underway at the World Series of Poker main event final table. And to kick things off, here's the Vice President of the World Series of Poker, Tournament Director Jack Effel.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the final day of the World Series of Poker online main event on GG Poker. 38 players remain. Today, we will play down to a champion. I wish all of the players the best of luck. And now, let's shuffle up and deal.
And there it is from Jack Effel, and now we are underway. Day 3 of the World Series of Poker main event. As we mentioned, our feature table showcases our chip leader, Bryan Piccioli, and this, kind of to your point, he's trying to get out there and be aggressive early.
Yeah, first hand under the gun open with quite a suspect holding King 8, but I think he's just playing on the opening jitters. Maybe players are a little hesitant to get involved right away. Unfortunately for him, we see a pair of jacks, and those jacks aren't going anywhere.
Macon Gasparin, the 26-year-old out of Brazil with jacks in the cutoff.
And I think our current player here is unlikely in the tank with the jack 4. They probably were AFK or away from keyboard as the tournament started. Maybe grabbing some water, getting some supplies to get ready for a long day.
AFK, I like that. I've never heard that.
I'm a gamer, I forgot.
Okay, that's more the gaming
that's
versus
a gamer
poker.
term, yeah.
Okay,
AFK, away from keyboard.
AFK.
So somebody's doing this.
Yeah.
They're AFK.
That is Arkadiy Tsinis, who is the oldest player left in the tournament at the still young age of 43.
Oldest player is 43.
Oldest player is Arkadiy at 43.
Man, that makes me scared. I wouldn't be the oldest player, but dang, I'd be close.
We have 3 25-year-olds who are in this field, Wenling Gao, Joshua McCauley, and Saiwei Pua. We'll be mixing it up throughout the day as far as feature table coverage is concerned.
Now, the time bank procedure here, I wonder if it's similar to before, because this is unfortunate. They're burning quite a bit.
Yeah.
And as we saw in previous weeks, once you run out, you don't get a lot of time. You don't get that back. So
it's a very interesting spot. The next pay jump comes, as you can see on the left side of your screen, when we go from 36th to 35th.
If someone knows Arkadiy, give them a call
Right,
up and say,
right, like,
hey,
hey,
it's on you, fold your
this
hand,
is
you're killing your time bank.
Final table, or final day of the main event, where you have the chance to make a final table. Like,
it'd be something to come back and just move all in after making it. Right. You take this long and then you just go.
I was just thinking about it.
If I got 2 jacks and that goes down that way, I'm probably mucking them. Like, all right, what's going on here?
I felt like we built and we built and we built throughout our preview show, and then we're just like, yep, just got Arkadiy tanking. That's just going to happen sometimes throughout the course of the day, folks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see, does Mycone decide to just smooth call the opening raise in position near the button, or are they going to just go ahead and 3-bet the under the gun open from Bryan Piccioli? I mean, I guess it depends. They were playing at this table before it broke or no, so he knows how Bryan's been playing, if Bryan's been fairly aggressive or not. I think if he has been aggressive, then you kind of want to 3-bet to take it down, but those are the kind of players you also can trap, because you know that you can get some bets out of them post-flop, but it is difficult to play against a player like that.
And you do see, and we can tell right off the bat, that the time banks are long.
Oh, we got that red bar ticking down. It's not even at the halfway point.
And we've been underway for what, 2.5 minutes or so?
But that could be your time bank. I think it is for the entire day.
Yeah, it is.
We've got a long way to go.
Right.
You want to conserve that as much as possible. Coming back and realizing you've burned half your time bank, not the greatest. Although with the chip stack that big, they're going to need to make a run and have some things go their way. Math says they won't be that long of a day unless things really turn around.
Carlin Ocho in the Twitch chat says, this will be a long night, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready. We're set.
I mean, now that I think about it, though, there's 3 people away from a pay jump. This could be a tactic to say maybe 3 people bust out of the other tables and I can pick up 16,000.
Yeah.
I didn't think that was the case.
Right. To your point earlier, some bigger pay jumps loom.
Yeah, I'd much rather save that time bank, but having one of the shorter stacks, maybe that's what's going on here.
Thanks to our friends at GGPoker for some giveaways in the chat.
Now, I believe if they were disconnected, we would get some sort of notification.
I think so. I think it would say disconnected. They might still get a similar time bank.
Yeah, I think this is just a case of got distracted. Oh, it's going to start, logged in, and now just lost track of time. In the kitchen, making some lunch.
Right. Probably thinks it's maybe thought it was starting when our stream was starting, and we're on a 30-minute delay, so we can provide you all with cards up coverage. This is Arkadiy Tsinis. He lives in Florida. He's from the Ukraine originally. Won the 2011 1500 event at the series for more than $540,000. A 5-time World Series of Poker circuit ring winner.
Bracelet winner too, you said?
Yes.
And lives in Florida.
Okay. Pretty accomplished player. It's his 63rd World Series of Poker cash.
That's impressive.
I'm going to waste all my material on his tanking, but that's okay. That's what we have this for.
Oh, we're past the halfway point of the time bank. Good news, guys. We've only got about 3 more minutes of waiting to see some action if they don't come back. Oh, and there is a fold.
There is a fold. Back to the action. Makons has had plenty of time to think about what he's going to do with the jacks, and he does choose to just call, which will allow Stoyan Madanjiv to enter the mix with the ace-5 of hearts in the big blind.
Brazil represented here. We've seen a lot of Brazilians throughout these weekends on GGPoker.
And now we are even closer to a pay jump. As you see in the top left corner of the table, that 37 players remain. Pay jump once we get from 36 to 30.
So we did lose 1 player.
Yeah.
I still don't think that was an intentional stall, but
for that long,
seems Now maybe if there were 1 person off the bubble, but look here, we've got a flush draw.
Wow, and top 2 for Bryan Piccioli. Some action to kick off our day with 2 of our chip leaders.
Now, I don't think if you've got jacks here facing a single bet, if you decided to just flat your opponent, you're not going to fold anytime they bet to 1 over card on the board. I think, especially being as deep as he is, I think we might see a call here. And if I've got the ace-5 of hearts, I'm faced with quite the decision. You've got a bet and a call. You could check raise here, try to take it down. We see that's not going to be the case with Bryan with kings and 8s. We could see some fireworks. Because the problem here is if you just smooth call and do make your flush, which he did.
Wow, it's the king of hearts on the turn. King's full for Piccioli, the ace-high flush for Stoyan.
Yeah, we could scratch where I was going. I was going to say it's hard to get value from your flush because if you lead out, your opponents kind of know what's going on. If you check, they check behind, but that's not going to be the case here with nut boat for Bryan.
Piccioli living the dream here. King's full of 8. Sees a lead from Stoyan for $980K.
The only way this could get better is a smooth call by both and a jack on the river, but I don't think we'll see that. I mean, can you imagine you've got king 8 here and your opponent leads into you? Bryan's wise enough to know his opponent most... Oh, it would have been the jack on the river. Oh, my. I mean, you've got to, I think Bryan can figure out his opponent has a flush here, and that's why he just elected to call. He also has top boats. There's not a lot of things you're, worried about.
Stoyan checks here with $5 million in the middle. How much does Piccioli go for here?
Yeah, he doesn't know his opponent has the ace. Your opponent, I think he figured out his opponent was leading with a flush, but they could have been leading with any flush. Now on the 4 flush on the board, let's say they did have the 10 of hearts, a 10 high flush. Now they're worried about bigger flushes they'd fold, so I don't think he wants to bet too much. He wants to try to get some value from the smaller flushes. That actually wasn't a great card for Bryan.
Does go with the slight over bet here.
Now the question is he going to check raise? I don't think you check raise because you don't ever really get called by anything but hands that beat you. Granted, there's not a lot of hands that beat you, and you might get the queen high flush to pay you off, but I just don't think in this spot that's where you can do that at. I think this is just a call. The fact that he's thinking, I don't know if he's contemplating folding or if he's contemplating raising. I personally would be I would just call. I don't think I'd ever fold my hand here, but I don't think I would raise my hand
to
here
raise,
either. I just click the call button and get the bad news.
What a hand to kick off.
You know, my cone's like, oh my gosh, if I could have got to that river, I've got these guys.
And then he's going to see.
Wow, we might see a world-class fold here. That would be incredible. I mean, you've got to think, your opponent raised under the gun. They bet the flop. They called your lead on the turn. You know, what hands beat you? He could have eights. If he has ace-king, he doesn't have the ace of hearts because you have it. And he's probably not playing ace-king like this. King-jack, maybe, probably not. There's not a lot of hands that play that. Like if you give him a range of good hands under the gun, you obviously don't think about the king-8. There's not a lot of those hands that beat you. So you're like, what could he have that beats me here? Like it's unlikely he had jacks because he doesn't play jacks that way. Sure. He's not, you know, you don't think he's playing the king-8 and king-4. He folds, he gets away from it.
He lays it down.
It's an incredible fold, but like, I don't know how he made it. I really can't think of the range of hands my opponent has that beat my flush there, but hats off to him, that's incredible.
Stoyan Madanjiv gets away from the ace-high flush. What a hand to kick off our final day of coverage. The hand took 11 minutes, but it was worth it.
Yeah, when all three of these players catch up, I'm sure they have a spotter or somebody watching, or maybe just have it on themselves with a 30-minute delay. They're all three going to be amazed at this. Brian's going to feel like he's like, what happened? I got robbed here. I'm supposed to bust this guy. Stoyan's going to think I'm the greatest. His confidence is going to be off the roof.
Through the roof.
And my cone's going to be like, I got out of this.
Yeah,
wow. We've got another king-8 suited under the gun opening. This time the aces elects to 3-bet.
It's Martin Arce opening up the action with the king-8 of diamonds.
And with the size of that raise, I think we're going to see a fold here. That was some posturing, just so you know. You quickly fold after raising under the gun. People think, oh, my opponent will know I was raising some junk under the gun, so people like to posture a little bit. I just like to just fold, man. Everybody raises some junk under the gun every now and then. We all know it.
Thanks to our friends at Poker News for the live updates of this one. Keep in mind that we are on a 30-minute delay due to Cards Up coverage, but we can tell you that eliminated in 38th place was Evgeny Galikov. Out in 38th place, gets the chips in with the Jack-10 on the Ace-King-10 flop versus Ricky Tang's King-Queen. Tang's hand does hold up, and Galikov is our first elimination of the day, out in 38th.
Got an open here for a little bit more than 2 times the big blind. Brian calls in the small with 7s. Big blind defends king-jack off. All fairly standard.
About 1.5 million in the middle.
Both blinds should check here. Is it zooming?
I think, yes, zooming chi.
Zooming chi. Going to check back, top pair, turn trips. Hand's pretty disguised. If you're Brian, you got to feel pretty good about your 7s here. Obviously, with an ace coming, another one, it's less likely your opponents have an ace. But he's going to check, keep the pot small. He does have 2 opponents and is out of position. I like that. King-jack might get feisty here. Nobody wants the pot, he feels. I'm just going to take a stab at it. King-high might even be the best hand, but no, he opts to check.
It'll be zooming, taking the shot at it.
Yeah, I mean, they want to get some chips in the pot, give something worth winning. You keep checking it back, it might come a 4 or 5, and just let somebody make a wheel on you.
Nice lay down from Piccioli.
The better hand folded quicker. Just found
an
easy fold. But I mean, again, you have an opponent behind you, so it's a little tougher. Being the last one to make the decision does give you a little bit more to think about.
Arce will fold as well. Zooming Chi out of China, 35 years old, was the chip leader from the Day 1B flight, has about $887,000 in live tournament earnings. Finished 151st in the main event last year.
In Las Vegas.
In Las Vegas for $59,000.
Pretty deep run.
Absolutely. Piccioli on the button with the ace-jack. We'll open here. Wenling Gao is in the big blind.
Likely going to defend with a hand that's dominated.
Starting the hand with more than 50 bigs.
Yeah, we've seen some great poker so far. I mean, some good laydowns. Very disciplined. Not surprised the player's this deep in the main event. A 3-bet from the big blind. I like it.
Makes it 1.2 million.
You got to suspect Bryan's opening range on the button is super wide.
Exactly. Piccioli does make the call. It comes 9-7-5, 2 clubs. It's the door open for Wenling here.
Yeah, that's the only problem with 3-betting out of positions. Now you're going to have to play, and you don't stand to always flop a pair.
Sizes up here, makes it 1.8 million. And gets it done with just queen high. Wenling Gao, the 25-year-old out of China, one of 3 25-year-olds left in the field, one of 2 women left in the field. Well done with the queen jack.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of players know that their opponents are going to lead pretty much any flop there. So sometimes on the button you get sticky and you peel one off and make them fire a second bullet, which is a lot harder to do. But Bryan elected to just give it up right away.
$100K, $200K blinds for another 23 minutes.
Yeah, we got 25 big blinds on the button, ace-jack suited. We've got a player that's opened, what, 3 out of 4 hands already opening in late position. I think we might see a 3-bet here, although he could just call. I don't think there's any way he's folding this hand. I think against a player that's opened as many pots as he has, I'm probably going to 3-bet. As we see, 1.1 million. And with the 6-10 off, Bryan's going to have to give this up. No surprise here. No real hands here. We might see another open on the button, if that. Only 20 bigs in the small. So I believe even if it folds to the small, you can't really defend the 7-4 off with just 20 bigs. You are getting 5-1 with the antes in the pot and the small and the big, but I believe your stack is too short and the hand is too bad to defend here. A lot of players do limp because they're getting 5-1, but I don't think I would personally, and he opts to fold. Maikon gets the walk.
Arkadiy Tsinis, most likely the shortest stack left in the tournament at this point. With less than 10 bigs, he gives that thank you emote for getting that walk. Piccioli will open up the action here. Bryan Piccioli, the chip leader.
Probably feels like in a minute here he should have 32 million chips.
Right.
Seeing that laydown, unbelievable, very impressive.
Really remarkable fold from Medanjiv.
Especially because of the way the board ran out. There's just not a lot of holdings your opponent has. I mean, you don't really put king 8 in their range. So it's like, what could they have here that beats me? I don't figure it out. I'm paying it off.
Yeah, for sure. Right, for sure. Zooming checks the Jack 7 deuce. Ace high in the backdoor flush draw for Piccioli. From Allegheny, New York, lives in Vegas, playing out of Rosarito Beach, Mexico. Gave us a nice tour of his place on the recap show earlier this week with Ali Najad and Brent Hanks.
I like Bryan a lot. Super cool guy.
Yeah, great guy, down to earth.
Every interaction I've had with him has been positive. And he takes it down.
Finished 6th in the 2017 World Series of Poker main event for almost $1.7 million. Won a bracelet in 2013. This is Piccioli's 20th cash of the 2020 World Series of Poker. He did change his avatar to Lil Dicky or Dave Bird from the FX show Dave. Played under a screen name that was in reference to that show. And a couple of the stars of the show have tweeted their good luck wishes at Piccioli, including Lil Dicky and Benny Blanco.
That's cool. Really big fan of Lil Dicky. He's pretty cool. Pretty talented guy.
Talented to say the least.
So the threes here, limps.
Oh, Deuces and fives for Samuel Taylor now, and the
It's
open-ender for Shi.
Flopped. Yeah, I mean, I think if you got deuces and fives here, obviously you love it. It's a pretty vulnerable hand. I personally want to raise here. You don't want to get counterfeited on the river. There's straight draws, flush draws. Yep, but we see a raise to 1.6. If you've got 2 threes here, I don't really think you can continue. I mean, you do have some equity with your straight draw, but you can't feel like you're ahead. You've got 2 of the threes, so it's unlikely your opponent's raising you with their own wheel draw. And he lays it down. Now, this is where I wish we were on the software to hit the little rabbit hunt button.
Oh, right, I didn't see that
what the
river card.
is. I'm just curious.
It was one of the nice features that GG has to offer. Samuel Taylor, one of 7 Americans who made the final day. He's from New York, about $1.4 million in live tournament earnings. Has won a WSOP circuit ring, won the circuit main in Foxwoods in 2015.
Man, I miss live tournaments, I'm not going to
yeah.
lie. I took them for granted before they all went away, and I was skipping them, and there'd be circuit events in Vegas I wouldn't go to. When live poker is back, I will be there, and a lot of stuff, and I imagine a lot will. So when it opens back up, the fields are going to be amazing. And look at this hand. We've got ace-7 in middle position, chips it in with about 19 bigs, ace-queen on the button calls, and then you wake up with 2 nines with 2, and all in a smooth call. I don't know how you love it here. I mean, a lot of the times that smooth call is a trap. It's a large hand, hoping one of you does what you kind of want to do with your nines.
We know Arkadiy Tsinis will be all in and at risk, and Taylor does fold the nines.
Taylor's going to see that 2 players have an ace in their hand and only 1 other overcard. Got to be kicking himself when he sees these hands.
And here we go. Tsinis with the ace-7, zooming Shi with the ace-queen. Comes queen, jack 6. Tsinis is in some trouble and now drawing dead. So Arkadiy Tsinis out in 37th place for $39,214. Nice pickup for Shi. Now 36 remain. Now we are on a pay jump bubble. 35th place will win $55,880, so a little bit more than a 16K pay jump.
And so I'm noticing the bar at the bottom is a different color than red. It's greenish to yellow, and when Martin's got yellow, it folded his hand. So I imagine the red was probably disconnected. So maybe what we saw earlier was disconnected, because notice the bar underneath is green and yellow.
Stoyan limps in here, blind versus blind.
And both players flop top pair.
7s and 5s for both.
The 5 being paired, Bryan's effectively dead to runners. He is dead to runners. No one card that could come.
Best bet 200K is called jack on the turn.
Now he needs an ace, a 7, or a 5 for a chop. Or he can maybe win it through a pure aggression, depending on what the river is and what he does there. I don't think we're going to see a fold here.
So he does check call again. 3 on the river with more than 2 million in the pot.
Is Bryan going to go for some super thin value? Yep, yeah, opposite check back.
Happy to check back. Not happy to see Stoyan's hand. Stoyan Madanjiv, 29 years old, out of Bulgaria. It's his 4th cash of the 2020 series. Prior 3 for a combined $6,000. This is going to be for slightly more. Macon Gasparin with the king jack of spades. Open here in the low jack. Martin Arce with the 6s. Starting the hand with a little bit less than 30 bigs.
Yeah, I think with the stack sizes and where the open's from, we're likely just going to see a call here, see a flop. He could 3-bet to kind of define his opponent's hand and see where he's at, but nope, just calls.
Let's just call. Macon does flop a king.
Tough hand to play here when you have these kind of medium pairs in that spot. You're going to see a lot of overcards, and you're out of position, so your opponent's going to check up. Your opponent's going to bet a lot when you check to them, whether they have it or not. So we can see his opponent outflopped him, but you know, your opponent could be raising ace highs, queen highs, other pairs. Pretty small bet, 2.5 big blinds. Wow.
6-ball on the turn. Martin Arce buries it.
Peels one off for 2.5 big blinds, knowing that your opponent might just be firing just because they raised pre-flop, trying to take it down. They don't necessarily have to have hit the flop, but now it doesn't matter anymore when you hit that miracle 6.
Oof. Almost 1.6 million in the pot.
Martin elects to lead. I'm a fan of checking here because if your opponent has something they're calling you with, they probably were betting it on the flop. And if they have an air ball, they're giving it up now, but they might have bluffed again. A lot of players bluff 2 streets. So I think I would have liked to see a check here to try to get more money in the pot.
Instead, the small lead.
The hands your opponents check back, they likely aren't calling your raise anyway, but look, it worked out. He got a raise out of his opponent, so what do I know?
Draws the raise from Macon, who makes it 1.17 million.
Macon's probably thinking his opponent improved to maybe a flush draw, maybe a pair and a straight draw, something like an 8-7 and 8-5. His opponent was in the big blind, so he does have to consider that he could have made 2-pair here.
6 is full for Arce with 3.9 million in the pot, with 4 million behind.
I believe if I'm Mike Owen with King Jack and my opponent checks to me, I'm probably checking back. I don't feel I'm getting a lot of value from hands I'm beating. My opponent could have, like I said, had some kind of 8 combo with an 8, made trips here. But I think Martin knows that his opponent checks back most of his range, so he decides to lead, get some value out of his opponent.
The lead for about 1.3 million.
It's another chance for us to see a really good fold here. I mean, if you're Mike Owen, you think about what your opponent's range of hands is that play out like this. I mean, I guess he could be bluffing a missed draw, leading it into you. But I personally don't think so. But it is a tough call, or a tough fold, I should say. Super easy when we can see the cards. You know, you're like, what if my opponent had like the King 9 of hearts or something like that? Am I really going to give this up? That's the kind of hand he could lead into me on the turn with.
Yeah, with that blockerish sizing.
I think a great job at Martin, though. I mean, I think if he checks it, his opponent checks it back. So he did find a way to get the most value out of this on this river.
Will it get paid off?
So maybe I was wrong about the red being disconnected. Maybe that's like the time bank.
Yeah, the extra time bank.
Extra time bank. And he calls.
Does make the call. Martin gets paid off with 6s full.
Something
to jump up to more than 9 million in
Something
chips.
I like that they do is in this spot on the river, they show both hands, whereas you don't have to go to the hand history and look to see what, they just show the hands. I like that.
Yeah, I like that as well. All right, so before we go to a break and show you some WSOP highlights, we want to share our thoughts on the great Mike Sexton. Mike has prostate cancer that has spread to his other organs, is currently in hospice at home. We learned about that with a tweet from Linda Johnson. Mike, the greatest ambassador that this game has ever seen, but really so much more than that because he's just such a good person. And David, I think you look up to Mike Sexton no matter who you are. If you're a player, you look up to him. If you're a broadcaster, you look up to him. And if you work in poker, you look up to Mike Sexton.
Yeah, I mean, I met Mike when I first came on the scene in 2004, 16 years ago. I watched him on TV before that on the World Poker Tour because I was a fan also. And I've, got to spend some time with Mike at tournaments every time I see him, he's just a pleasure to see. He's such a positive person.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of players in the tribute that was kind of ran from the other days, everyone said this, that they've never heard anyone who's seen him out of line. Like, no matter how bad of a beat he's taken or how bad things have gone, he's always just positive and happy. And it's just, everyone should be more like Mike. If we had, like the saying, be like Mike, if we had more people like that in the world, it would be great. I mean, like I say, I look up to him as a poker player always, just from his demeanor and his ability. He was a great poker player. And then as a broadcaster on this side of it, he's just been fantastic. His voice you still hear. One of my dreams is for him to call me being at a final table, me winning, and hear Mike Sexton congratulate me, which came true, and I got to toast him. And then as a father, I mean, he has, I believe his son is 12. We frequently, the latest things when we see each other, we show pictures of our kids and we talk about, the latest things they're into. So, he's just a great person, and seeing someone like him sick where it really hurts. I mean, it pains me, man. And I know Mike's a fighter, and, I wish the best for him and his family. And I love Mike, man. And I think everyone in poker does. So it's just really sad to see someone who is that great be going through what they're going through right now.
Yeah, Mike Sexton has absolutely inspired us, to say the very least. So again, our thoughts are with Mike and his family. We'll take a quick break, show you some classic World Series of Poker highlights. We'll be back soon.
Chris Moneymaker going all in with nothing.
A stunning play from Moneymaker, who missed his draws, has nothing, and now has put Sam Farhall all in.
You must have missed your flush, huh?
Sam's absolutely right.
This would be a tough call for Sam.
Is Chris bluffing this time?
No.
He is not going to do it. Chris Moneymaker bluffs Sam Farha out of a big stack of money. And now the river card. It's an 8, and Anderson wins the hand.
Now remember the song. Give a little bit. Give a little bit of your chips to me. King! Yes, sir! Queen, sir! How did I know?
Has anybody ever told you you're crazy?
What a showdown to start this championship table. Aces versus kings.
And Mattisau just feels snake bit again.
Oh, a king! Mattisau gets a set. And now the turn card. It's a deuce of hearts. A little light now for Lazar.
And Mattisau acting as if he has just lost the hand.
Now the river, it's a heart! Lazar wins it! Yes! Yes! Yes!
All right, I call. Oh, you said top. I have top. I wouldn't have called you. I said top.
I saw him throw the ante in. He says he did. I don't necessarily believe him. So, I mean.
Platt won't give it up.
You're acting like an idiot.
I'm acting like an idiot, all right?
You didn't even see it.
I don't trust you, sir, okay? I don't trust you. Come on, man. I've been in poker long enough, man. I know how it is.
You guys both please let it go.
Are you going to stop? He's not even his chip.
I saw him throw it in.
3 times. Come on. That's what I said. I'll take your head off, buddy.
Oh, and now this incident is beginning to spin out of control. River card, Queen of Diamonds, and a royal flush from Mickelson. Oh, Lovelace is gone. What a hell of a way to go out.
This game is easy.
He's all in. Phillips turns over a royal flush. Mabuchi, quad aces.
You gotta be kidding me. Quad aces, your last hand of the main event.
What a way to hit the rail.
And
He checks, Phil checks, Salikoski wins.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. Uh-oh.
Phil's up. And roaming.
5-7. Idiot from Northern Europe.
Idiot from Northern Europe, Phil.
All right, welcome back to coverage of the World Series of Poker main event final day. Jeff Platt alongside David Williams. And David, a wild hand to kick things off featuring Bryan Piccioli.
Yeah, man, I'm still trying to figure out the thought process. I wish we could interview and find out how Stoyan folded the flush. I mean, obviously we could see the cards, so yeah, we would fold. But I don't think if I'm in his spot, I'm not raising there, but I'm definitely calling myself. So he's a better player than I am.
All right, new feature table for us, and let's take a look as our final day of World Series of Poker main event coverage continues. And you see that table features Chris Brewer, Sam Valston, Jonas Lauk, Michael Lech, Lucas Fernandez, Kelly Wong, and Satoshi Isome.
And we're kicking it off. We got a button raise here with Queen 10, fairly standard. You look down at 2 3s in the small. I don't think you're going anywhere against the button raise. He's going to jam it all in. And look at this, Samuel with ace-king.
Wow, with 16 bigs behind.
Definitely getting in here. There's no way you're folding the ace-king, so I'm not sure what he's waiting on here. Maybe seeing if somebody busts because they are in a bubble.
That's true. 36 remain. There is a 16K pay jump from 36 to 35th.
So maybe someone at the other table gets all in also, and you get to see a result, but he elects, he's going to get it in there too. When you got Queen 10 here, you can get away pretty easily.
Pretty big flip. Sam Valston all in and at risk with ace-king against 3s. Does see an ace in the window. Just looking to dodge a 3 or a deuce. We'll squeeze it. Oh, we didn't get much of a squeeze. And it is the king on the river. As Valston says, running hot. Aces and kings for him to double up.
Flip-flop stacks, basically.
Yeah.
No elimination.
Sam Valston, an online poker phenom out of Finland. Was the chip leader after the day 1 A flight. Michael Lech on the short stack, about 14 bigs with the king-queen.
I think if he were a little later, we would definitely see a shove. I think here in middle position, it's a little tougher, especially on a money bubble. Yep, he's going to give it up. Satoshi with the 10s here, we're definitely seeing a raise. Imagine a raise and take it.
Satoshi Isome, 39 years old, out of Japan. 49K in live tournament earnings. That includes a 256th place finish at the main event in 2011.
A lot of main event experience here from these guys.
At one of our outer tables, Fashara Wongwichet, that's one of my favorite names, and Craig Timmis did battle. They ended up getting the chips in. Wongwichet with 8s against Timmis's aces. Wongwichet stacked to start the hand was about 30, 35 big blinds. Flop came 10-10-4, safe for Timmis's aces, but an 8 on the turn, and then an 8 on the river just to rub it in. So Fashara Wongwichet has one of the top stacks in this tournament.
What does that leave Timmis with? Do we know?
About 4.5 million, so about 20, 25
Still enough
bigs,
to work with, still in there. King 6 in the cutoff opens, King 6 suited. Jonas Lauk calls the ace 7 of the big and flops top pair. King 6 is in a lot of trouble. Gonna have to try to muscle their way out of this one if they want this pot. If you're Jonas here, I think you just check call, keep the pot small. Try to get to showdown.
Brewer will fire the minimum. Doesn't have to do much in his spot.
7 doesn't change anything. Still playing aces and 8s. If you're Brewer, your opponent called you on that flop. You got to wonder, well, there's probably not a lot of draws here. Right. You got an ace or an 8. Can't really beat either. It's unlikely my opponent was just calling me, trying to make a play, considering they didn't check raise me, they didn't lead here. Sometimes things are just what they seem.
And Brewer does check back, perhaps waving the white flag here.
At worst, they maybe had like a medium small pocket pair, like a pair of fives, but even then it's not worth trying to get them to give it up. So he just wisely checks it back. And I think Brewer is done putting chips in this pot.
Lauk leads here, leads small, leads for 400K.
Yeah, and Brewer gives it up.
Jonas Lauk out of Germany won last year's $1,500 Super Turbo Bounty event at the series for $260,000.
That's a fun one.
Yeah.
Here we go. We got ace-7 suited in the cutoff, but 2 8s in the big. I mean, excuse me, on the button, and king-queen in the small.
21 bigs for Lucas Tabarin out of Brazil.
I think this is a good spot to shove it all in against the cutoff razor. And he does. 2 8s. King, queen lays it down. Just so much uncertainty there, and your hand is only king, queen, and you've also got another large stack that it opened that could call, so I think that's a fairly easy laydown. Mike Lech with the 6 tray.
Keep you posted on the leaderboard throughout the course of the day. Our top 5 reads as follows. Bryan Piccioli in first, Stoyan Madanjiv in second, Dinesh Alt out of Switzerland in third place, Michael Caine in fourth, Tyler Cornell has moved into the top 5.
And as we saw, the ace-7 laid it down. It was just too many chips with a hand that doesn't stand well against an all-in raise there for 21 bigs. Pretty easy fold. Satoshi with the king-jack under the gun. Table is 7-handed. I'm gonna go ahead and open it up. We see an ace-king on the button from Jonas Lauk. Not gonna stand for it. Could get tricky and just call. We do see that sometimes in position from players with deep stacks. We got 31 bigs and 46, but he elects to just shove it all in.
Looks like that will get through. Meanwhile, Craig Tsinis lost another all-in pre with 5s against Thomas Ward's ace-king, king ball on the river. So some brutal runouts for Craig Tsinis. He's down to about 13 bigs. And you see on the top left corner of the table screen that we have 35 players left now.
We did lose a player.
And that player that we lost was Freek Scholten out of the Netherlands.
Queen 10 suited. Men raise here. Jonas Lauk's been pretty active with the Queen 8 of diamonds here. Gonna go ahead and give that one up. I know that feeling though. You got a pretty hand. You want to play. You want to see some action, but you know, I've been in too many pots. Probably should just get rid of this.
Pump the brakes a little bit.
Yeah.
About 6 minutes left in this level. Again, we'll switch up feature table coverage for y'all about every hour. Isame will defend with the ace-8, does flop the gut shot, does have the best hand in ace-high. Couple backdoor draws for Lucas.
I think if you're Lucas here, you're probably going to c-bet. Want to give yourself a chance to just win it now. Although the range of hands your opponent defends the big blind with probably hits that board in some kind of way or some kind of draws. Pretty big bet here.
Half pot, yeah. C-bets have been pretty small throughout, but not there.
Yeah, and I think when you bet that large and get called, you're really, you find out a lot of information. Your opponent likes their hand. We can see it's just ace-high, but...
How about a lead here from Satoshi?
I was going to say, I think Lucas is giving it up anyway. He's probably checking back. It's like, all right, I'm not firing a second bluff here, especially when the board pair's here.
Yeah. Cool spot for Satoshi to lead. Does and takes it down.
Yeah, Satoshi knows his opponent likely thinks that board connected with him a lot harder than it did, so in the 7 pairs, he could have improved immensely.
Ace-5 off for Lech with 12 bigs.
Yeah, I think this is a spot.
Oh, here's the snap cam.
I like it. Here he comes. Here he comes.
That's Miguel Fiesta for you, ladies and gentlemen. And he folds. Yeah, I thought that was it. That's awesome.
I mean, the fact that they did just make a money bubble when he's 8 spots away from a ladder up. He's only got, 12 bigs in the cutoff with an ace. I think I'm shoving there. Maybe he ran out of time while making that snap cam photo. As we can see, it most likely gets through.
Lech opting for the stack preservation route. $55,880 guaranteed to this final 35. Next page jump, to your point, doesn't come in until the 26th place spot. That page jump is worth $24K. Especially
the fact that they're 7-handed, so these lines are coming around fairly quickly.
Sure.
You're paying almost $500,000 in orbit. You can only do that 4.5 times and you're broke. So you're going to have to find a spot, and I think that's the kind of spot you're looking for. Obviously, you'd rather be able to 3-bet ship a stronger hand on someone opening often, but that may not come.
Here's Kelly Wong opening with the ace-queen of hearts, one of the 2 remaining women in the field.
Jonas Lauk actually opened the king-queen. Kelly just
called. Gotcha. Thank you.
Kelly called.
Thank you.
Little small ball.
Just calls with the ace-queen of hearts.
Has her opponent dominated and has the best hand, best position. It's a good spot to be in.
Jack on the turn, gut shot now for Lauk. Does lead for 800,000 here.
Yeah, I mean, that's a nice lead there. Put your opponent in a tough spot there, like we see with the ace-queen there. Now your opponent leads that jack. You're signifying that jack hit you. He does have equity with 2 overs and a gut shot.
Tosses out the I'm so good emote.
Michael Lech, 2 8s. This is it, I would think.
Right.
And there's the all-in.
Really doing, considering Wong's ace-10 comes in relatively early position.
Yeah, you've got ace-10 offsuit there. You've still got 4 players left to act. Really want to conserve chips. You don't want to just loosely throw away $2 million, only to find someone behind you, isolate and reshove.
Michael Lech, the 30-year-old out of Arkansas, 3rd on Arkansas's all-time money list. Plays online under Miguel Fiesta. Won a bracelet earlier this summer on the WSOP.com $1,500 high roller. Says I'm so good.
So we're going to see Satoshi here with 2 8s. He's shown he's not afraid to get involved. Definitely going to see an open here. I'm guessing 400,000.
There is that open.
Real question here is, will Lucas defend the small? Nope. Go ahead and take this down.
This is next hand. Probably the last hand of the level. We'll see. Maybe not. Jonas Lauk, Michael Lech, Kelly Wong, Satoshi Isume, Chris Brewer, Sam Vousden out of Finland, who's raising it up with the 10-5 off.
You know, I was thinking we were going to see a walk, but nope.
Perhaps with a couple short stacks behind him, sees a spot to pounce. Lech will defend with the queen-9 and will flop top pair.
Yep. Lekh's looking to check raise all in here, I imagine. He might just lead it, but nope.
There is the check.
And if you're Samuel, I think you're going to fire a C-bet here. You've only got 10 high. You didn't raise the pot to get the showdown.
Right.
Obviously, you wanted to take it down pre-flop, but I think you're going to take a stab at this.
That stab is for 220,000.
I think if you're Lech with 1.3 in the middle and you've only got 2.3 yourself, I think it's a no-brainer to just shove it in.
There is that check raise. There's the quick fold. Another pot for Michael Lech, the 8-time World Series of Poker Circuit ring winner. Almost $1.4 million in live tournament earnings as the blinds do go up, 125K, 250K. 40-minute levels in this one.
How many rings does the ring leader have nowadays?
I think 12.
12? I don't know if it's like 20 or
12?
whatever.
Right.
I don't know what's going on.
Who knows
with
what
these
it's,
rings.
yeah.
All right, we've got 2 6s opening from Samuel and Jonas with
Pretty
Queen
one
Jack
on the
suited
button.
on the button.
Have you ever folded Queen Jack suited in your life?
Never.
Okay.
Never. Absolutely ever. Yep, there we go.
Does make the call on the button. Blinds out of the way, heads up to this flop of ace, 8, 7, all spades. Sam has the 6 of spades.
About the worst flop you could ever get with Queen Jack
Not
suited.
exactly what you're looking for.
I think Samuel here, if he fires a C-bet, he likely just takes it down immediately. I don't think Jonas has any ambitions to improve on this flop, but Samuel checks it. Go with the small ball approach himself. If you're Jonas, I just don't see how you put chips in this pot. Yeah, he goes ahead and checks it back.
Another ace on the turn.
Samuel needs to bet here. I don't think you want to give your opponent another free card, but he elects to. There's just so many bad rivers that you don't love. I mean, even a 7 or an 8 are catastrophic.
Is the door open now for Lauk to fire?
The benefit of checking here, he does keep the pot small, so if Lauk did decide to bet, he can peel one and get to a river. He does have a flush redraw.
Does go check, check. Jonas not showing much interest.
Now at this stage, I don't think either player should put chips in the pot. If I'm Samuel, I'm checking and just maybe check calling. Definitely not betting. You're not really getting paid off by worse, but he's going to bet it.
He's going to lead here for $523,000.
I mean, we saw a situation like this where Jason Kuhn, I think, made a thin bet, and then he got check raised, but he did open the door for his opponent to make a wild play there and blow him off that hand. Could be some sort of blocker bet. He didn't want his opponent to bet $1 million on the river. But
this is Sam Valsden's 14th cash of the 2020 World Series of Poker. His biggest score came when he was eliminated in the round of 16 in the 10K Heads Up Championship for $25,000. He's won WCOOP titles, he's won Scoop titles, he won a Poker Masters online event earlier this year for more than $500,000.
so what you're saying is he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, he absolutely does.
You're saying, Dave, what were you saying about his
Right,
river bet?
how
You don't
dare
know
you
what
tell
you're
him what
talking
to
about.
do.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing.
Valsden looking for his first World Series Poker bracelet. Was the chip leader after the 1A flight. 23 opening flights in this one.
I was going to say, that's the beauty of poker, though. No two players necessarily play the hand the exact way. There's so many different thoughts on what to do on each street.
A lot of times there are not incorrect answers or correct answers. Kelly Wong raising it up out of the small one with the King 8. How about this? The small 3-bet from
this.
Satoshi Isome with the Jack 5 in the big blind.
Yeah, he is in position, so his 3-bet doesn't have to be too large. It does keep the pot a manageable size, or if he wants to fire a C-bet, if he does get called on the flop, he can without having to commit too many chips. But
and it can still draw the fold like it did from Kelly Wong.
yeah, I mean, that screams strength, right?
Yeah,
you don't
that looks
see that
really
often.
strong.
You don't see that often, so when it does happen, you're like, okay, well, I guess I'll give this one up. And look, she's rewarded, picks up ace-king on the button. The very next hand gets to get right back in the streets. And Satoshi's hand isn't so bad. Against the button raise, we might see him mix it up again. Stacks are very similar. Here we go. Imagining some gross world where we get like a Queen Jack 10 flop, 22 million chip pot. No, he just gives it up. And Chris
Brewer off the short stack with a little bit more than 10 bigs behind.
Yeah, it's tough. You know, you've only got 10 bigs. You've got king high against a button raise. You know, the button raise range is huge. But you've got king 3. King 3's not that great.
It's queen 6-5, goes check, check, 10 on the turn. Gut shot now for Kelly.
gonna see the short stack bluff? I don't think so, but that would be pretty crazy. You can see the hands. He just rips it all in right there.
right.
We're all in.
An easier world, man, if we could see those.
Oh, look at this.
He is going to fire.
You love to see it. He says you
Go
check
for it
back
here.
the flop. You must not have much. I'm going to represent
This
something.
suits my range.
And it's like, look,
Run out.
my stack is so short. I defended you and led this. I must have something, but if you're going to make that play, you've got to have the courage to rip it in on this river. Not easy to do. Easier said than done. Would love to see it.
Another 6 pops up.
Your opponent did call you, though, and it's not like, what kind of draw could they have there? But
He
look,
does rip it here.
Rips it. I love it.
How about that?
Show the hand, Chris Brewer.
Fearless is Chris Brewer. Like you said, you make that turn bet, you got to be willing to
ready
go for it. He was willing to go for it.
God, I love it. I love it.
We've seen Brewer willing to go for it in these super high stakes cash games on GG. The 500, 1K, 2K straddle or whatever. So not a huge surprise to those who are familiar with him, but still, man, 35 players left in the main to go for it.
Listen,
like
that ain't easy, man.
Right.
But I like
No
that he
matter
didn't
what
dog
stakes.
it. A lot of
Yeah.
players you see make that turn play and then just kind of, they can't do it.
They give up. Yeah.
If you're going to make that turn play, you got to be ready to make it on the river.
Pretty cool. From Chris Brewer, 27-year-old, out of the U.S., originally from Eugene, Oregon.
I think he wisely identified. If my opponent's hand was pretty strong, they're going to raise me all in. They'd probably bet the flop, at least raise me all my stack size on that turn. So they likely have a draw. The board paired on the river here. They didn't improve. They didn't have the 6 that paired. I'm going to rep it. I'm going to jam it all in. If they got a queen and call me, you know, well played.
Yeah.
Couple ace deuces out there here.
Meanwhile, at one of our outer tables, Wenling Gao has taken the chip lead. She's up to more than 17 million. Piccioli has dropped to 3rd. Stoyan in 2nd, and all 3 of those players are at the same table.
Considering the tables are fairly short-handed too, that's
Yeah.
they're forced to kind of play against each other. Chris Brewer with a raise on the button with the ace deuce. Doubt 8-5 is strong enough to defend. He's going to take it down. Mike Lech, ace-3, offsuit under the gun with, again, what is that, 15 bigs.
Lays it down. Satoshi with the 9 of spades.
Pretty hand.
Pretty one in the hijack.
These short-handed tables are tough to navigate. Gonna go ahead and lay it down. Chris Brewer has to fold the 5-7 suited. Bunch of hands I'd love to play if the situation and position were different, but.
And here's just a rip for Lucas with the queen 10 and the small blind off the short stack of about 12 bigs.
Yeah, and I think Jonas here, it's a pretty standard call with an ace here, small versus big for those stack sizes.
Says running cold and then makes the call with that ace-4. It's Lucas all in and at risk and needing to find a queen or a 10, finds a queen on the turn. Now just looking to dodge an ace or a 4.
And he's got the spade covered with the 10 of spades.
Jack of hearts on the river. And there is a double up for the Brazilian, Lucas Tabarin, with 270K in live tournament earnings, his 9th cash of the 2020 World Series.
He was right.
Yeah,
He was
I'm running cold.
He knew
I knew it.
Yeah, I got to make the call, but I am running cold. Ace-4 for him now. Raises the button, as we see, fairly standard, going to take it down.
Wenling Gao won that big pot, or one of the big pots she won, I should say, was against Hu Mingxi, where she flopped a set of queens on an ace-queen-10 flop against Xi's ace-7 of spades, which then turned a flush draw, and they got a lot of chips in. Check, check on King of Heart River.
Oh, look at this. We've got 9-10 suited in the cutoff. We got king-queen on the button, and then we got ace-king in the small. You've got king-queen on the button against, yep, there we go. I was going to say, I think I'm shoving it in with that stack size, and Michael Lech with the ace-king. His patience is paying off so far.
Started the hand with about 12 bigs.
If If Lucas could see these hands, he might gamble for these.
Right, right.
Yeah, no pair, 9-10 suited.
Like does call off.
7.5 million in the pot, only 3 to call, 2 to 1. Let's gamble. But I think we're going to see a fold here. Chips are just too valuable.
It's Lech the one all in and at risk, but in fantastic shape.
Ooh, even better now.
Shape now. Oh, the door is open. Lauk looking for a 10 on the river.
Oh.
It is a 5 on that river, and it's another double up for Michael Lech. Miguel Fiesta up to more than 7 million in chips. Jonas Lauk down to just 2 bigs.
Folded that ace-5 I talked about,
Yeah.
and now look, he was patiently rewarded, and now he's up to 7 million. And Lucas gets to get right back at it with the 7s. A couple king 8s on the button, and the cutoff going to fold. Or so we think. I mean, Mike's been fairly snug. I don't think we're going to see him get in there with the king 8. Whether or not Satoshi defends is the question for me. He's shown he's not afraid to play pots. And he does.
He does flop a 9, but Lucas flops a set of 7s. Satoshi also has that queen of spades.
There's so many times where you make a hand and it's actually better for you if you don't.
Right, if you just completely whiffed. It was king 8-7.
Yeah. You don't want to improve on the turn here, Satoshi. Right. I'm just going to be honest.
Right.
You may think if you call this bet, give me a 9 or a queen, or maybe the jack of spades. No, you want a deuce and you want to get out of here quick. Yep, there he calls.
Check call, almost 2.5 million in the middle.
I mean, there's nothing, no sweeter feeling in poker than having a set. I'm just going to be honest. It just feels so hard to lose with them. You feel like you're just, all you can think about is Vegas and the Mirage, as the quote from the movie says, you know, you're just
That's
like,
beautiful.
How do I get more chips from this sucker is what you're thinking when you've got your set.
Says, how about 1.4 million?
It's unfortunate, though, when it doesn't work out, when that set burns you, but it just feels so good.
Wow.
Satoshi gives it up.
Nice lay down from Satoshi. Lucas chips up a little bit. For those of you just joining us, you're watching featured table coverage of Day 3 of the World Series of Poker main event. 34 players remain. We are playing down to a winner today. That winner receives almost $4 million in the biggest tournament in online poker history.
I don't know, at the pace it's going, you said today, it might be tomorrow.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? We'll still
Settle
be
in,
here,
folks. We'll be here for a while.
It might be tomorrow. We lost 4 players in an hour and a half. We're on pace to finish in maybe November.
Martin Arce has overtaken the chip lead, so now you have him, Wenling Gao, Stoyan Madanjiv, Bryan Piccioli. Our top 4 stacks are all at the same table. We are switching up our feature table coverage, so about every hour you'll see a new feature table here with cards up.
One of the, I think the big differences is online and live poker, there's certain stages there's a redraw. You know, like, oh, we're going to shuffle it all up. I don't believe they do any redraw. They just consolidate tables and keep it moving.
Until the final table.
So the people who they're next to are going to be with them
Yeah.
until the end, or they knock each other out. Like, there's no like, oh, how long till we shuffle up and get off this table? It's not happening. Gets a walk in the blind there with 5-6 suited. Love to see it. Got a couple kings for Satoshi here, and we've got an all-in for a fairly small stack from Jonas under the gun. Let's see what Kelly Wong does with her ace-10. Only got 4 players behind you to act, so it's a pretty tough spot. We think we saw her fold an ace-10 before in a similar situation. Oh, decides to 3-bet and isolate. Gonna get some bad news from Satoshi.
Makes it almost 1.2 million. Satoshi thrilled with the kings and the cutoff. Satoshi started this hand with 40 bigs.
I think you've got a 4-bet here. You could get tricky. No, he 4-bets.
Makes it almost 3.1 million.
Not a big fan of the slow play in the spot myself either. Let's go ahead and put your opponent to the test.
We'll see one of the aces that Lauk needs fly into the muck here.
Maybe they've got an ace-king or a pair of queens or jacks, and they're ready to go with it. And they lay it down.
Lauk going in at risk, needing some help, needing an ace on the river. We know there are 2 aces left. We'll squeeze it, and that'll do it for Jonas Lauk out in 34th.
Again, poker's all about timing. Pick up 2 kings. You got a guy under the gun to get the pot inflated, call someone else to 3-bet with their ace high to try to isolate, and look at that. Nice hefty pot.
Meanwhile, on one of our outer tables, Tyler Ruger gets the chips in with pocket 9s against Joshua McCauley's pocket 10s, but Ruger flops a 9 to stay alive.
Well, we've only got 33 players, so we did lose somebody in 34th. Six-handed table. Chris Brewer opens with the queen jack. With 16 big blind stack. Gets 3-bet from Samuel on the button with king 8. Plan position and the player, not the cards. And Chris Brewer, I believe, is going to have to just give this up. Definitely not deep enough to play this hand out of position. I mean, he could just jam, but he definitely can't call. But nope, he decides to give it up.
Maikon Gasparin got the chips in with pocket 8s against Bryan Piccioli's ace-queen. Piccioli saw an ace on the flop, but that was accompanied by an 8. And Gasparin then doubled up.
Oh, no.
But then busted against Hu-Ming Chi's pocket aces.
So just a transfer of wealth. Just got in there and took some of Piccioli's and
yes.
moved him over.
Yes, exactly.
It's always frustrating when you're the guy who provided the transfer.
Right. Brewer will just open off the short stack.
It's 2 hands in a row for him. If you're Lucas, you might pick up on that. They are 6-handed. And the second 3-bet in a row against Chris Brewer's open. Got to feel bad.
So he makes it 1.5 million.
So we're going to have 12.5 bigs left if he decides to fold. No more opening and folding, Chris. I think it's going to be time to just ship it if you want to play a hand. That's not going to cut it. It's got the Phil Ivey avatar from the master class.
Yeah, I love that. We saw in our preview show that Chris is willing to mix it up off the short stack, as you remember him limping in with jacks off the 11 or 12 big blind stack.
Saw him make that play against Kelly. Very impressive play. Speaking of Phil Ivey, did he play in this event? Do we know that?
I don't believe Phil Ivey played.
Well, I guess to Norman Chad's point, then, can it really be called a main event? Phil Ivey didn't play. And
Norman had some thoughts.
If the best player in the world didn't play, is it really the main event?
Right.
Listen, to me, it's the main event. It's what we got.
Same.
You know, it's not like we chose to do this over what the other option is. This is what was provided to us. So we played as poker players. This is what we were offered, and we played it.
We'll take it.
And the champion of this event is the main event champion for me.
I agree with you. Satoshi with the 3-bet rip with the A7. That gets through.
I'm happy we adapted and we had something. You know, for a while it was looking like there may not be anything. So GGPoker and the WSOP came together and provided us with something pretty cool.
I told Norman it's always been my dream to call the main event alongside David Williams.
Let's do it. We're coming for you, Norman. ESPN.
That's right. That's right. Look out, folks.
You guys watching on ESPN, you executives, right here.
New duo.
See you, Norman.
See you, Norman.
And I really enjoy Norman and Lon. I mean, I don't think it'll, if the day comes and they're not there, it just won't feel the same. Because I think back to the memories of me when I was just at home in Dallas watching. Those two voices. It's kind of like Mike Sexton with the World Poker Tour.
Absolutely.
Like, you know, Tony's doing a great job in the role Mike Sexton had, but Mike is a legend, as are Norman and Lon.
I enjoy Lon also.
Absolutely. So Chris defended here and did flop second pair. Stack is getting short from all these little pots he keeps playing. Eventually you're going to have to take a stand. what looks like a bad card for you if you're Chris. If Samuel decides to continue the story, I don't think Chris can call, but maybe it slows Samuel down and allows Chris to get to showdown. If you're Samuel with just king high here, you got to wonder, what is my opponent defending the small blind? I mean, excuse me, defending the blind with out of position. But nope, Samuel keeps at it.
Yeah, well done. Doesn't have to bet much to accomplish that.
I think Chris is in that danger zone now where I don't think he can really put any chips in the pot unless he's putting them all in.
Lech can put some chips in with the ace-king here.
Oh, he just limps. Trying to catch, maybe to catch the Chris Brewer shove.
Yeah.
Sneaky, sneaky. He's going to end up against an opponent with a 9-4 off.
Comes 10-3-3.
I don't mind this play as long as you're able to wisely identify where your opponent's at on the flop, which is hard to do because you haven't defined anything, but you got to play post-flop well if you're going to be limping ace-king like this because you don't have a made hand. It's pretty dangerous. Like, you know, for example, your opponent could just have a jack-deuce off here and they've just beat you. So it is pretty difficult. Again, though, your opponent has to wonder, what is your limping range? What the heck's going on here? And it's hard for them to actually take the aggressive role in the hand, too. So you do get to, by being in position, get to showdown a lot.
Lech will fire here for almost $287,000. Gets the fold. Let's get to know the 8-time World Series of Poker circuit ring winner. Michael Lech from Arkansas plays online as Miguel Fiesta. Does have a bracelet win from this year, won the WSOP.com 1500 event for more than $160,000. Has an international business degree, born in Virginia, his 33rd World Series of Poker cash. Also finished second in the 2016 $888 Crazy Eights event for more than $400K. That was his biggest career score.
It's a big score.
Back to the action, and it's Brewer. The easy rip here with the A7 and diamonds that gets through.
So we're down to 32. The table consolidates. Now we have a full table of 8, 4 tables of 8. As Michael Lech putting that international business degree to use. Want some international business here on GG. Avidan Cohen with ace-king in the blind. And I'm pretty sure Samuel's going to raise the button here with an ace.
Just before he got to this table, Cohen doubled up with aces against Vishara, one which it's sixes.
And then gets moved here and picks up ace-king in the blind.
Nice
Against the button
life.
Raise. Life is good on GGPoker.
There you go. Everybody's going to be like, oh, is that giveaway again with it?
Just shoves it all in.
Worth it.
Well, Samuel, you've got a 3 in your hand. Yeah, you're going to have to give it up.
Tyler Cornell has also joined this table. Cornell entered the day 11th in chips, with a bit more than 10 million. It's fallen off slightly. Still has about 30 bigs. Ace-jack for a couple of players here.
I think we're going to see Chris Brewer right at to 10 big blind stack, ace-jack. It folded to him. This should be a ship it standard all in. And I think if you're Avidan, 10 big blind shove, you've got ace-jack, you know they're forced to shove such a wide range, and ace-jack likely dominates that range. The only question is, does the big blind have a hand? But more often than not, they don't, so I think it's a fairly standard call, or just reshove to just put maximum pressure on Tyler. But Chris Brewer's in the tank.
32 players left. Next page up, not until the 26th.
Yeah, you do need 6 eliminations, so that's not going to happen while you wait. So
maybe he's playing a big cash game pot. Needs max focus over there.
Running the simulator.
Yeah.
What should I do here? Plugging it all in, the stacks in his hand. No, I don't know.
Most of the sims will say the same thing.
Loading up the snap shove on his phone.
Right.
What a great.
There it is.
I'm not going to lie, I use it. It's awesome.
Yeah, same here. Max Silver says shove there with the ace-jack. That's what Chris Brewer does.
No, I think if Avidan was in the big blind here, this is just a snap called no-brainer. Yeah. I still think it is. Yeah.
Yeah, and he does reshove. Let's see if anybody can flop or turn a free roll. The answer is no. They will chop that one up.
I've always been a big supporter of. You just keep running cards until we have a winner.
Oh, I like that. I like that
Put out
idea a
6th
lot.
Street,
Yeah.
7th Street, 8th Street. There will always be a winner every hand.
I like that a lot.
Somebody will make a flush if it has to come out that way. No such thing as a chop pot here, boys.
I like that. So Bryan Piccioli has regained the chip lead. It's Piccioli, Martin Arce, Wenling Gao are top 3. Wenling Gao and Kelly Wong are 2 remaining women in the field.
King 7 on the button. You go ahead and raise it up. 550,000. We can see the hands. There's not going to be any calls here. I like that you can customize your avatar. You know, in the World Series of Poker, WSOP.com Nevada, it's just like 6 of the same guy with the glasses and the black hat.
Right.
You can actually give it a little flair, a little personality here on GG. That's nice.
That too.
I mean, I get why a lot of sites don't, because you get some offensive things. It's hard to filter, but, you know, they find a way to do it. It'd be nice
the amount of features in place with GG, they make us jealous, right?
Yeah, I mean, I really wish other sites borrowed features from other sites.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
you know,
they should.
We want to create the best software possible. Take the things that work from other sites and add them to yours.
Lucas opens here with the King, Queen of Spades. Cohen will just call with the 9s in the cutoff.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Cohen had been here and saw Lucas has been a little active, they might consider a 3-bet, but you are in position.
A little bit of an awkward stack size. Comes King, Queen, 5, top 2 pair for Lucas.
Lucas has got to feel good about this one. Sometimes opponents get tricky and flat behind you with a hand like ace, king, or ace, queen, and you always have to kind of worry about that when you have king, queen, and flop 1 pair. When you flop 2, different story.
Cohen will come along and will turn a 9.
Whew, I was just about to say, you know, sometime in this spot, you're new to the table, your opponent fires again here, pretty large, little half pot. I'm just going to go ahead and give it up. He did have some equity, maybe hitting like a club or a 10 or a jack to pick up a straight draw, even though the straight you make isn't that good. But hey, there's also 9s in the deck.
Some chips.
Top 2 against middle
into
set.
The middle.
And Lucas checks it. Now, I don't think Lucas is going to go crazy here, because one of the hands your opponent has frequently in this spot that plays out like this is 10-jack.
Sure.
And if you were to say check raise huge, you're unlikely getting called unless they have that 10-jack. So I think Lucas is more giving his opponent a chance to bluff and also keeping this pot small in case his opponent does have that hand. But I could be wrong. He could just check raise it.
Cohen fires about 1.1 million with about 4.5 million behind.
But again, you raised and your opponent called. What do they have? Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of value in check raising.
Total blank on the river in the deuce of hearts. Might hurt Lucas. It's going to be very, very tough to get away here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Avi's going to shove, and if you have king queen here, your opponent so often could just have picked up a club draw, turn like queens and 9s. Let's say they had the queen down of clubs.
Right, it's just too good.
It's just your hand is too strong to get away from. But we saw an incredible fold at our first table.
That is true.
And the players have been quite impressive with their play here yet, so we could see a fold here. Although Avidan might not go for the shove and might just go for a little value here. Yeah, look
it
at
does. That's 2 million.
They don't know how strong their opponent's hand is, so a shove here, you probably don't get called too often. So it's like, let me just try to get value from 1 pair. Maybe he's got ace king or ace queen and pays me off.
Does get paid off there. Pretty sizable pot headed in the direction of Avidad Cohen.
Yeah, you said they picked up aces right before they got here.
Yeah.
Doubled up, picked up ace king, won a nice pot, and then boom. Look at this.
The spin up.
7.5 million.
Entered this day 23rd in chips.
Chris Brewer with that 11 big stack under the gun. 615,000 chips in the pot every orbit.
Vousden will open here with the king queen. Cohen now right outside the top 10.
Mike Lech. Been very thoughtful with his hands on the button, jack nine off. Yep. Everybody gives it up. Now Chris is forced to put the big blind in, 1/10 of his stack almost. He's got it basically 10 behind with the queen 10. It looks like it's going to play out with the king jack opening the button. And I think if you've got queen 10 in the big against the button open here with only 10 bigs, 11 total, I personally think you're shoving it here, but
just defending off the short stack has become kind of popular.
I mean, he could make sort of the stop and go play too.
Right,
call
right,
and then jam on certain flops. I just know a lot of people's button ranges are pretty wide. There's a lot of value in just shipping it and taking it down right away.
We'll just call and flop a gut shot. Kelly with kings.
And now I think he's going to have to give it up, whereas if he shoved, he might have taken it down. You know, who's to say?
Jack on the turn.
Wow.
Kings and jacks for Kelly Wong, but the stone cold nutter butters for Chris Brewer at this point.
Look at that.
Brewer with just 1.8 million behind. And the jack
What
on
is
the
going
river
on?
for Jack's full for Kelly Wong.
What's going on here with this table? Well, we say goodbye to Chris Brewer.
Wow.
31st place with an unfortunate
What a run out.
run out. Oh my. Oh my. And you gotta just, wow. Instant.
Yep,
It's like, oh no, oh
the
no.
snap call of all snap calls. Jack's full of kings for Kelly Wong. Chris Brewer's day is done out in 32nd for $55,880. Wow.
Wow, that's a rough run out there. You know, the emotion, the roller coaster. You feel so good, you hit that jack, and your opponent calls you, and you're like, oh, that's not good.
Some action
coming
late
up here.
As of late here, I should say, is Lech with 10, Satoshi with the ace-king on the button. Lucas has king-jack in the big blind.
If we get a smooth call out of Satoshi, which I don't think we will, then we could see a three-way pot, but Satoshi has shown that they're not really into slow playing from what we've seen. Yep,
And here's the 3-bet to more than 1.6 million. Will allow Lucas to get out of the way. Action back
Tens
on
is a
Lech.
tough hand.
Yeah. Against an aggressive player, to your point, seen a decent amount of 3-betting from Satoshi. He's on the button.
But then, you know, if you call, you're going to have to play a big pot out of position with tens, which is not hard
So
yet.
instead, he will rip for almost 5.8 million. There's the call. Here we go. A massive flip. Michael Lech all in and at risk with tens against the ace-king of Satoshi Isome. Isome does flop a king. Lech will need a 10 on the river to survive.
Nope, it's
and
pain.
That's it.
Oh, no pain. It's a no-sider.
None across.
2.
That will do it for Michael Lech. Terrific run by Miguel Fiesta. He'll earn more than $55,000 for his efforts. Out in 31st. We can tell you that eliminated in 33rd place was Alexander Trofimov. The Russian was eliminated right before we got down to our final 4 tables. So Trofimov, then Brewer, then Lech.
Stacks are starting to consolidate. Still just in shock that came a jack the first time.
Yeah,
I was like, oh, we hit the gut shot, and then he hit it twice and didn't want to hit it. Oh, we got a flop straight
That's a
for
decent
Samuel
flop if you're
here.
Sam Valston. Michael Caine says hello to the table as he has just arrived. Caine entered the day second, and chips has fallen off a little bit, but is still in the top 10. Satoshi Isome, after winning that pot, has become our chip leader on day 3 of the World Series of Poker main event.
Yeah, unfortunately for that flop straight, his opponent only had 6 high, didn't have much to play with. 30 players remain. And we've got a short stack with ace-king suited on the button.
12 bigs.
Definitely seeing those chips go in the middle. question is, what does Tyler Cornell do in the big blind? I mean, you've got an ace-7, which pretty good against a 12 big button shove range. But we got 2 5s also has to think about that. I think if you got the 2 5s here, you're probably getting in the mix.
I'll be done starting the hand with 43 bigs.
You know, your opponent with 12 big blinds has such a wide range.
We'll just rip it in. Here we
Another
go
flip.
again. Lucas, the one all in at risk with the ace-king of spades.
The ace-kings have been running
good, ball on the flop. Lucas,
lots
that
of
opens
life.
the door, needs a 10 or needs a spade on the river. It's the 8 of diamonds on the river. That will do it for Lucas Gabarin out in 30th for $55,880.
A flurry of bust outs here right at the end.
Nice pot for Cohen, who has shot up the leaderboard.
It's blind versus blind. We've got a suited ace-6, fairly deepish stacks.
Cornell limps in. Michael Cain with the 10-9. Just flop the open ender.
Ace high the best hand, but 9-10 with the best draw. Wouldn't be shocked to see a bet here and just take it down. Yep, little bet of 275. I think if you've got ace-6 here, jack 8-4, yeah, you got to give that one up.
We'll lay it down. Michael Cain takes down that pot. They wrap up this hour of play. And David, we have seen some action so far. Big pot after big pot after big pot.
Yeah, I mean, it really, for a while it had a lull there, but then it picked up right at the end. It's been exciting, lots of good poker, lots of decisions. You know, one of the things I like about this, and this is what makes it the main event, is we're actually seeing a lot of post-flop play. Flops, turns, rivers. A lot of the final tables the previous Saturdays when we got to were pretty shallow. We didn't get to see a lot of that. And this has been awesome for if you're a poker fan and like this poker strategy, I think this is great.
We'll have a brand new feature table coming up for you after this quick break. You are watching the World Series of Poker main event. Stay with us.
Chris Moneymaker going all in with nothing.
A stunning play from Moneymaker, who missed his draws, has nothing, and now has put Sam Farhall all in.
You must have missed your flush, huh?
Sam's absolutely right.
This would be a tough, tough call for Sam.
Is Chris bluffing this time?
No.
He is not going to do it. Chris Moneymaker bluffs Sam Farha out of a big stack of money. And now the river card. It's an 8, and Anderson wins the hand.
Now remember the song. Give a little bit. Give a little bit of your chips to me. King! Yes, sir! Queen, sir! How did I know?
Has anybody ever told you you're crazy?
What a showdown to start this championship table. Aces versus kings.
And Mattisau just feels snake bit again.
Oh, a king! Mattisau gets a set. And now the turn card. It's a deuce of hearts. A little light now for Lazar.
And Mattisau acting as if he has just lost the hand.
Now the river, it's a heart! Lazar wins it! Yes! Yes! Yes!
All right, I call. Oh, you said top.
I have top.
I wouldn't have called you. I said top.
I saw him throw the ante in. he says he did. You know, I don't necessarily believe him. So, I mean.
Platt won't give it up.
You're acting like an idiot.
I'm acting like an idiot, all right?
You didn't even see it.
I don't trust you, sir, okay? I don't trust you. Come on, man. I've been in poker long enough, man. I know how it is.
You guys both please let it go.
Are you gonna stop? Are you gonna stop?
He's moving his chip.
I saw him throw it.
Three times.
Come on, that's what I said.
I'll take your head off, buddy.
Oh, and now this incident is beginning to spin out of control. River card, queen of diamonds, and a royal flush for Mickelson. Oh, Lovelace is gone. What a hell of a way to go out.
This game is easy.
He's all in. Phillips turns over a royal flush. Babucci, quad aces.
You gotta be kidding me. Quad aces, your last hand of the main event.
What a way to hit the rail. And he checks, Phil checks, Salikoski wins.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
Phil's up. And roaming.
5-7. Idiot from Northern Europe.
Idiot from Northern Europe, Phil.
Call the race with 5-7. Freaking idiots. God, they play so bad.
Smith shows his aces up. Ivy mocks his flush. Phil Ivy mucked the winner. He says all in for 11.6 million. Duhamel thinking very seriously about this and makes the call.
A defining moment here late at this main event, Lon. Jonathan Duhamel just wants to disappear inside that hood if he could.
The river card. Oh, is an 8! A crushing blow to Matt Affleck.
And welcome back to final day coverage of the World Series of Poker main event. Jeff Platt will be rejoined by David Williams in just a little bit. We have switched feature tables, and we hone in on the icon that is Ben CB 789, Benjamin Rolla. An absolute phenom in this game. He opens things up under the gun with the ace-queen off. 29 players remain, all guaranteed $55,880. Julian calls out of the big blind with sevens and flops a set of sevens. Julien Perouse out of France. Welcome in to everybody in the Twitch chat, in the YouTube streets, the Facebook streets. Thank you all for being here. 5,802 entries, creating a prize pool of more than $27.5 million. The biggest prize pool in online poker history. Almost $4 million up top. Bryan Piccioli has regained the chip lead as Rolla rivers a queen, which is bad news for him with more than $2.3 million in the middle. Julian a lead for almost $1.4 million. NCB in the tank, does make the call, will see the bad news. Julien Perouse out of France fires off the running hot emote. Can say that again. It's up to almost 14 million in chips. He started this day as one of our short stacks, and he's now in the top 10. Julien has 136K in live tournament earnings. This is his 5th cash of the 2020 series. Previous 4 coming for a combined $11,000. Hello in the chat to Jim C, to Alex Dad 1982, to Nettie, Kev Math, the legend is in the mix. Dizetta Poker, Ace High, AK. Thank y'all for being here. And thanks to whoever gave me a subscription to GGPoker on Twitch. That's the good stuff right there. Appreciate that. This is Ding Jang Ong opening on the button with the ace-deuce of clubs. Ben CB will defend with the jack-5 of hearts, will flop a jack. Deuces and a couple backdoor draws for Ong. Fire 625K, roll a check calls. Six of spades on the turn. Almost 2.8 million in the middle. Goes check, check. Jacks and 5s now for Ben. Almost a pot-sized bet here. Perhaps figures on can put him on a lot of missed draws. Problem if you're on, even some of those missed draws can beat your deuces. Can see why Ben CB sized up here. Even the deuces are in the tank. Benjamin Rolla out of Germany. You might know him as Ben CB 789, online legend. It's his 3rd cash of the 2020 World Series of Poker. He is the founder of Raise Your Edge poker training site. Ong still in the tank. With 29 players left on day 3 of the World Series of Poker main event, playing down to a winner today, or tonight, or tomorrow morning, however long it goes. Ong does call with deuces. Max value for Benjamin Rolla, who is up to more than 10.8 million in chips as the blinds do go up to 150K, 300K with a 40K ante. Ong down to about 21 bigs. One of our outer tables, Stoyan Madanjiv, has taken the chip lead. It's Madanjiv, Isome, Gao, Piccioli, and Arce, our top 5. Ricky Tang is our shortest stack on one of the outer tables. He's the only player with less than 10 bigs. Julian raising it up on the button with the ace-6. All 29 of our remaining players guaranteed $55,880. There's a 3-bet from Ben CB out of the small blind with the ace-4 off. Putting some pressure on Julien. Julien does lay it down. Nice little spin up for Rolla, these last 2 hands. Next pay jump comes from 27th to 26th. That pay jump worth about $24,000. Up top in this one, more than 3.9 million. Rolla opens here with the ace-9. Joshua McCulley with the ace-8 off the short stack in the big blind. Started the hand with a little more than 12 bigs. And he will rip it here, effectively shoves. And here we go. Joshua McCulley is going to be all in and at risk. Says, come on, let's go, but he's going to see some bad news soon. NCB running hot. McCulley, the one who needs some help. Doesn't get it on the flop. Doesn't get it on the turn, but that does open up some chop outs. So looking for a 7 or a 4 or an 8 to win outright. River card, no, it's paint. It is the queen, and that will do it for Joshua McCulley. Out in 29th for $55,880. One of our youngest players entering the final day of coverage. Now there are 2 25-year-olds left in Wenling Gao and Saiwei Pua. Julien opens here with the king-queen. Matus Raipulak defends with the jack-9 of spades, does flop a flush draw. Raipulak, one of the shortest stacks coming into today. The 27-year-old out of Poland has made 1 ladder. Can he make 2? He's close. Goes check, check. 5 of hearts on the turn as Ricky Tang, the shortest stack, joins this table. Does Ripalak fire here? He will for 980,000. Tough spot for Julian to continue. He'll lay it down. Julian opens with the ace-10 under the gun. Do expect to see a decent amount of stalling from Tang, considering that pay jump looms. 28 are left. 2 more eliminations, and it's a 24K pay jump. So pace of play might slow down around these pay jumps. Ong will defend with the 9-8 of diamonds. Jack 4 deuce rainbow, 1 diamond. Julian fires, Julian wins. All right, let's take a look at what they are playing for. 5,802 entries, creating a prize pool of more than $27.5 million. And look at that first place prize. The largest first place prize in online poker history. More than $3.9 million up top. 7-figure scores for our top 4 places. 9th place is worth $230,395. So 28 players are left. Day 3 of the main event. Jeff Platt alongside David Williams. David, welcome back.
Thank you, thank you.
Happy to be here. Final day of the main, baby. Here we go.
28 remaining.
28 indeed. This is our brand new feature table. We have Benjamin Rolla here, Ben CB, 789, the online superstar.
16 million in chips.
Had a nice value bet earlier with 2 pair, got paid off by pretty weak holding. That's what the man does. Raise and take it for Julian. Ricky Tang, the only player under 10 bigs in the field, has Queen Jack here.
Yeah, when the big blind is looming, just 2 hands till he's forced to put in 300,000.
And is this significant short stack here? Everybody else says at least double him. There's the snap cam from Ben CB.
$730,000 chips each orbit. Can't really afford to fold too much longer, but there is that pay jump, like you said, so there's the incentive to want to wait.
Yeah, and there's the effective shove from Tang. Give him a little more tanking time coming back around, so he leaves some chips behind. Perhaps he can wait out a couple eliminations on our outer tables. Matus Ripalak has ace-king.
I think we'll likely see a shove here just to isolate.
Ripalak starting the hand with about 17 bigs. All goes into the middle.
Couple deuces. Pretty easy to throw that in the muck with the raising it all in. Ricky Tang's waiting to see if there's any other all-ins at the other tables. There's no way he's folding and leaving 177,000 behind, just trying to catch a pay jump.
More snap cam action from Ben CB.
I imagine he's letting the action complete at the other tables. Here we go.
There is that call. Tang all in and at risk with the queen jack. Against Matus right relax ace king comes jack king 8. Queen or a jack to stay alive. Let's squeeze paint for a good sweat. Nope, it's not going to be paint. And that'll do it for Ricky Tang, out in 28th place for $55,880. We are now on that pay jump bubble. Next elimination also receives about $56K. And the remaining 26 will be guaranteed more than $79,000.
For as little as $250 for a few.
Yeah.
Players. Ace 10 suited. 6-handed table, going to open it up under the gun.
Tyler Ruger with the queen deuce of clubs. Does defend. Comes ace 9-4 with 1 club. Thomas Ward, one of our satellite winners, got into the main by winning a $500 satellite. He's got top pair here. Fires
That
541K.
should be good enough. Don't see any reason for Tyler to get ambitious here.
Does lay it down. Thomas Ward entered the day 31st in chips, is close to making another pay jump. 9s for Ong here, king queen of spades for Julien.
I imagine we see a raise from the 9s, king queen of spades. Could go either way. I predict just a call. In position, fairly strong hand.
Does just call. Heads up to this flop, and it comes 9-8-7, top set for Ong. Backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw for Julien.
2 overs in the double backdoor draw.
Ong will lead for more than half pot here. Julien says ship it. And then folds.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's not a lot of value in trying to peel to pick up one of those draws or hit one of your overs with the opponent being as shallow as they were. They only had $3 million behind after that bet. Maybe if they were both deep stack, you could try to play the pot, see if you can maybe do some other things, take it away on certain turns, but not with your opponent only having $3 million behind there. $8-4 off on the button, raising it up. Matus with the 10-5 off. Getting over 4-1 to call. He's going to lay it down.
Tyler Ruger out of New Hartford, New York. His first cash of the 2020 series, finished 325th in the main event 2 years ago in Las Vegas.
A couple of kings on the button for Thomas Ward after Benjamin opens with the queen jack off. Thomas has got to love that. I believe we'll see a 3-bet here. Again, you could get tricky and just call with the kings on the button, but
there is that 3-bet.
And again, I think this is, with the fact that there are 27 players left and 26 is a pay jump, you're going to see a lot of these players take a little bit more time to make their folds. It's just part of the game. Benjamin doesn't hesitate, though, just quickly folds and keeps it moving.
I think he's in this for those big pay jumps late.
Yeah. Ace king for Tyler Ruger. Funny, it's the same players, you know, like Matus pauses, Ong, Instamucks, you know, you
right.
Find out. It gives away a little bit. Now, if you're their opponent, you know which guys are kind of stressing that pay jump, and you can kind of abuse that a little bit, and which guys don't really give a crap about it. Like, okay, this guy's not sweating it.
Yeah. Julien defends with the queen 10. It comes jack 6-5.
So I know if I'm at the table and I picked up on that, if I'm in a hand against Matus, I'm going to try to apply a little bit more pressure or take that into consideration at least. Although if he's in a hand, then his hand's probably pretty strong because he's showing that he wants to make that jump. So there's that side of it too.
8 on the turn, gut shot here for Julien as the door open for him to fire after it goes check on the flop. Except a little equity does indeed lead for 600K.
Yeah, and if you're going to raise your ace-king and check it back on the flop, then you're going to have to be able to make some of these calls sometimes with just ace-high. And he does.
That's one of them, and does river a king for a bit more comfort.
Yeah, the king will make it easy for him to call if he's faced with a bet. If you're Julien, are you going to keep up the story? Or are you going to wave the white flag? Imagine he's figuring out a sizing. He's going to try to keep this ruse going. Nope, he gives it up.
He figured the story was too tough to tell with that king on the river.
Yeah, he knows that king hits a lot of his opponent's range too, so not wise to try to make a bluff here with that card. A lot of better cards to make that river bluff.
He's going to tilt you a little bit if he keeps going with the emotes, right? It's kind of like one of those things. They're funny at the beginning.
Yeah,
but
you know, it loses its humor after a while.
Right.
But
the 38th time you fire off the emote. But we're good right now. Tyler takes down that pot.
And like now, I don't mind him when the
Of course, yeah. They're not delaying the action at all. Matus with the ace-7 of spades.
And what, 24 big blinds? 6-handed table. I think you can open this here. He agrees. And it looks like he's going to take it down as both these hands are dominated.
Matus Rypalak out of Poland has $710,000 in live tournament earnings. That includes a 4th place finish at the Millions live main event at Dusk Till Dawn in 2017 for about 400K. This is his 11th cash of the 2020 World Series.
So that was a 4th place finish for 400,000?
Yeah.
Big tournament.
Pretty strong, big tournament. I think that was the premier Millions Tour main event. I believe that one won by Maria Lampropoulos back in 2017.
Poker historian.
Yep, that's me.
King 5 suited from Ong, raising the cutoff. And a jam.
Wow, how about that from Tyler Ruger?
He's not having it.
That's putting some pressure on your opponent.
I just want to applaud Ong for the insta-muck, no posturing.
Right. It's like, okay, got me.
Like, oh, I got a big choice. What do I do with this ace-9 suited?
Right,
Nope, we're mucking, we'll keep it moving.
Insta-muck, love it. And love that from Tyler Ruger. Picking up on that situation.
Ong's a little gun shy.
Yeah,
right. All right, I guess someone will not mess with this guy. I guess he doesn't know it yet, though, that his opponent only had Queen 8. You know, in his head, oh, my opponent had a big hand. We'll find out soon. This guy's wild.
Rolo opens here on the button with the Queen 9. Two pretty decent holdings in the blinds.
Yeah, and the 7's here. Can just get in there. Stacks are all pretty hefty.
Yeah. We'll make the call. It comes King for deuce, kings for Tyler.
3-way pot, first to act. Yeah, we're going to see a check. Probably checks all around. I don't think if you're Benjamin, you're c-betting. You might c-bet this flop, but no. Tyler's got to feel a lot better about his hand now. Nobody bet. Pretty innocuous 3 on the turn. Could still keep it small, but nope, he elects to go ahead and bet half pot. A little more than half. Sevens gets out of the way. I imagine we'd see the same from Benjamin with queen high.
Does lay it down. Another pickup for Tyler Ruger.
It's just the dynamic of the hand is so different with 3 players in it.
Yeah.
You see a lot less C-bets from the button. Ace-king in the blind here for Matus. Yeah, Tyler raises the button with Jack-deuce suited. His range of button raising hands is pretty much any 2, it looks like.
Matus starting this hand with about 25 eggs. So we are at 150K, 300K for the next 16 minutes, as you see on the top left corner of the table. Matus takes down that pot.
King Jack on the button for Ward here. Gonna open it fairly standard. Raise 2 hands in the blinds that both will defend. 9-10 suited.
4s for Ong.
And when both your opponents call, assuming the 9-10 does, Ong only has about 17, 16 bigs. There could be an argument to go ahead and shove it here against the button raise and a call from the small. I'd like to see it. We can see the hands. I don't think either of his opponents end up calling. The problem is, I think the calling range of the small blind includes so many hands like 5s and hands that you just hate to see that might look you up.
And so Ong does just defend. Does have the best hand along with a gut shot.
Again, it's 3-handed, so I don't think the button is going to c-bet this flop. That flop likely hits one of the blinds as range. It's pretty hard.
Ace on the turn.
That should freeze up the blinds. The question is, will Thomas try to represent that ace with a bet? But Tucson just wants to get to the river, and Ong wants to get the showdown. It's a double gutter now, though, right? Deuce or a 6. So we did improve. Makes a little stab at it. I like that bet. If your opponent doesn't have an ace, they pretty much got to give it up.
Right. The sizing's a little smaller. You prevent facing a 1.2 million chip bet or something to that effect.
It's tough to try to give him credit for an ace, though, because if you had an ace, like a strong ace, he's probably re-raising pre-flop. He could be representing like a weak ace, like an ace deuce or an ace 4.
He does take down that pot. There it is for Mr. Ong. Ong, Perus, Rolla, Ruger, Ward, and Ripolak at this featured table. Thomas Ward, a satellite winner. Matus Ripolak, a satellite winner. Let's take a look at all of the satellite winners. And David Williams, I'm turning over the wheel to you. I'm going to run out, take a quick break, but you got it covered, right? You got this. You're a pro.
Yeah, we've got 11 satellite winners in this tournament. Still in on day 3. Bryan Piccioli, Michael Caine, Dinesh Alt, Wenling Gao, Satoshi Isome, Mike Hahn, Joshua McCulley, Jonas Lauk, Mike Lech, Thomas Ward, and Matus Ripolak. Now, Mike Lech we saw bust earlier, but these are the players that made day 3 that won their way in on a satellite. But we picked the action back up. Tyler Ruger opened it up at early position with the 6-8 suited. Beautiful hand here, but you are 6-handed, and he got 3-bet from Julian in the big blind with pocket aces. Pretty large 3-bet also, from 600,000 to 2.1 million. I don't think there's any way Tyler can put any more chips in the pot. As much as you like to see flops with these kind of suited, connected one-gapper hands, just too large. And I do like the large 3-bet out of position here. You don't want to make it cheap for your opponent to be able to call you and see a flop. Thomas Ward is going to fold with the 5 deuce, as is Matus. Again, we are on a money bubble. 27 players remain. 55,880 they're cashing for, but 1 elimination, and they move up to the 79,000 range. So 25,000-ish just for one guy. Excuse me, 14,000-ish for one guy. No, it is 24, sorry. Busting out. So it's a lot of value and waiting here. The players are up, and it looks like 26 players remain, so someone did bust it on the table, so I imagine, yep, Matus just folds instantly. And on with the queens here on the button. Great spot for queens on the button because the big blind here, Benjamin has an ace, knows that your button raising range is pretty wide. The ace-8 stands to be the best hand. Got less than 20 bigs on the button, well, a little bit more. He's got about 22, 21 bigs on the button, so you might see Benjamin 3-bet him, which he does. And Ong's got to love it. Gets in there with 2 queens. Benjamin's going to need an ace. Safe flop so far. Ooh, he does have a diamond draw. Any queen, any diamond, stay alive. If not, he's pretty unlucky. Ouch. It's a 3 across heart, 6, 7, or 8. Not going to do it. Looks like a 6. And Ong is going to take a brutal beat to finish in 26th place. He did make that pay jump. And now Role with the emote for sorry. Yeah, you hate to see it if you got the 2 queens there. 25 players remaining. I imagine the next pay jump's not till there's 17 left, so the players will probably act a little faster. As we see, Kelly Wong joins the table with 9 million in chips, about 30 bigs. Thomas opens with the ace-jack. Gonna see some folds here. King-jack suited in the big blind for Tyler Ruger. He flops a straight. It is all clubs, but he's got to feel good about it so far. Will Thomas make a stab with no club in his hand either? Fairly small bet, 600,000. I think Tyler might raise here, go to protect his hand, try to get his opponent to commit more chips if he does have a lone club in his hand. But he could elect to call and just check the turn as long as it's a safe card and then go for a check raise there. No, he goes for the check raise now. Thomas does have an open ender, but without a club in his hand, yeah, he's going to have a pretty easy lay down. Nice flop for Tyler. Tyler shooting up the leaderboard. Up to 13.8 million. Cutoff raise from Julian with the ace-8 to 630,000. Kelly defends with 9-10 and flops top pair against Julian's second pair. Checks it to Julian, who makes a c-bet, about a third pot. Kelly's not going anywhere. Turn is queen. Kelly now has a gut shot to go with second pair. The board gets worse for Julian's ace-8. Likely checking it back to get to showdown, but deuce of clubs on the river. I think if you're Kelly with a 10 here, this is one of those spots where you could check and hope your opponent fires off a bluff, but your opponent did check back the turn, so they're unlikely to bet that river. So you might want to bet to try to get some value, but nope, Kelly opts to check. And I think Julian's hand is strong enough where they likely check back. A pretty nice pot for Kelly, 2.7 million goes Kelly Wong's way. Matus under the gun, folds, fold from Julian. And we are 6-handed. Benjamin Role has one of the biggest stacks. Yep, not surprised to see him raise the ace-5 here. Thomas Ward, queen-9 suited, getting over 4-1 to call. Almost certainly defending here. Three, four, five. Top pair and a gut shot to a wheel for Benjamin. 2 overs for Thomas. And Thomas checking quickly gives it up. And Benjamin keeps on rolling. The cheesy dad jokes don't stop. Ace 3 for Tyler in the cutoff. Again, we are shorthanded, so the ranges open up pretty a lot. Thomas with Queen 10 suited in the small. He calls, and I think Matus is at least going to call. There could be an argument for a 3-bet shove. But with 25 bigs, likely too much. Big flop for Thomas Ward. Queen and a flush draw. Top pair with a decent kicker for Matus, and top pair with a pretty bad kicker for Tyler, though. But all 3 players have something. And we are joined by 2 new players, down to 24. Bryan Piccioli and Stefan Schillhabel, 2 of the most experienced players in the field, joined the table. The table just got a lot tougher. And Tyler elects to c-bet, 825,000. Thomas Ward isn't going anywhere with Queen 10 of hearts. He just calls, which I think is going to bring Matus in. Now let's see what Matus does here with his ace 10. He probably does have a little bit of worry. Does one of these players have my hand beat? As we see, he does have technically the best hand right now. Tough to play, though. You can maybe just figure one of your opponents has a flush draw. The other could have an ace. Yeah, he just decides to get out of the way, you know? Sometimes when you're in a spot in poker where you're uncertain, it's best to just fold. Wait for a better spot. Thomas checks. Tyler picks up a wheel draw to go with his ace. And he keeps the pot small and checks it back. He wants to get to showdown without his kicker. Doesn't want to end up putting in more chips to the pot and find out he's up against a better ace, or get check raised off of his hand. He checks it back on the turn. And now his opponent checks. I imagine he's going to check back. And now Matus has got to be kicking himself. Folded the best hand, and it would have held up. The whole table's got to be kicking themselves. 2 of the tougher players remaining out of the 24 just joined the table. Bryan Piccioli with 17.6 million, and Stefan Schillhabel, who has 2 8s in middle position. Julian opens under the gun. Stefan with less than 20 big blinds and a couple of 8s. He is against an under the gun raiser. I don't know if he's played much with Julian and knows much about his opposition. That can determine how he proceeds in this hand. If he knows Julian's been pretty loose, he's more likely to want to shove, but no, he just gives it up. I think this is what I was saying earlier, when it's a spot where you're kind of in murky waters, a little unknown, you don't know what's going on here. When there's uncertainty, it's probably best to just go ahead and give it up and wait for a better spot. He gives up the 2 8s here. There's still 4 players to act behind him, too. Bryan defends the 5-9 and flops bottom pair, but Julian flops a club draw also. I don't think that's the flop Bryan was looking for. I think a bet might be good enough to take it down. Because if you're Bryan, what are you really hoping for the turn? If your opponent bets again on the turn, you probably can't call. Yeah, Bryan gives it up. $23 players remaining. It looks like we lost another at one of the other tables. Folds to Matus on the button, couple 4s. $23 bigs. Matus just shoves it. The pocket 4s. We can see the hands. He's not getting called. He's going to pick up the blinds and antes. And with that, we welcome back our man, my co-host, Jeff Platt.
Oh, hey, man. How we doing?
Oh, we're good. We saw a few. Well, we didn't see the bust outs.
Right in
We saw the ticker go down.
Okay.
We lost a few players, but the biggest news for me is at our table, the 2 empty seats were filled by Bryan Piccioli and Stefan Schillhabel.
Wow. And Benjamin Rolla continues to chip up.
He continues to chip up. I think he's above 20 million. So yeah, the table. This is the table of death. I think if you have to pick one of the 3.
Yeah, absolutely. A table full of superstars. Rolla with more than 20 million in chips, with the King Jack in the big blind.
And Tyler opening under the gun, ace-10 of diamonds.
Does flop the open-ender and the backdoor flush draw as well, along with the gut shot for Ben.
Yeah, Tyler has shown he's not afraid to mix it up. He's raising under the gun. He's re-raising people, as you saw with the Queen-8. I mean, he's in there. He's in it to win it. Absolutely.
Another 9 on the turn. Catch you up on those eliminations periodically. We'll start after this hand.
23.
About a minute left in this level.
2 million chips. Putting Tyler in a cage here. And to the pot, to the aggressor goes the pot.
Okay, let's fill you in on our player eliminated in 27th. That was Natural 8 Team Hot member Fashara Wongwichit. Raised it up in the cutoff. Sam Taylor called in the small blind. Stoyan Madanji just ripped it in the big blind with the King-Queen. Fashara happy to call with the Ace-King. Called off for 35 bigs. Not happy to see Madanji turn a flush. So Madanji got there, and it was Wongwichit out in 27th place. As we take a look at this hand, Bryan Piccioli raising it up in the cutoff. Rolla calling in the small blind with 3s.
And Tyler defends the 6 deuce off. Wow. He's getting a pretty good price for a min raise there.
6 deuce off, it's so ugly.
Getting about 6 to 1.
Yeah.
Set for Benjamin here. Just leads right into both players. I think Brian's going to fold, but I know he does like to mix it up, and I don't think he's going to choose to do it against Benjamin at this stage of the tournament. Nope, he gives it up. Limits are going up. 175,000 small blind, 350 big blind.
Average stack a little bit less than 40 bigs at this point with 23 left.
All
right, out in 26th, you saw it here. Ong eliminated by Ben CB.
Oof.
In brutal fashion, huh?
Yeah, 2 queens against Ben's ace. Flop was safe. The turn was not. Tyler all in with the deuces.
Schillhabel folds. Another big hand that Stoyan Madanji was involved in resulted in our 25th place elimination, as Madanji and Martin Arce got all of the chips in for a pot of more than 22 million. It was Arce with ace-king, it was Madanji with kings, and those kings held up. Martin Arce eliminated in 25th place for about 80K.
Bryan Piccioli, 2 9s, middle position, opens it up to 735,000.
Kelly Wong, the King-9 of Hearts.
A little less than 400 to call, and they do. Ooh. Straight flush draw for Kelly Wong.
The underpair for Piccioli.
Piccioli's going to fire about half pot, 955,000.
Wong will call. Turn the open ender, as does Piccioli. Almost 4 million in this pot.
Is Bryan going to fire a second bullet?
The answer is yes. For about 2.4 million.
Only 1 card to come. Kelly's hand doesn't look as good as it did on the flop. Gonna hit a heart, a 7, Or a queen. Although we know a king is also good. I think Kelly might be able to give it up here. If they make their hand, do they get paid off? Probably not. So knowing there's no implied odds here, yep, Kelly
She
gives
does
it up.
lay it down. Well done, Bryan Piccioli. Pick up a nice pot and might as well continue the Stoyan story from our outer tables. As it did fold around Emmanuel Saavedra in the cutoff, he ripped it for less than 10 bigs. With the ace-king, Stoyan called in the big blind with the queen-10, and no surprise based on the day for Stoyan Madanjiv that the queen-10 gets there against the ace-king. And now Madanjiv has more than 46 million in chips. Benjamin Rolla in second with 23 million. Again, Stoyan with 46 million in chips.
Double the next guy.
Double second. That is pretty absurd with 23 players left.
I was going to say, I commend Bryan for firing a second bullet on that board. A lot of players with 2 9s, when their opponent calls on the ace-jack-10 board, even though there's 2 hearts, they could have a heart draw. A lot of opponents give up and check back that turn.
We will feature the chip leaders table next hour when we come back from break next.
Bryan with ace-10 suited under the gun, opens it up.
Benjamin with ace-10 suited in middle position. He will call.
Jack-7 off from the Deuce.
7-4 deuce, 1 spade, no clubs.
Neither player hits anything really. This pot will go to whoever is the most aggressive.
Piccioli checks. Rolla checks back. Piccioli turns a flush draw.
I'd like to see a bet out of Bryan here. I think that likely will be enough to take it down. Bryan has other plans. He wants to get to the river. He'd hate to put in chips and have his opponent either raise him off his hand or find out he's just putting in chips when he's behind and he's out of position.
King of hearts on the river.
First one to bet at it takes it.
Yeah.
$1.17 million, half pot. And Bryan lays it down.
Ben CB continues to chip out. Norman Chad in the Twitch chat says, is this the main? I stumbled into here looking for an Arby's. Yes, you have found the main event of the World Series of Poker. Norman, good to have you here.
That hand right there just showed the power position.
Sure.
I believe if you switch the position of those 2 players, it probably plays out the same.
Mm-hmm. Julian opens under the gun here with the ace-5 of clubs. Tyler folding 6s.
2 6s. I called him Tiger by accident. Tyler,
Okay,
right, blended them
Tiger.
together. Tiger. Tyler folds the 2 6s to the under the gun raise.
$23 players left, all guaranteed $79,625. About a 34K pay jump from 18th to 17th. Top 4 players will receive 7-figure payouts.
I'll take 5th. 5th is all right.
Okay, 5th is all right. 5th is $949,937. Not too shabby.
9.5, you know, no big deal.
You'd be fine with first as well for a cool $3.9 million. Biggest first place payout in online poker history.
3. And it's pretty large compared. I mean, it wasn't the standard, min raise either. It's 800,000. King 3 of hearts on the button. I think if it folds to Bryan, we're going to see an open here.
Does fold to Bryan.
He's shown he is fearless. Think back to the King 8 of hearts under the gun, hand 1.
Yeah.
Incredible
we do
hand.
see an open here.
King Jack for Julian. It's going to defend.
Calling out on the small blind, Ben CB out of the way. 3-3 deuce. Piccioli flops trips.
I think he knows it's unlikely his opponent has anything on a 3-3 deuce board. You've got one of the case 3s. There's 2 left. The deuce is probably not in his defending range from the small blind, so you can probably check it back here and let them try to catch up.
Piccioli will bet about quarter pot here.
Opponent defends anyways.
That calls. Ace of hearts on the turn now. Flush draw to go along with Piccioli's trips.
He's got his opponent drawing dead. Piccioli's got to be like, think, well, if you call me on the flop, he'll likely call something here. Try to get some more value on the turn to set it up for a big river bet.
He will fire almost 1.9 million here.
I think Julian's going to give this up here. Got king high, your opponent fired twice. Again, you just got to pick your spots a little better. I think he's going to give it up.
There is the fold from Julian, a nice pickup for Bryan Piccioli. But I would say that the big storyline of this tournament, David Williams, would be one Stoyan Madanji with more than 46 million in chips.
I mean, we got to get on that table and see what's going on over there. It sounds like he's eating his Wheaties.
You say it, we'll make that happen. Our chip leader at the feature table when we come back from break. You are watching the final day of the World Series of Poker main event. Stay with us.
Chris Moneymaker going all in with nothing.
A stunning play from Moneymaker, who missed his draws, has nothing, and now has put Sam Farhall all in.
You must have missed your flush, huh?
Sam's absolutely right.
This would be a tough, tough call for Sam.
Is Chris bluffing this time?
No.
He is not going to do it. Chris Moneymaker bluffs Sam Farha out of a big stack of money. And now the river card. It's an 8, and Anderson wins the hand.
Now remember the song. Give a little bit. Give a little bit of your chips to me. King! Yes, sir! Queen, sir! How did I know?
Has anybody ever told you you're crazy?
What a showdown to start this championship table. Aces versus kings.
And Mattisau just feels snake bit again.
Oh, a king! Mattisau gets a set. And now the turn card. It's a deuce of hearts. A little light now for Lazar.
And Mattisau acting as if he has just lost the hand.
Now the river, it's a heart! Lazar wins it! Yes! Yes! Yes!
All right, I call. Oh, you said top 2 up. At top. I wouldn't have called you. I said top.
I saw him throw the ante in. He says he did. You know, I don't necessarily believe him. So, I mean.
Platt won't give it up.
You're acting like an idiot.
I'm acting like an idiot, all right?
You didn't even see it.
I don't trust you, sir, okay? I don't trust you. Come on, man. I've been in poker long enough, man. I know how it is.
Yeah,
You guys both please let it go.
Are you going to stop? Are you going to stop? He's not even his chip.
I saw him throw it in.
Three times.
Come on, that's what I said.
I'll take your head off, buddy.
Oh, and now this incident is beginning to spin out of control. River card, queen of diamonds, and a royal flush from Mickelson. Oh, Lovelace is gone. What a hell of a way to go out.
This game is easy.
He's all in. Phillips turns over a royal flush. Babucci, quad aces.
You gotta be kidding me. Quad aces, your last hand of the main event.
What a way to hit the rail. And he checks, Phil checks, Salikoski wins.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
Phil's up. And roaming.
5-7. Idiot from Northern Europe.
Idiot from Northern Europe, Phil.
Call the race with 5-7. Freaking idiots. God, they play so bad.
Smith shows his aces up. Ivy mocks his flush. Phil Ivy mucked the winner. He says all in for 11.6 million. Duhamel thinking very seriously about this and makes the call.
A defining moment here late at this main event, Lon. Jonathan Duhamel just wants to disappear inside that hood if he could.
The river card. Oh, is an 8! A crushing blow to Matt Affleck. Moneymaker going all in with nothing.
A stunning play from Moneymaker.
Welcome back to final day coverage of the World Series of Poker main event. Speaking of the main event, we were just watching that clip. That Matt Affleck beat, man, that is brutal.
Yeah, man, that's one I think anybody who's a fan of poker that watched will never forget. I mean, obviously Matt and Jonathan Duhamel will never forget it, but even as a viewer, I remember watching that and was like, I think I was actually at the Rio because I had a buddy still deep and I saw the tables and I was sweating. I remember seeing Matt walk off and I was like, what? Everybody starts kind of like the commotion. What happened? And people were, I was like, ugh. It's hard to watch. It's
Max
brutal.
Payne, Jonathan Duhamel went on to win the main that year. Who will win the main this year? Let us continue to find out with a new featured table. Stoyan Madanjiv with more than 45 million in chips, utilizing that chip wheel, raising it up with the 8-7 off, but here comes João Santos for all of it.
Yeah, he's nice. He's like, all right, man, you got all those chips. You're going to open a lot of pots. Ace-10 in your eye, buddy.
I mean,
less than 20 big blinds.
Absurd chip lead, more than 20 million chips more than anybody else in the field.
What's the total chips in play? 250 million, I think. Is that right?
Yeah, that would make sense that he'd have about 20% at this point.
Something around there.
Yeah.
I'm guessing. Close to 300 million, I think, with almost 6,000 in entries. Pretty crazy. I think they started with 50,000.
Okay.
I could just be making that up. But I'm just guessing.
We'll fact check you.
I'm just guessing.
Put research on it.
Everyone folds. Next hand, Mariano opens to 700,000 with the 7-8 of spades. Going to see a couple folds, 23 left, so quite a few spots until the next pay jump. No incentive for any long stalling just now.
Mariano Martiradana out of Italy, Tsaiwei Pua, Dinesh Alt, Julian Steuer, Craig Timmis, Stoyan Madanji, Vinjao Santos. And our new featured table, day 3 of the World Series of Poker main event.
Julian defends with what actually is the best hand, 9 high.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, though, position is more important than the cards. Holding 8 high, I imagine Mariano's going to c-bet here, and that should be enough to take it down. $560,000 is the bet. And Julian folds.
And you're right, it looks like about 290 million chips in play.
Right under 300 million. Look at that. I do know a little something here and there.
Go. You still got it.
Yeah.
Tsaiwei Pua, one of the youngest players remaining. Both he and Wenling Gao are 25 years old.
That surprises me that the youngest is only 25. Being online in some jurisdictions, you can be as young as 18 to play. And we usually see a lot of these young whippersnappers out here in the online world doing it. I'm shocked we don't have some teens at the table. I'm really shocked. Or at least like young 20s. I mean, 25 is mid-20s. They say this is a young person's game, but hey, maybe it's not so bad being an old man.
That's right, that's right. Ditto 9606 in the chat sums it up pretty well. After a world-class fold, I'm not at all surprised seeing Stoyan crushing. That person is on another level today.
Oh yeah, Stoyan was the one we saw fold that flush.
Folded the ace-high flush.
Like I said, I wouldn't have got there.
Full house, right.
A lot of people can lie to you and say they would have.
Yeah, easy for us to say when we see the cards.
Yeah, a lot of viewers at home like, oh, I would have made that fold too. No, come on. Not many people make that fold, and sometimes a good fold is just as good as a good call. And
that's true.
Look at Stoyan here crushing. Meanwhile, we pick up the action here with a 9 high against a jack high. A couple players with napkins having a fight. Jack high takes it.
Credit to Craig Timmis. We read off a couple of hands from earlier in the day, and he became pretty short stacked, and he's battled back to get up to 14 million. I know most notably he got it in with 10s against 9s, I believe, and did not win. He was down to as low as 13 bigs, but has fought back.
Almost feels better when you do it that way.
Yeah, right.
He just kept going. Like right now, he could still have 14 from there, but the fact that he crashed and recovered, it's got to feel good.
Yeah, entered the day with 12.8 million, so it's like, all right, I'm cool.
So we haven't seen much from Dinesh yet today.
Who entered the day in 6th place, but has fallen off and is now one of our shortest stacks.
Julian with ace-7 on the button. Less than 20 bigs. We might see a shove here. He could. He still has enough. Nope. I was going to say to raise and fold, but no, he's going to go ahead and just shove it in. And he does take it down with the best hand.
Julian Steuer entered the day as our 3rd shortest stack. Made 2 ladders, has guaranteed himself $79,625. Timmis on the button with the king-queen.
And the big blind has less than 20 bigs. You know, Timmis has to keep that in mind, but he does have the chip leader in the small, so he can't go crazy. Right. Just shove it in.
We'll defend, we'll flop top pair.
If Timmis makes a c-bet, I imagine we see a check raise from Java, maybe not. Sizing's a little weird, 812,000. So, I was gonna say I don't really know.
Check raise for all of it, yeah.
Know what he could 3-bet to other than just all in. You don't want to make it like 2.1 and leave 3.9 like you're putting it in. So he just goes ahead and ships it. Takes it down.
Quick fold for Timis João Santos out of Brazil. His 7th cash of the 2020 World Series. Finished 4th this week in the $600 Six Max Pros Vote People's Choice event for $75K. To your point earlier in the previous show, we were talking about how you approach this week, and you were like, man, I would play. I got the momentum, I would play. That's exactly what Santos did. It paid off for an extra $75K. Stoyan Madanjiv entered the day 3rd in chips, has a significant chip lead at this point. Just running through this field.
Almost a 1/6 of the chips or something like that.
The Bulgarian has cashed 3 prior times in this year's World Series. Those prior 3 cashes for a combined $6,000, in line to win just a little bit more today.
Combined $6,000.
Yes, combined, yes. Basically 3 min cashes before, hey, chip leader with 23 left.
So we could,
World Series of Poker
pretend he
main
took
event.
all that and used that as his buy-in and just rolled that right
Potentially,
onto this tournament. All right, all right.
It was a direct buy-in for Stoyan.
So in a way it was. He just took that and bought in. I like that. He's got ace-8 of diamonds here in the cutoff. Going to keep applying pressure. He's going to be active in a lot of these pots. And just keep steamrolling these guys. Not a lot they can do.
Stoyan's pre-flop raising sizing a little bit bigger also than most players who are going the min-raise route. It's going more like 2.3-ish.
King Jack picks up another one. Now, every hand he's worse position, so we'll see if he stops or if he just keeps it going. I imagine he's going to keep going until they make him stop.
Saiwei Pua, the shortest stack with the ace-9 in the small blind.
Every raise he picks up almost 800,000 if he gets it through. Over 800,000, 816 I believe. Saiwei Pua with pretty short stack, very aggressive player. I think if you're looking for a spot with ace-9, this is your spot. He's going to make it.
And here we go. Pua will be all in and at risk with the ace-9 against the king jack of our chip leader.
Stoyan's running hot though.
Comes 10-5-4. King ball on the turn, of course. Pua is going to need an ace on the river to stay alive. It's a none across.
Oh,
that's it. That's the ace of spades on the river. That's a dramatic way to win that one.
Yeah, we finally peeled one out. We haven't had that happen yet. There we go.
Saiwei Pua up to more than 5 million in chips. You never know. He says, come on. So let's go.
Meanwhile, Stoyan stacked. Like if you were to ask me before the hand and after the hand, I look back at it, it looks like it hasn't changed. 45 million, 43 million, it's all the same.
Not a big impact.
And look at this, he's right back at it with the king-8 off. The next hand, under the gun +1, continuing to relentlessly punish these guys. No fear, no setback, doesn't set him back.
Pua, the 25-year-old out of Singapore. This is his 11th cash of the 2020 series.
You think that's him in his photo?
Yes, absolutely, yeah. As he says, I will not bust.
It's like a black and white photo. The guy in the photo is probably like 110
Yeah, no,
right
it's
now.
definitely Pua, yeah. Julian with the king-7 off. Does defend. They both flop a king, but it's kings and 8s for Stoyan because why not?
Got him almost dead. He needs a queen to chop. We're running 7s. Just his luck. He'll hit like another king on the turn. Julian's definitely not going anywhere here. Not on the flop. Ace of hearts on the turn might slow down the action. Or at least give Julian an out to get away. If you're Stoyan, you're going to keep on rolling with your kings and 8s. That might have been a good card for Julian. That might give him a way to fold. 980,000, pretty meaty bet here, almost $1 million. A little less than 1/3 pot, but still relative to the stack size Julian has, you can't just give up $1 million here and there. He calls.
Julian calls, another king. The case king on the river. Trips for Julian, but a full house for Stoyan. 4.2 million behind with 5.1 million in the middle.
The universe even tried to get him out of here with that ace on the turn, and it said, okay, you got stubborn, and gave him the worst card he could catch. I think this is another one of those spots, though, where if obviously Stoyan knew his opponent's hand what it was, he would bet it all in, but I think he thinks his opponent could likely have maybe an ace. So he's going to try to target him with like a value bet. I'm guessing, he just put it all in.
Yeah.
I was thinking he would try to get like maybe $1 million like the other hand we discussed previously, but because let's say your opponent did say have the ace-10, you look like you had a king based on the way it played out, and you can let them off of that kind of ace. But this bet is great if your opponent has a king.
Right. And it's hard to fold this if you're Julian against the most aggressive player and the chip leader.
We've seen one world-class fold already from Stoyan. We might see one from Julian here. Just so tough, right? You called that turn. You caught your best card on the river. Granted, your opponent now is putting you all in, so it's for your tournament life. But still.
Stoyan drops the running cold emoji.
I think everyone looks at the 36 million behind.
Yeah, sure, buddy.
22 players remaining, so we did lose someone at one of the other tables.
We'll get to that after this.
This is incredible if Julian gets away from this. Maybe his plan is to wait 30 minutes so then it catches up to the see what his opponent has.
That's what they call stream sniping.
So you know a little bit about the you didn't know the AFK term, but you got something.
Right, I got sniping.
All right.
AFK, away from keyboard.
Right now, Julian's AFK. He's in there pouring a glass of cyanide. He's like, what the hell did I do in this hand? How did I end up here? Oh man, he's like, really? Is this really happening? I called and wanted to hit a king. I hit a king, and now I don't love it. I mean, he might get away, but I think this is going to be one of those, like, at the last minute,
He does end up making the call, and can't blame him for that.
Just a brutal run out.
So it's Julian Stewart out in 22nd for $79,625. Stoyan says, good game. Stoyan Madanjiv has now more than 50 million in chips. He is our chip leader. Want to fill you in on what happened at one of our outer tables. Big pot taking place between Bryan Piccioli and Julian Perouse, blind versus blind. Folds around to Piccioli in the small blind. Piccioli has the king-jack, raises it up to about 1.1 million. Perouse defends in the big blind with the queen-7 of clubs, all right? So we got Piccioli with the king-jack king-jack offsuit. And it's the big blind. It is Julian Perouse who defends. Out comes Jack 8-6 with one club.
Okay, one club.
Piccioli leads.
So he has top pair and leads.
Yes.
Julian
couple
has
backdoor draws.
Couple backdoors.
But just queen high.
But a lot of imagination.
A lot of imagination. King of clubs on the turn after Julian called flop. So it's kings and jacks for Piccioli. It's a flush draw for Julian Perouse. Piccioli leads for 2 million. Perouse makes the call with about 7 or 8 million behind, and then the river's the 9 of clubs. So Perouse gets there. Piccioli rips on the river. Perouse snap calls with the flush. Next hand, Piccioli just had 6 million left. He ripped it on the button.
Oh no.
Ben CB calls in the big blind with the ace queen. Piccioli had ace-7 queen on the flop, and that's it for Bryan Piccioli. Out in 23rd for $79,625.
Yeah, the backdoor flush draws are the ones you never see either.
I know.
They're
It's
just
max pain.
Rough day for Bryan today.
Yeah.
It started off so well. You know, if you look
Really
at that
did.
first hand and then you look at Stoyan's situation right now with 21 left and Bryan's, you would not have guessed that that's how that would diverge.
That's so true. Great run by Bryan Piccioli. The 6th place finisher of the 2017 main.
Let's talk about our man here, Stoyan. Again, defends.
Yeah.
What did he defend? I don't even think he defended. He was under the gun. Did he open under the gun here?
Oh,
Looks
wow.
like he opened with the 6-3 off.
Sorry to overlook that.
Somehow we end up in the river with 5 million chips in the pot, and he's got 6s and 3s against Jack High.
Why not?
I know. Listen, we had some good things to talk about our man Bryan.
That's
and
right.
What happened? But holy cow, how did we end up in this spot? Was it an under the gun open and then Jack 10 called, but somehow they get to the river with no Jack or 10 anywhere in sight and 3 million in the pot. And Stoyan stacks another one. Oh, okay. So he was the big blind. So Tyler just joined us.
Okay, that's
now
that makes a little more sense for sure.
Tyler was seated in between the blinds, so he was the big blind. He defended with the 6-3. Jack 10, I imagine, C-bet the flop. Stoyan called with a 6, turned 2 pair, and that's how we got where we were. Now it makes sense. It makes a lot more sense.
Right. Tyler here with about 22, 23 bigs.
The other way was pretty confusing. Look at this, a couple aces on the button for Craig Tsinis.
Hoping that Tyler opens.
Yes, we can see these hands. That's his only shot at winning any extra chips in this pot. He's not getting it from the blinds. I imagine Tyler will open. Oh, he just limps.
Oh. Seen a bit of that off that 20 to 25 big blind stack. We saw Michael Lech do that earlier.
One of the reasons you do limp, too, is because you want to see a flop with this hand, and if you get 3-bet and you open, it's probably too big for you to play. But if you limp, you can actually call the raise here, if you so choose, and see a flop with a hand that plays flops okay. He doesn't always up against the aces, but he does call.
Does swing and miss on that flop of 6-3 deuce with 2 diamonds. Craig will size up there.
Pretty big bet. He's just saying, if you got 2 8s, 2 10s in
Stick
your
the
hand,
chips in, let's go.
Let's just play a flop. Let's just play a pot.
Tsinis with Queen Jack here. Benjamin Rolla in second. Wenling Gao in third. She is one of 2 women left in the field. Kelly Wong right now is in 14th. 21 players remain.
Again, we still haven't, I don't think we've seen a pot involving Dinesh. Oh.
No, that's true.
Not one.
Very quiet today. After entering the day 6th in chips.
And look at this. Craig just trying to open a pot. Got a nice Queen Jack in the cutoff. Hey, man, let me open a pot.
Not so fast, my friends.
Not having it. Granted, he does have the best hand. I think if you look at the quality of these hands, usually I'd rather have a Queen Jack than a King.
Right.
Stoyan has position and chips, and that's the most important part.
That gets the job done for Stoyan Madanjiv out of Bulgaria.
Not on my watch, Craig. He said, I am the one opening pots. Meanwhile, it's a couple of queens for Tyler.
Dinesh with less than 9 bigs now. Has the Queen Jack, but is under the gun.
The problem is there's 800.
Oh, and he is going to go for it, and he's going to run into it.
It's getting too expensive, and being 7-handed, every orbit costs you $840. You've only got $3 million. You don't have too long before you're kind of forced all in. He's like, well, this might be my best spot, but he is going to find out it ain't pretty.
Tyler happy to reshove. Dinesh Alt out of Switzerland will be in dire straits here.
He's hoping his opponent has maybe ace king, a couple 10s and
Yeah.
9s. You don't want to see 2 queens. It's your worst nightmare.
And that nightmare becoming a reality right now. Alt the one all in and at risk. Needing a lot of help. And backdoor straight draw. Nope, and that will do it for Dinesh Alt. Out in 21st for $79,625. Nice little pickup for Tyler Cornell. He's up to more than 10 million.
We're down to 20 players. Ace king suited for Craig. He's like, where you at, Stoyan?
Yeah, he says, okay, we'll go now. Let's play a
Jack
big
of
pot
clubs on the
now.
button, pretty deep. I would imagine Mariano's going to call and see a flop. Nope, just gives it up.
Wow.
6-handed on the button. Pretty hefty stack. I'm very surprised at that. A lot of discipline there.
Interesting, yeah. 55 bigs.
Yeah, in position. Position is the most important part of that. Maybe he just really had to go to the bathroom.
It's possible.
Click that check fold button and bolted out of the room.
This is his first cash of the 2020 World Series of Poker.
We've all been there online. You're just kind of waiting and waiting. You're like, this
timing
is
is like, I just, yeah.
Zip it right to the bathroom.
Yeah. For those of you new to the game, maybe it's bad timing when you're on the button. Maybe stick around, see what you have. Take a break somewhere else.
Oh, I'm saying he looked. He just said, you know what? Once he saw a raise, he clicked check fold and then zipped it. He's like, I gotta go. Not even gonna wash my hands. I'm at home. Who cares? Nobody can call me out. Because you know at the Rio, half people wash their hands.
I don't want to think about
they only
that.
wash it just so other people see.
Right.
See, I'm washing.
Especially you, because you're recognizable.
Oh,
if it's just some
it'll be
random
all
dude,
over.
Unfortunately, we've seen some run out, but yeah.
It's actually happened. I carry.
Get roasted.
I got a little hand sanitizer. I keep in my bag because it's usually quicker. And when you wash in the sink, there it gets cold and your hands get dry.
Sure.
So I keep the hand sanitizer.
It's all
in my
crowded
bag.
at the sink. A bunch of people. Yeah.
Yeah, I like to get out of there. So a lot of people think I didn't, but I did. I keep hand sanitizer
In case
on
that's
me.
on the rumor mill.
I will always share it with you. If you want some hand sanitizer, just
good.
ask me. It's in my purse, my little man purse.
That'll be
we got
very vital.
We got a setup here coming up. If we get a hard on the river,
Right.
we could see some fireworks.
More than 1.8 million in the middle.
Craig opened, Tyler defended, check back the flop. I like that check back from Craig. 7, 9, 10. Your opponent's defending range usually has a lot of that. If it doesn't, then you're probably beating them anyway. He's definitely not going anywhere with 2 overs in the flush draw. Ooh, and we didn't get there.
We did not. It's another
the way it's been
6
going,
on
I
the
would
river. Right.
not have been
We've
shocked.
seen some action cards.
Now this is interesting though, because Tyler, knows if he checks it, he can't win with 4 high. So he's likely gonna fire a bet to try to give himself a chance to win this pot. Craig with the best hand is gonna be faced with a tough choice. Can you call your opponent here with ace, king high?
Size is up 2, makes it 2.6 million.
2.6, a pretty hefty bet.
Craig does lay it down. Well done, Tyler Cornell.
One of those spots. I mean, obviously I agree with checking back flops like that with ace, king, but had he bet it, he probably just wins it.
Sure.
Unfortunately for him, the way it worked out, his only way to win that was probably raise the turn. But again, that's kind of suspect in itself too. Sometimes there's just no ways to win these pots other than click the call button.
Cornell entered the day 11th in chips. He's in 8th place right now. The American is about $920,000 in live tournament earnings, finished in 5th place. The WPT Legends main in 2014 for $103K.
I mean, I'm pretty certain Tyler Cornell's who I'm thinking of. It's someone, he's common on the circuit, a guy that...
Yeah. He pops up a lot. A lot of caches listed.
I'm sure once I saw the face, I'm like, oh yeah, that's Tyler. Right. I just feel like right now I can't place it, but I know the name.
Finished 68th in the 2013 main event. Also cashed in the 2018 main. Top pair for Craig Tsinis.
Blind versus blind. Tyler's in pretty bad shape.
And he does just check fold. 5 minutes left in this level. Craig Tsinis chipping up a bit. Tsinis out of the UK. His 16th cash of the World Series, and was just playing GG events. Didn't come to the States to play any WSOP.com events. Tsinis finished 3rd in the 1K PLO bounty and 2nd in the $800 double stack PLO. Who has done a lot of tanking. As you see, we are down from 20 to 19 at one of our outer tables. Avidan Cohen gets the chips in with ace-jack on a 9-4 deuce jack board. Unfortunately for him, Michael Caine had jack-9 for jacks and 9s. River doesn't help Cohen. Avidan Cohen eliminated in 20th place for $79,000.
How big was that pot? Because if you remember, Avidan came to our table, doubled up right away, won another pot, and was up to like 12 million. Was that pot about 20 mil?
No, it looks like he took a hit before then.
Okay.
And so was probably at 5 million before getting all of it in on the turn there. So Michael Caine is at 7th place.
And I think, is it Saiwei, how we say it? Saiwei Pua?
Yeah.
He's here
eyeing that
less
pay
than
jump.
10 bigs, really eyeing the pay jump. mean, it's a pretty big difference, right, between 79,000 and 113,000. This is real dollars.
Very true. A $33,840 jump from 18th to 17th.
I don't think, I will not bust, he
not
says.
bust,
Well,
yeah.
if you never act, you never can
Right,
bust.
that's
You
true,
just sit here forever.
And that statement will hold true.
Do that.
All right, come
live
on,
poker, just hold your cards, and then they say your hand's dead. Just do not give your
Right,
cards
nope.
back. They're going
Will
to
not
get security
bust.
to take these cards out of my hand. I am not busting.
Boo.
It's getting a little ridiculous.
Yeah.
I could see if maybe we were one person.
Right,
away,
right,
there
that's
were
what I
18
keep
left,
thinking.
But we're 2 away. I mean, for all I know, though, he has the other 2 tables open.
Sure.
And there's some all-ins going
Sure.
on. We can't see that here, you and I, but.
But even then, it's not like he's shoving this hand. We know he's folding.
Yeah, you know you're folding. But I guess he's trying to add that time up, because the time he spends here, he doesn't have to, keeps it going. Slow it down. Pretty brutal, though.
Ira Clipper in the chat. This guy spends so much time in the tank, you'd think he's David Hasselhoff.
I don't really get it, but
I don't really get it either. I thought it'd be.
Is there some?
Is there a music video? The music video with Hasselhoff in the tank.
Is it in the tank?
Right.
Like a dunk tank or like a tank, like an army?
No, like
tank?
an army tank, I think.
Isn't that?
It's a huge. He's very popular
Wasn't he
in
Knight
Germany.
Rider? He's Knight.
Yeah,
Rider.
he's Knight Rider,
What's
but
up
that
with
wasn't a tank.
Yeah,
though.
I don't understand.
Well,
Well, we got 2 tens.
I was just hoping you would get it.
Hey, I mean, just any time you throw Hasselhoff around it.
Right. It's a big name.
Sure.
Yeah, tens for Mariano.
Under the gun. And, oh man, tough choice here with the 9 deuce of clubs again and 8 big blinds. I'm not sure what I'd do either. Gonna have to consult the sim. What do you think, game? We got 9 deuce. There's 19 players left.
And as Ira in the chat says, it's a play on Shooter McGavern's line and Happy Gilmore. He spends more time in the sand than David Hasselhoff. So we adjust that line
That's
to
from
the
the Baywatch.
tank.
I get that. That's
Yes.
Baywatch.
So we
I
got,
get
all
that
right.
joke.
Well,
Okay. Well, not all jokes succeed. Norman Chad can tell you that.
Yeah, that much is true.
Sometimes you just got to fire a bullet. I get it.
That
Hope
is
it
right.
sticks. You tried.
The time to fire is now during all the ridiculous pre-flop tanking.
Yeah, I mean.
He says, sorry, it was a stretch. No, we appreciate the effort.
Hey, what's a stretch is this queen deuce of hearts. Brutal.
Tsaiwei Pua, 25 years old, one of our youngest
He'll
players.
probably be 40 by the time this final table is over, the way he's acting. But
Wenling Gao, our other 25-year-old. She is 3rd in chips.
And Stoyan on the button. The big 6-9 suited.
Makes it 875K. Again, goes a little bigger.
The big lick, they call it.
They really, yeah.
I've heard that one.
Really, I wonder
the
why.
Big lick. Kind of like Big Slick, boys and girls. He raises it up on the button here. Ace-7 defends. Ooh, we got an action flop.
Flush draw for Stoyan.
Be shocked if he doesn't bet here.
And somebody made a great point in the chat that this tanking is actually going to cost Pua more because he's going to be big blind next hand, and that big blind's going to go up right now.
Love to see it.
Right? Yeah,
You love
did
to
not
see
hold
it.
back
They
there.
get punished, and he turns a 6, gives him another 2 outs. He can now hit a 6 on the river to also beat this ace.
That was viewer 0K in the chat. Thank you, viewer.
He didn't bet the flop. He's not giving himself too many chances to win the pot unless he makes it with only 9 high. We see his opponent had an ace, but even if his opponent had just like king or queen high, you're gonna have, now he picked up a 6, so you can beat those hands, but now he bets it. I would like to see a flop bet.
Blank on the river.
Here we go. Is he gonna put him to the test? He's gonna have to bet something like 5 million, overbet, huge overbet.
Have to go big.
Granted, we can say that because we know his opponent has an ace.
Right.
He also, though, his opponent could just have a 10, so they'd be kind of silly to risk that many chips. So he might just surrender.
It has enough
which he
showdown
does.
value.
Yeah,
Checks
he's got
back.
a 6 here, so he's like, I'm just going to surrender.
Mariano takes down that pot.
Nice little pot.
Blind's going up. 200K, 400K.
7 blinds for our man in the big blind. Fortunately for him, it looks like he might just be able to take this down. Even if he gets all in, he's got all 3 of these hands in bad shape, so. 1 million from Stoyan with the 8 deuce off.
Gonna keep going for it.
I think he's identified his opponent stalls so much, his opponent is very unlikely to want to put chips
Oh,
in the
great
pot.
point,
So
yeah.
It's kind of like his opponent is AFK, as we've said. His opponent doesn't want to bust, so he can get away with that a lot. He doesn't know his opponent has ace-7. I imagine his opponent is folding a lot more than he should be in the big blind here, so he can get away with raising with the 8 deuce. But no.
It says, come on. Let's go.
Look at the little clicky raise, leaving $1 million behind. Stoyan's not having it.
Stoyan will just fold. So Pua chips up a little bit. Stoyan Madanjiv, our chip leader, about 51 million in chips. Wenling Gao in second with less than 30 million. Benjamin Rolla in third. Mariana Martiradana is in fourth place. Julian Perus rounds out our top 5. Pua is our shortest stack. Thomas Ward, Zooming Chi, Kelly Wong, Zhao Santos, also under 20 bigs.
Speaking of Zhao Santos, gives it up. King high on the button for Mariano. 50 big blind stack, he opens. Now we take our Pua break. Any more Hasselhoff jokes in the chat? He gives it up, and Tyler with 5 high is likely going to do the same.
Alex, Dad 1982, are you guys at home or the studio? We are in the PokerGo studio in Las Vegas, Nevada at the Ario Resort and Casino.
We could do this at home, just send us a backdrop, zoom us in, but actually I'd Zoom called in with Maria and Ali at the beginning of the series this summer.
Okay.
And there was a delay.
Yeah,
it wasn't as smooth as
awkward.
this.
Right.
We're right next to each other.
Set up. We got our monitors here. We got the backdrops. It's nice, well set up. Got the Poker Central production crew, best in the business, leading the way here. Ooh, Sideway Pua could run into it here.
Yeah, he's only got 10 bigs on the button, King Jack. If you're not putting it in here, I don't know what you're doing.
Does effectively shove. Craig Timmis with the Ace Jack.
Easy call here. Well, I say call, but I mean put the rest in, because Phil was putting it in. He was just making a raise with the buttons, clicked it to the 4X, excuse me, the 8X, but he's gonna give himself a little room to tank, hope somebody else busts again. You'd hate for him to lose the internet right here and for it to fold his hand.
He does call off with the King Jack, and here we go. Taiwei Pua all in and at risk. Needing some help. He does pick up some chop outs, a queen for the win, a king for the win.
Nope, that ain't gonna do it.
Nope.
The poker gods don't like stallers.
That is right. That is right.
There was never a doubt how this was going to work out. The poker gods.
Taiwei Pua out in 19th for $79,625. 18 players left. One more elimination, and we make that pay jump.
Whoa, here we go. Now,
oh boy,
no doubt, Zhao is going to get his chips in the middle with ace-queen under the gun at a 5-handed table with 16 bigs. And there is no doubt he's at least getting called by Stoyan on the big blind with those 2 10s. The question is, what does Craig Timmis do at a 5-handed table with 2 6s against a 16 big blind shove under the gun? He might get in there.
Can Zhao just open here? Normal sizing?
Nah, I think you've got to ship it in here, 5-handed. My personal opinion. With only 16 bigs. But he decided, he's
effectively.
I was going to say he decided to open, but you're not folding with 1.1
that's
behind.
a shove.
Now the question is, what does Timmis do?
Yeah, Timmis is in an awkward spot.
You know, if I'm Timmis here, I like it. I'm like, okay, this guy's under the gun with that stack, 5-handed. His range is pretty wide, but Timmis gets out of the way.
Lay it down, and here we go. It's going to be Zhao Santos all in and at risk. He might stall to see if there's an elimination taking place since we are on that pay jump. $79,625 for 18th. Well, he's just going to go ahead and say, let's go. All in and at risk with the ace-queen. Does flop an ace. Just needs to dodge a 10 on the river or 5 for a chop. We'll squeeze the river. It's not a 10.
It's an ace.
It's not a 5. It is an ace.
Nice double for Zhao.
Up to almost 14 million in chips with 18 players left. Stoyan a bit of a hit, but then picks up ace-queen in our shortest stack. Thomas Ward, who just joined the table,
The last
has
time
eights.
he took a hit, the very next hand, he won that monster pot. So it looks like it's shaping up for a repeat of that. If his ace-queen can outrun these 2 8s. 10 bigs with 2 8s, pretty standard, ship that in. Ace-queen with 1 billion big blinds, and you're gonna call. 110 bigs, but who's counting?
There it is from Ward, the effective shove. Here it comes from Stoyan.
And Zhao's gonna have to lay down the big lick and the big blind.
It just calls, so they'll get it in shortly. It comes 9-7-7. Ward's got to be feeling decent at this point. Just has to dodge an ace or a queen on the river to stay alive. We'll squeeze it. It was paint,
It was
but
paint.
it was a king. And Stoyan has taken a couple small hits. Thomas Ward up to 9 million in chips.
Still got 40 million. With
Still has
second
100
place, about
bigs.
30.
And has ace-queen again. Lost to ace-queen, lost with ace-queen, has ace-queen here.
Guessing he's going to pick up some blinds. But we'll see. Craig could get feisty with the ace-9. He did.
He does open.
Let's see if Stoyan lets the results of the previous 2 hands get him to slow it down and just call, or if he's going to keep at it and 3-bet here. I imagine he 3-bets. Nope, just calls. He's in position on the button. Got a bigger stack.
We saw Piccioli do this to him at the end of day 2, where Stoyan opened in the cutoff with the 10-8 of clubs, and Piccioli just flatted on the button with ace-queen.
Mariano with king-9 getting almost 6-1.
Does make the call. It comes ace-9, 4. Pair of 9s for Mariano, aces for Stoyan, but aces and 9s for Craig Tsinis. A little piece for everybody. Big piece for Craig.
We need the king-queen run out. Give everybody a 2-pair.
Craig will fire 1.6 million.
I mean, I know it's a little results-oriented, but a 3-bet pre-flop, you know, this doesn't happen. We're not here in this spot. I think Mariano can get away from their 9 pretty easily on the ace-high board with a bet and a call from the opener and the defender.
7 on the turn. 6.1 million in the pot. Tsinis with 14.5 million behind in checks.
I think it could be going for the big check raise here. Just hoping your opponent has enough to call you, but not enough to where, like they say, flop to set.
Stoyan bets half pot here. Tsinis will check shove.
Big check raise all in. Now, if this is the same guy, which it is, that made that fold with that ace-high flush. Ooh.
He makes the call here and is dead to a queen for this massive pot. We'll squeeze the river. It's not paint. And what a double up for Craig Tsinis. In fact, that's a double up into the chip lead.
Wow.
Tsinis with more than 35 million. Stoyan Madanjiv with a fairly disastrous last 3 hands has fallen from 53 million to 23 million.
I'm not saying I could have made that fold, but I'm shocked that that's the same guy that folded that ace-high flush there.
And effectively snap called.
Right, because your opponent opened pre-flop, they led the flop, they check raised you on that turn. It's unlikely they're bluffing or have a big draw, so it's like, I mean, they could just have ace-king there.
Tsinis the chip leader, Stoyan still a top 5 stack.
I just don't think there's a lot of hands in their range that play like that you're beating with ace-queen.
Tyler rips it, and you got to figure Madanji is going to be on some tilt right now after now losing these last 4 hands that he's been involved in.
Guy never wants to see an ace-queen again. Uh-oh.
Oh, boy. 7s here, 9s for Tsinis.
Steam check.
Yeah.
Just calls. Okay. A little discipline. Now you're Zhao with a couple of deuces. You just go set mining. I don't think, 600,000, 2.5 in the middle. You got 13 million. Yeah, he's going to peel one. We get the little 9-7 deuce flop.
Yeah, there are some nice implied odds for Zhao. Shall he spike?
With the price Thomas Ward is getting, over almost 8.5 to 1.
The Jack-4 of clubs.
I'm pretty sticky. I'm peeling here with the Jack-4 of clubs. I don't know. Yeah, he does too.
Comes ace-6 deuce.
There's the deuce.
Zhao flops a set of deuces.
Now, obviously, he's happy to have that deuce, and he'll likely take this down. But one of the other issues is you got to have somebody else have something to pay it off.
Which he probably thinks with 3 other players, how would nobody not have an ace? But this situation,
and I think he's got to bet here. 2 diamonds. 4 opponents. Yep, he does. And we can see the hands that he probably just takes it down here.
And the chat keeps mentioning, to your point, again, this is results oriented, but if Stoyan does 3-bet, the ace-queen on the button avoids that disaster.
And look, I even said it before we saw the cards.
That's true.
I think a 3-bet here. Because obviously, if I was being results oriented, seeing your opponent has ace-9, you have ace-queen, it's great to just trap them and call behind. But I still think with the ace-queen at the 5-handed table there, it's a 3-bet against a cutoff opener on the button.
And it's not like you're saying never trap on the button.
Of course not.
Tyler Cornell with the ace-jack here, about 30 bigs to start this hand.
One of the benefits, though, of having an enormous chip stack like that is you can recover. Things like that go wrong. All that went wrong, and he's still got 21 million.
50 bigs.
He's still got a really nice stack, and he's in a really good position. Turn things around. He's shown he's a world-class player. You know, he can easily just turn right back around. The next break, he could be right back at 40 million, 50 million. Tyler with the ace-jack, opening the cutoff. Stoyan in the big blind, 9-4 suited. He defends, does not connect in any way.
The lead here from Stoyan, that's interesting.
Pretty tricky, pretty tough. I mean, if you're sitting here with really ace-jack and your opponent leads you on this board.
You have 25 bigs behind.
Because you know they're likely going to bet again on the turn. So
right.
It's like, okay,
but
look,
well, that helps a little bit.
That's the card you want to see.
Comfort level is considered.
Obviously, you're in trouble if they have a 6, but other than that, if they were leading with some kind of goofy draw or a 7 or 2 8s, you know, you love that turn. No matter what, you got to love it. Stoyan just gives it up, though. His opponent called him on the 6-6-7-2 diamond flop when he's holding 9-4 hearts. Like, all right, I'm done. My work here is done. Nice hand, Tyler. Nice hand.
Takes that pot down. You saw the number on top of the screen move from 18 to 17.
More
Kelly
money.
Wong eliminated in 18th place. Getting the chips in with the A7 of hearts against Tyler Ruger's 9s. And Tyler Ruger is now up to more than 30 million in chips.
And all players are now winning at least $113,000.
And with that, Wenling Gao becomes our last woman standing of the 2020 World Series of Poker main event. She is also the youngest player left in the field.
Mariano opened under the gun with ace-queen, was called by Zhao in the big blind with king-jack. Neither player connected. Zhao checked. 10-6 deuce, 2 hearts. Will Mariano c-bet? And he does, about a half pot. Zhao quickly gives it up.
Craig Timmis, our chip leader, Tyler Ruger in second, Wenling Gao at third. Benjamin Rolla and Satoshi Isome round out the top 5. Zooming Chi is our shortest stack. Michael Kane. Thomas Ward, Matus Ripalak also under 20 bigs.
Got an ace-10 from Tyler under the gun. We've also got an ace-10 on the button from Stoyan. Chip leader with 5-6 of hearts. One of my favorite hands.
It's a pretty one, huh?
I like it.
That's 3-bet it.
Aggressive 3-bet. Kind of sweet here because I imagine it's going to get rid of the ace-10 behind and the king-queen suited.
Yeah.
I don't know, though. We're going to get a cold 4 on the button here. I don't think he's going to smooth call. I don't think he can do that. Nope, just gives it up. Zhao hates to see it here with the king-queen of hearts. Really wanted to see
Such a hard hand to fold. Action back on Tyler. 3-bet less than 3x.
Yeah, I think Tyler's got to give it up. You don't want to play an inflated pot out of position with ace-10 against the 3-bet. Excuse me, yeah, against the cold 3-bet. Yeah.
That's fold.
Craig Tsinis playing poker in the streets.
Tsinis entered the day 5th in chips, his 16th cash of this year's series. Has a 3rd and a 2nd place finish on his resume.
This summer.
For that bracelet, yeah, this summer.
Well, Stoyan gets the 9-10 of hearts, middle position. He's not going anywhere. Oh, 2 new players. We must be down to 16. 2 tables of 8.
We are indeed. I'll fill you in on that elimination after this hand, and this might be a very quick one. As Tyler does fold. So Michael Caine and Satoshi Isome got the chips in. It was Caine with kings, Satoshi Isome with the ace-10, 9-4-3 flop, safe for Caine. The turn was a deuce, gut shot for Satoshi, and the river was an ace for Satoshi Isome. So it's Michael Caine eliminated in 17th place, gets it in with kings against ace-10, and loses.
Got a lot of aces on this board here. We got Stoyan opening up with ace-deuce of diamonds under the gun +1. Tyler folds his ace, and Thomas with the ace-9 off here. Only 400,000 to call, getting over 4-1. Is going to be out of position against. Ooh, he just rips it.
Wow.
That's another way to play it.
Against the early position raise, Thomas Ward will take down that pot. 16 left, all guarantee $113,465. Next pay jump is from 14th to 13th. That is worth $48K. $200K, $400K blinds for another 20 minutes.
Zhao opens up early position, king, queen off. I imagine Craig will defend the queen jack here for one more big blind.
And that he will do 9-5-3 all hearts. Tsinis has the jack of hearts.
Ooh, and he picks up a jack here to also just have the best hand. Zhao can win with an offsuit king or an offsuit 10. Or by getting his opponent to somehow fold.
Right. Zhao will fire 2/3 pot.
I imagine there's no way Craig folds this. Top pair. Ooh, he check raises all in. 33 million, puts him all in for his 10.
Max pressure applied by our chip leader, Craig Tsinis, out of the United Kingdom.
Samuel with the ace-queen, middle position. Gonna see him open for sure. Another queen-jack in the big blind to defend. Very similar to the last hand.
Stoyan does defend.
Similar flop, 9-7 deuce, neither player with anything. Although this time no one has a flush draw. Thousand
firing, 550,000. Sam Valsden chips up a little bit. The online poker phenom out of Finland to about 12 million in chips, excuse me, about 30 bigs.
Ooh. Got a couple. Wenling Gao with ace-10 suited, middle position, going to open it up, but Tyler Cornell with ace-queen of hearts definitely isn't going anywhere. We've seen a few ace-queens just calling the opening raises. But I think with 4 people behind to act, you're more likely to see a 3-bet here. Otherwise, you entice someone to kind of, nope, here he just calls. But now you get someone getting a little tricky. You put yourself in a spot. Like if Tsinis were, say, make it 4 million here or 2.5. This is why I like to just 3-bet the ace-queen in that spot.
Kind of small 3-bet from Tsinis considering Cornell's in the mix as well.
Yeah, I would have liked to see a bigger raise here. Because a lot of the times, if the first player calls, the second one now is priced in, and you've just made this enormous pot where you've got king-jack offsuit. And the hands that call and see flops are likely better. So you put yourself in a bad spot. You want to be able to take it down pre-flop. I think, maybe 4 million would have done the trick. 3.4, somewhere in that range. About 1.7 to call.
How about that?
6 million.
The 4-bet from Wenling Gao.
That'll do it. I don't think Craig can compete anymore with King Jack off. I'd be shocked. Stacks are pretty deep though. Wenling Gao has 21 more million behind, and Craig calls. Ladies and gentlemen, we are playing poker in the streets right now.
Almost 14 million in the middle. Both players miss.
Tyler Cornell would have them basically dead with the ace-queen here. And now the tiny bet, 4.5 million into 13.
Bet here gets the job done.
New chip leader.
And that chip leader is...
Is it? Yeah.
Wenling Gao out of China. We're going on a quick break, and it's a break that's much needed if you're Stoyan Madanjiv.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the rise and fall, as you could say. He got up there and got up to 50 mil, I believe, and then lost a bunch of hands involving ace-queen. Maybe some ambition there in some certain spots, maybe some wrong moves, who's to say. But either way, he's still in there, still got plenty of chips, plenty of time. You're just going to stay patient. We got 40-minute levels. I mean, this thing is deep. Don't panic. That's a message that I say everybody's still in.
All right, our last woman standing is also the chip leader of the World Series of Poker main event. When we come back, it is a new feature table. It features 2 German superstars, Schillhabel and Rolla. Stay with us.
Moneymaker going all in with nothing.
A stunning play from Moneymaker, who missed his draws, has nothing, and now has put Sam Farhall all in.
You must have missed your flush, huh?
Sam's absolutely right.
This would be a tough call for Sam.
Is Chris bluffing this time?
No.
He is not going to do it. Chris Moneymaker bluffs Sam Farha out of a big stack of money. And now the river card. It's an 8, and Anderson wins the hand.
Now remember the song. Give a little bit. Give a little bit of your chips to me. King! Yes, sir! Queen, sir! How did I know?
Has anybody ever told you you're crazy?
What a showdown to start this championship table. Aces versus kings.
And Mattisau just feels snake bit again.
Oh, a king! Mattisau gets a set. And now the turn card. It's a deuce of hearts. A little light now for Lazar.
And Mattisau acting as if he has just lost the hand.
Now the river, it's a heart! Lazar wins it!
Yes! Yes!
Oh, you said top.
I have top.
I wouldn't have called you. I said top.
I saw him throw the ante in. He says he did. You know, I don't necessarily believe him. So, I mean.
Platt won't give it up.
You're acting like an idiot.
I'm acting like an idiot, all right?
You didn't even see it.
I don't trust you, sir, okay? I don't trust you. Come on, man. I've been in poker long enough, man. I know how it is.
You guys both please let it go. Are you gonna stop? Are you gonna stop?
He's moving his chip.
I saw him throw it in.
Three times. Come on, that's what I said.
I'll take your head off, buddy.
Oh, and now this incident is beginning to spin out of control. River card, queen of diamonds, and a royal flush for Mickelson. Oh, Lovelace is gone. What a hell of a way to go out.
This game is easy.
He's all in. Phillips turns over a royal flush. Babucci, quad aces.
You gotta be kidding me. Quad aces, your last hand of the main event.
What a way to hit the rail. And he checks, Phil checks, Salikoski wins.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
Phil's up. And roaming.
5-7. Idiot from Northern Europe.
Idiot from Northern Europe, Phil.
Call the race with 5-7. Freaking idiots. God, they play so bad.
Smith shows his aces up. Ivy mocks his flush. Phil Ivy mucked the winner. He says all in for 11.6 million. Duhamel thinking very seriously about this and makes the call.
A defining moment here late at this main event, Lon. Jonathan Duhamel just wants to disappear inside that hood if he could.
The river card. Oh, is an 8! A crushing blow to Matt Affleck.
All right, welcome back to final day coverage of the World Series of Poker main event. We are down to 2 tables. 16 players remain in this one with almost $4 million up top. We have switched up featured tables for you. We have 2 German superstars at this one, and Stefan Schillhabel and Benjamin Rolla. Kind of have our eyes peeled as we can see table 1 as well. Craig Tsinis and Mariano Martiradana are about to play a big pot. Tsinis has queens in the cutoff. Martiradana has jacks in the big blind.
Stoyan, Hitchhiker jumped in the pot with the king-8 of clubs, but he's likely pushed out of that one.
Meanwhile, at our featured table, it's Matus Ripulak with the queen jack of diamonds. 2.2 million in the pot. Ruger flops the gut shot.
Got a re-raise to 3.7 million at the other table from the jacks and the big blind of Mariano.
$200K, $400K blinds. Craig Tsinis did rip it with the queens on our outer table.
I actually think the jacks can get away from it here with 17 million behind. It was a raised 3-bet,
50 bigs,
4-bet. You know, he was like, okay. I mean, you're never going to see your opponent show up with 2 10s here. So at best, you've got a flip. You're probably dominated. I think he allowed the jacks to get away from this by raising it all in here. And they fold.
Did get away.
Craig Tsinis back in the chip lead.
Tyler Ruger is in second. He is at our featured table. Satoshi Isome with more than 28 million in chips. Benjamin Rolla, more than 27 million.
And I believe Stefan peeled one here and caught an 8, which is the card he didn't want to see.
Right.
I guess the king would have been worse.
Yeah, he didn't want to
king
see
would have been
either.
worse, but he improved. $4 million chip pot, 4 on the river. There's a 1 card straight out there. Tyler checks. I think Stefan has enough. Yep, no reason to turn his hand to a bluff. He's got some showdown value, and it turns out his hand is not good.
Ruger up to about 38 million in chips.
So the chip leader at each table, they're running neck and neck, about the same stack.
Yeah.
Satoshi here with ace-queen.
Final 16 guarantee $113,465. Satoshi opens under the gun. Zooming Shi is our shortest stack. The only player in the field under 10 bigs. Schillhabel and Ripolak have under 20. Raise and take it for Satoshi. King-queen for Julien Perouse, who played a big pot with Bryan Piccioli. Perouse on the right end of that. Piccioli eliminated in 23rd.
And Julien opens with the king-queen. Tyler with ace-6 of diamonds in the cutoff. And a pretty deep stack. Could decide to get a little loose here. Might be considering a 3-bet. Haven't seen a lot of 3-bets pre-flop. And we get one, 2.4 million. Zooming with the super short stack. It's looking like a good opportunity to get it in, but now they can get away from it. I imagine we get a fold out of Julien here. Like I said, we haven't seen a lot of 3-bets, so they should get a lot of respect.
Julien does indeed lay it down. Tyler Ruger neck and neck with Craig Tsinis for the chip lead.
Ace-king under the gun for Samuel Taylor.
Ruger started the day 19th in chips. It's his first cash of the 2020 World Series of Poker.
And it looks like the ace-king is going to just take down the blinds and antes. I don't see my 2s defending the jack-4 off with a stack of less than 20 big blinds.
Zooming Shi now under 6 bigs with the queen-4 of diamonds in the cutoff.
Wouldn't fault them for getting it in here when it folds to you this late with 6 big blind stack. You pick up 1 million chips if you can get it through.
Yeah.
Nope, they elect to fold. Jack 9 on the button for Satoshi. If he does open, he's going to get 3-bet by Matus, almost certainly, with ace-queen suited.
There is the open. Gives about 17 bigs to start this hand.
There's the all-in. Sam Taylor 7 deuce, Quickly folds, and Satoshi gives it up also. Couple 8s for Tyler, but queens for Zhu Ming. And 9s for Julian. This could be fireworks. What does Julian do here? Definitely don't want to fold for 5 big blinds, but you do have a player that opened early position behind you. I guess you could call and then fold if it gets re-raised.
That's what Julian does.
If you're Tyler with the 2 8s, you've got to be worried, well, what is Julian just smooth calling with? And just going to see a flop.
Comes the ace, king, 10, under pairs for Tyler and Julian. Zhu Ming probably not feeling too confident, but does have the best hand by a mile.
Zhu Ming only knew there are only 4 outs that are bad.
Another king on the turn. 7 million in this pot. If Zhu Ming can hold.
Ace on the river, both players playing the board. Nope. It's a 7.
7 on the river.
Ripple up.
Assuming she's going to be up to almost 18 big blinds.
Nines, 8s, queens.
The queens will take it.
Nice hand.
Zhu Shi out of China. The chip leader, day 1B.
A couple of aces for Tyler, next hand.
Nice hands.
And Stefan with about
short stack with 7s.
15 bigs.
Oh, wow.
Gives the 7s up.
Wow.
They're going to raise a lot of discipline there.
Zhu Shi finished 151st in last year's World Series of Poker main event at the Rio in Las Vegas.
Julian with a 10-3 on the button decides to fold his button. Benjamin really limps the small with 9-5 off. Will Tyler punish that limp with his ace? And just checks back.
Gut shot for Rolla.
Keeps the small ball approach going. And Benjamin leads and takes it down with the worst hand.
Ben CB 789. Online poker phenom, to say the least. One of the most accomplished online players.
Tournaments, cash, both?
Both.
It's rare to see someone dominate at both.
Hasn't entered the live tournament realm too often.
Couple aces again for Tyler. Fortunately for him, it looks like the second time he just doesn't have anybody with anything to play with. That's the thing. When you get a hand, you got to have an opponent who wants to put in chips in the pot with you. 2 raise and take it's 2 aces.
Yeah. Does, though, have the chip lead in the World Series of Poker main event with 16 players left. All 16 are short of $113,465.
Tyler's going to raise the cutoff with 6-3 off, getting a little ambitious here. Stefan with the ace-7 suited in the short stack. This is a spot if you want to give it a shove and get it in. The active cutoff, and he does. 6 high, you got to fold pretty quickly. Or not. Listen, Tyler.
Yeah, he's out.
Like, oh, I gotta, I don't want to think I was raising 6 high. We know, we get it. It's fine.
All right, let's get to know Stefan Schillhabel a little bit. One of the superstars in the poker world, out of Germany with more than $9 million in career live tournament earnings. This is his 16th cash of the World Series of Poker. Finished 7th at a 25K in WSOP Europe in 2017. Finished 3rd in the 2017 Super High Roller Bowl for almost $2.5 million. He is the founder and CEO of No Limit Gaming. You know him on Twitter. You know them on Twitter, I should say, as No Limit, GG, Stefan, Reiner Kempa, just all the stars of the poker world. And Schillhabel is still alive. 16 players left in the main.
Aces for Zooming this time. And Tyler's still at it. We missed a hand. He just raised up 2 10s and took it down the hand before. So when aces raise and take it, 10s raise and take it. So he's like, king 8, might as well raise this one too.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he ran into the blade. 2 aces. I'm just going to get a shove. I'm just going to get everyone out. I'd be surprised to see Matus put a chip in the pot, as methodical as they've been.
Schillhabel finished 4th in the 2015 EPT main event in Malta. Got the chips in late in the tournament with the Jack-10 of diamonds against the aces of Hossein Ensan, last year's World Series of Poker main event champion. The Jack-10 of diamonds gets there on the river. Schillhabel ends up finishing in 4th. Ensan goes on to win the main event. So, like, it's fine. It's fine for both of them.
It kind of worked out.
Yeah, it kind of worked out for both.
I'm sure Schillhabel would swap.
Right. Fair.
Have that hand.
Fair.
7-4 of clubs for Taylor in the small blind. Getting 5 to 1. He limps to complete. And I imagine Julian's going to check his 9 high here. Or maybe not. No limping on my big blind, he says.
Raise it up.
1.16.
3x, the raise from Julian.
So basically 2 million, 1.2 million, another 800,000 to call.
Taylor with 30 bigs behind. Does make that call. It comes 9-6-3.
Taylor needs a
draw for
5.
Taylor. 9s for Julian.
Taylor checks. Top pair for Julian. I'd be shocked to see him not bet here. He does a nice bet of 897,600. Taylor with just a stone gut shot. Is this posturing, or is he contemplating peeling one, or is he contemplating a move here? And he makes it 2.8 million.
Wow, the check raise there.
Check raise bluff with the gut shot. It's unfortunate his opponent has top pair. Let's say it was like 10-6 deuce. He probably takes it down. He still might. I doubt it, but he might.
Let's call deuce on the turn. Now 8.3 million in the pot all of a sudden.
8.3 million. You both have about 8.5 left. What do you do here? You've got 7 high. Are you ready to get it all in with no pair? Just a gut shot? It might work, but I don't think he can do it. 3.4, leaving 5 behind. I mean, if you're Julian, it's such a gross spot. Your opponent limped and called your raise, but they could just have like the 9-6. You know, these hands are in play, or a small pair 3s. It's unlikely they have an overpair bigger than yours. They could just have like a 9-10 or a Jack-10, a Jack-9, which is pretty brutal too. again, this is one of those spots where there's just so much uncertainty. How much do you really like your 9 with a 7 kicker? This is very tough. And with what's at stake here, the situation, just being, it's so easy to find yourself in just a world of hurt, right?
Yeah.
You're up against 9-10, you got 3 outs.
Thinking at 20 bigs, is there going to be a better spot than this?
If they show you 2 3s, you're dead.
Yeah.
You can't really imagine your opponent has a stone air ball like Samuel does.
Right.
And you're just, their stack sizes are just awkward enough. We're like, do you really want to call this? Like if you have like 20 million behind each, you know, you can just, you got a little more leeway.
Taylor certainly sweating this one out.
Oh yeah. If you're Julian though, you got to be thinking, well, what hands could he have? Could he have like the 4 or 5 of diamonds?
Julian does fold. Samuel Taylor gets it done.
7 high from Samuel Taylor.
The New Yorker making magic happen.
We're going to set a timer here in about 30 minutes and see if Julian tilts it off or not.
250K, 500K blinds now. For the next 40 minutes, Taylor with about $1.4 million in live tournament earnings, won the Borgata Spring Championship in 2017 for 390K. That's his biggest score.
Here we go. Samuel Taylor on the button with ace-9. Feeling good. Just got one through with 7 high. Does wonders for the confidence when that one gets through, I'll tell you. Benjamin Roley, ace-8 suited in the big. 700,000 to call. He's not going anywhere.
4-3 deuce, 2 spades. Taylor does have the ace of spades. Roller with the backdoor flush draw as well. See a couple questions in the chat. We are playing down to a winner today. This is the final day of the 2020 World Series of Poker main event. Jeff Platt alongside David Williams. We're at the PokerGO studio in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Jack of clubs on the turn after a check from both players. Benjamin checks this one. Samuel with the best hand. Benjamin needs an 8. And only an 8. A 5 would have chopped it.
Yeah. Instead, it's a 4 on the river.
The kickers are in play.
3.1 million in the pot.
And Benjamin checks it back. The only way Samuel loses this is if he bets and gets check raised.
Goes check, check.
Checks it back, and the ace-9 holds.
Average stack in this one under 40 bigs for the first time all day.
Schillhabel just being patient here.
Yeah.
Our shortest stack. About 14 big blinds.
There are now 5 players under 20 bigs. Julian Perouse, Thomas Ward, Zuming Chi, Matisse Ripalak, and Schillhabel.
Benjamin completes the small.
Tyler flops a queen.
Benjamin with that gut shot to Broadway. Both players check the turn.
Another queen for Tyler on the river.
Not sure what Benjamin's thinking here. I don't think you can bet. You're not going to ever get paid off by like jack high or 10 high, and I don't think any opponent's folding anything like a 3. If I have a 3 here, I'm calling.
Yeah.
So I don't really understand. You're not getting better to fold. You're not getting paid off by worse. I don't really approve of this bet. I know he's the expert here, but I'm just saying I don't see a lot of value in it. Personally, I mean, maybe you get someone to lay down a couple 4s or 5s, but the way the hand played out, I don't think I'm even folding those hands, but maybe he knows Tyler's not David Williams. Tyler's not sticky. People don't bluff me as much because I like to call, so that could be what's at play here. We know Tyler has trips and he's not going anywhere. Yeah. He's doing a little posturing and sizing up a raise, and here we go, 6.7 million. Benjamin with king high. Should be a fairly standard fold here in this spot. I don't think he's going to get creative. Nope.
Does lay it down. Tyler Ruger extends his chip lead. Only player over 40 million at this point. More than 80 bigs for Ruger.
King queen suited for Samuel Taylor here. 36, 37 big blinds.
Green room in the chat, good question. What is the delay? This is a 30-minute delay, so we can provide you with cards up coverage.
Or did you mean Matus? That's the other delay at the table.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, actually.
There's some other delays.
Schillhabel defends with queen high, flops a gut shot against Samuel Taylor's second pair.
Well, there is a delay. David and I are watching the action along with you guys at home. Taylor fires the minimum. Schillhabel will continue off the short stack.
No, ambitious peel.
Checks again on the turn.
This time a little bit more of a hefty bet.
Quick fold from Schillhabel.
He was able to identify if Schillhabel had an ace, he's likely shipping it with that stack from the big blind. Probably not defending weak aces, so this king is good. Ace-8 suited in middle position.
Taylor finished 300th in the 2014 World Series of Poker main event.
So many main event cashes.
Yeah, I know. There really are a lot.
Seems like everybody here has one.
Right.
Cash the main, too. Another raise and take it for Taylor.
Coffee Attack in the chat says, Platt, are you gazing down and looking at the live tables? I'm starting to suspect it, bro. Nope, I'm gazing down and looking at the Twitch chat, which is why I could read your comment. Thank you guys for joining us on GGPoker's Twitch channel, on PokerGo's YouTube channel, PokerGo's Facebook page. We're all across the map for this one, the final day of the World Series of Poker main event. Almost $4 million up top in this one.
We got to open from Tyler, our chip leader, with ace-10 in the hijack.
The shove for about 13 bigs from Zooming Chi.
Might be a little bit too much to call with the ace-10, personally, in my opinion. 13 is, it's a lot of chips.
She just played pretty tight, from what we've seen at least.
Right. The last hand we saw was the queens.
Yeah.
I think you can give up the ace-10 here against that opponent with 13 bigs.
And that's what we will do. Speaking of main event cashes, she finished 151st in last year's main.
Stefan with 9 bigs, folded to him. Middle position, lays down the ace. Wise move, Satoshi with ace-king on the button. Deuce with the king-8 of hearts. And a pretty short stack against the button raise. Gonna give it up.
Taylor with the jack-8 of spades. Will defend. It comes queen 9-9, gut shot for Taylor. Satoshi's ace-high is best. Fires 819,000.
Samuel might be sizing up a check raise here. Nope, just calls with the gut shot.
3 diamonds on the turn.
If you're Satoshi, you've got to be a little concerned. You did get called on that flop. And there's the gut shot.
10 ball rolls off on the river.
Unfortunately for Samuel, I don't think his opponent can call with just ace high. $3 million into 4.3. Satoshi might be getting a little stubborn here.
Just what do you beat? Or you could raise, but the timing of this raise.
Yeah, he thought he might be targeting some thin value.
Yeah.
And
like the Jack 10s of the world and the 10-8s.
The problem too is, like, sometimes these hands, you make this move and you're raise sizing plus the scenario or all, you actually bluff someone off a hand stronger than you intended, like this Jack 8 here. But that's not going to work, I think, for 8.7. Now, how do you like bluff raised it to like 13 mil? There's a world where like maybe your opponent gives you credit for the flush and gets off of it or a full house. But I think for the size of this raise, it's purely targeting just like the BS thin value kind of bets.
The 10 balls.
Yeah, it's not going to get this Jack 8 off, I don't think. Again, bad timing.
Yeah. But to your point, it's targeting a very specific range of hands.
I'm not sure what if Samuel, you can't be contemplating a raise here because you can't raise your straight on the paired board with 3 diamonds.
Right.
So now it's either call or fold. I don't think you can really ever fold here, but I guess how often does your opponent raise you? And he
wow, and he does lay it down.
Jeez, a lot of tight play here.
Satoshi Isome, one of our 4 remaining satellite entries into this event.
I mean, I guess his thought process is just difficult to bluff. What hands are bluffing here?
There is his name on players who won their seat in a satellite. Thomas Ward is on that list. He's still in. Matus Ripalak, he's still in. And Wenling Gao, last remaining woman in the field. She is also still in the mix. Well done, Satoshi Isome. Had that king of diamonds. You know, maybe the ace of diamonds would have made a little more. But what do we know? I think, who knows? That's awesome.
It's hard. There's not a lot of river bluffs in this spot, so it's kind of like, well, what does he really have that he's bluffing here? And it's hard to kind of figure out what those hands are. He did turn a stone airball into a bluff.
Yeah, no fear though with that satellite, and you're like, I'm in here for $500.
It helps that he had like 30 some odd million chips to start.
Sure,
so even if he's wrong, he still had like 16 left. It's a little easier to do it in that spot, but hats off to him for the timely bluff and getting it through.
And he's actually in this one for $250. Wow, what a spin up that could be. It's already a fantastic one. The worst case scenario, it'd be $250 into $113,465. Could be much more for Satoshi Isome out of Japan. Assuming Chi opens here with the ace-10 of hearts. And Rolla defends.
Both players with a gut shot.
Ace on the turn. Aces for Zooming Chi. Checks back.
Ace is going to win it in showdown.
Sevens for Satoshi here.
I don't think going to get any action from these hands. Satoshi climbing the leaderboard.
Does have a top 5 stack at this point. Will collide with our chip leader here. The chip leader, Tyler Ruger, does flop a king.
Yep, Tyler defended the 2 big blind raise and flop top pair.
Satoshi firing, Tyler making the call. Ace on the turn.
Now, if Satoshi decides to fire a second barrel, the ace could get his opponent off the weak king. He does. It didn't work.
With a blank on the river, more than 9.1 million in the middle. Does Satoshi wave the white flag or keep coming after it?
Gonna give it up. Get the bad news. The king 4 off.
Tyler Ruger will extend his chip lead. Whispers in the chat. I wonder if the players have the stream open to see how some of the hands they were involved with played out 30 minutes later. What do you think?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You'd be crazy not to at this stage of the tournament with the stakes this high. I mean, that's just free information that's out there. That's so valuable.
Right. Big Game Boy in the chat says this is a dope stream. Thank you very much. Glad you like it. You're checking us out on either GG Poker's Twitch channel or PokerGo's YouTube channel or PokerGo's Facebook page. If you're on YouTube, be sure to like, be sure to share, all that good stuff. Same thing can be said with Facebook. Like that page, subscribe to GG Poker's channel to support the stream. It's all beautiful. It's all good stuff.
Samuel,
what else can you do on Poker or on Facebook? You can like, you can share, send some emojis like out into the universe.
Yeah.
Comment.
Yeah.
Like, share, subscribe. That covers kind of the YouTube, Twitch, Facebook universe, I feel like. Taylor opening here, rolling with the ace-9 of spades in the cutoff.
Might see a 3-bet. Nope, just calls. Decides to see a flop in position.
Zooming Chi out of the way. Comes Queen Jack 9, pair of 9s for Rolla, the open ender for Taylor.
Yeah. Best draw, whereas Rolla has the best hand at the moment. Both players check and bam, right in the guts. Taylor makes Broadway. About a half pot bet, an immediate fold from Benjamin. King, queen, jack 9, can't beat a 10. King, queen, jack 9. I guess you could tie 9s, but other than that, pretty easy fold.
Pretty big hand just happened on our outer table. On a 9-8-4 Queen 8 board, it was Sam Vousden firing 1.5 million. It was Craig Timmis ripping it. It was Vousden calling off for his tournament life with 10s on the 9-8-4 Queen 8 board, and those 10s were good. Timmis on a bluff with 3s. And just like that, Sam Vousden is now 3rd in chips. Timmis falls to 5th. Schillhabel is all in with the Queen Jack. That gets through.
Wow.
Tyler Ruger, our chip leader. Wenling Gao, our last woman standing and our youngest player in this field, is in second. Valsden in third, Isome in fourth, Craig Timmis in fifth, Benjamin Rolla in sixth.
I think Schillhabel's going to go with it here. With only
Run
5
into it as
million.
well.
10 bigs.
With the ace-jack.
Run
Zooming Chi with the ace-king, the snap reshove, not wasting any time. Schillhabel's going to need some help. He's the one all in and at risk. He's the one who flops a jack. Just has to dodge a king now on the river for the double up. It's not paint. Stefan Schillhabel up to more than 11 million in chips. That's one way to do it. Easy game, right?
Yeah, just be patient, wait, get it in behind, and get there.
Yeah. Backbreaker for Zooming Chi once again becomes the tournament short stack.
It's almost like they flip-flop spots.
Matisse Ripalak pretty short as well. Good thing he didn't go nuts there with the 5-4, would have been called.
Schillhabel lays down the ace-8. Kind of let those chips cool off he just got. Satoshi with queen 10 in the cutoff, raises it up to 1 million.
Julien defends. Completely misses here. Isome flops top pair.
Isome fires out about half, a little less, I mean a little more than half. Top pair. His opponent, no pair, no draw, likely to just go away. Yep.
And he does. And at our outer table is Thomas Ward, just ripping pre from early position for more than 6 million with the ace-jack of clubs. Sam Valsden had kings in the small blind, but it's an ace on the flop to keep Thomas Ward alive. Thomas Ward up to about 13 million in chips.
Well, Matisse has a hand I think he's going to go with here with the ace-queen. Has 8 bigs.
Matisse Ripalak, it's been a short stack for most of the day. Entered the day 32nd place with 38 left. Has made himself some real money in ladders. About a 74K pay jump from eliminations at the beginning of the day to eliminations now.
Satoshi with the ace-7 off. Pretty early position. Should probably just give this one up. Yep, he does. Julien on the button with king-4 suited. Decides to give it up, not raise the button.
Eights for Tyler. Along with the backdoor flush draw, 6 of hearts on the turn, roller with the gutter. 2.5 million in the pot. Betting 1.7 million.
He needs a 9
Still coming after it.
or 7 that are not hearts. Not a lot of outs. That's not going to do it.
Tower not going anywhere. There's 3 diamonds on the river. Almost 6 million in the pot. Does Rolla go bet, bet, bet? With just 10 high.
I think he's getting looked up if he bets this river. 2.48
the river.
million.
What is the role of targeting here that calls flop and calls turn, and that also calls river?
Yeah, I mean, again, who am I to really critique his play? But
Sure.
a couple of his river bets, I just don't really understand. I mean, I don't. Like I say, maybe it's because I can see the cards, so it's like
Yeah,
I can
right,
see,
right,
but
right.
it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Both those bets.
We're gonna have a collision here in some
Some
form or
hands.
fashion.
Yeah, jacks, fives, king, queen, ace, king, and sixes. I imagine the smaller pairs end up out of this pot. The way things work out. Oh, he just folds the fives under the gun +1. Doesn't even bother to open them. And Matus with only 10 bigs, basically.
Yeah.
King, queen here.
Looks like a pretty good spot if you're Matus, and he does rip it. Unfortunately for him.
And Julian with
I've
the
run
ace.
into it.
King is going to do the same. And then you got the chip leader with 2 sixes, and you got a guy in for 10 bigs and a guy in for 16 bigs, 17.
Yeah.
You could probably fold the sixes here unless you just want to gamble, but you're going to give them up. And now if you're Stefan Schillhabel with 2 jacks, I think he's right at the bottom of the range where he could fold. I mean, obviously, he's never folding queens here. Jacks is tough. 2 all-ins. You're getting a pretty good price. Getting 2 to 1. Right?
Julian with the OMG.
He's going to call 8 million more, and there's 16 in the pot, almost 15-1, almost 2 to 1. Not an easy call. If you call and you lose to the large stack, you are pretty short.
Decimated if you lose.
Never feels
KO
good.
2 people and have quite the stack all of a sudden if you do win.
Yeah, it never feels good to call it off with jacks and find out you're buried, and you could have just got away from it, though, either.
A little bit tricky for Schillhabel here. Like you said, on that borderline.
I look at it like the guy with 10 big blinds is up. He calls.
Yeah, he does make the call. Here we go. Perus and Ripolak are both all in and at risk. Comes 8-5 deuce, a safe flop for the jacks. Jackball on the turn
that's it. They're
to
drawing
turn them
dead.
both dead.
They're drawing dead. Double knockout.
And to eliminate both Perus and Ripolak. And all of a sudden, there are 14 players left, and all of a sudden, Stefan Schillhabel has 50 big blinds.
6th place. He was down in the. He was in 16 out of 16 at one point, and now he is 6th.
Pay jump hits with the next elimination. And that pay jump is worth $48,221.
And I imagine they're going to balance the tables here after the next hand that the other table completes and move a player over to have 2 tables of 7. Folds to Benjamin on the cutoff with ace-10 offsuit. Should see a raise here. Oh, just limps. Tyler with the 6-8 off.
Nothing doing for Zooming Chi. And it's Wenling Gao who moves to this table. Last woman standing in the 2020 main event. And our youngest player remaining at the age of 25.
I believe that's our second place, our second biggest stack.
Absolutely.
Also with our chip leader. We've got top 2 stacks here. Two 6s in the big blind for Satoshi.
The king deuce in the small blind, starting the hand with about 7 bigs. for Zooming Chi.
I mean, I think you've got to ship king high here with 7 bigs, blind versus blind. It stands to be the best hand. You've got 7 bigs. Some could argue, well, you're going to see a whole other round of hands, though. You've already paid the blind. So
I know there's a pay jump here, but she is the significant short stack and does rip it in. Satoshi happy to call with the 6s, and here we go. Zooming Chi, the one all in and at risk, needing a king or a queen. Paint for a really good sweat. It's not paint.
It's a 7 or an 8.
It is a 7. And with that, we hit our next pay jump. Zooming Chi out in 14th for $113,465. Our final 13 are guaranteed $161,686. Our next pay jump comes when we hit that final table.
Six-handed again. Tyler opening it back up. 6-7 suited. I've liked his game so far. He's really kind of known when to mix it up. The table was full. He sat back a little bit. Now that it's six-handed, he appears to be opening it up more. We'll see in a few hands. But Samuel Taylor with Queen 9 suited in the big blind. A little more than 1 big blind to call. He does and flops top pair.
2.8 million in the pot.
Just gonna check it. If you're Tyler here, you likely c-bet. Again, your opponent doesn't often flop anything, and you take it down with that c-bet.
That c-bet is for 1 million in chips. How to proceed if you're Samuel Taylor?
I think this is a clear just check call spot, especially being out of position.
Does check call. Deuce of clubs on the turn.
Again, he checks. Is Tyler going to fire a second bullet? His opponent could have been calling him with something like a flush draw or a 4 or a straight draw that he might give up. So there is merit to firing another bullet. If you fired that second bullet, are you capable? Are you ready to fire that third?
There's this bullet for 3.2 million.
Be surprised to see Samuel go anywhere with top pair. He calls.
5 of diamonds on the river. 11.3 million in the middle.
Checks it to him again. Is Tyler going to fire a monster river bet? Maybe represent the flush. Could put his opponent all in. 11.3 million in the pot. His opponent has 13 million. Nope, he checks it back. He surrenders.
And after that last diamond, he will check it back. All right, we mentioned the payouts from 10th to 13th. All those spots worth $161,686. Let's take a look at our final table payouts. You make the final table, you're guaranteed $230,000. You win this main event, and you are guaranteed more than $3.9 million. 7-figure payouts for our top 4 spots. The biggest online tournament in poker history. That is the 2020 World Series of Poker main event. Ace-Jack on the button for Samuel Taylor.
Tyler with another playable hand in the blind.
Yeah.
I imagine he's going to defend this one, and we're going to get round 2. He's got to be kicking himself after seeing that Queen-9 win that pot.
Right,
He knows he could have won that hand. I mean, obviously, it's easy to see when you see the cards, but he shoves that river. I don't think you can call there with Queen-9.
Tyler flops top pair here.
Samuel Taylor with the Ace-Jack, debating on whether to c-bet or not. Elects not to.
Check, check, king on the turn.
It's a good card to represent if you're Samuel. And I mean, it's one of those spots, though, if you do bluff and bet this turn, you've got to be prepared to bluff the river. He elects to just check it back again.
Might just be in a race to get to showdown. Queen on the river.
Does have the ace of clubs in his hand. Problem with a bet here is it just doesn't make sense.
Right.
Like if
What's going to fold that you don't already beat?
And if you have the 9-8, you're like, well, what is he betting? Like, is he saying he hit a queen? He just checked back, but the pot's so small.
It does go check, check. Tyler Ruger does win that pot. That takes our players to a break. Before we go to a break, let's take a look at our other feature table, which we will switch to when we come back from break. And how about this? Stoyan Madanjiv and Sam Valsden involved in a pretty big pot, and Stoyan gets there on the river as he rivers a flush. Valsden had flopped aces and threes. Almost 15 million in this pot. Valsden happy to check back there, not happy to see the king of clubs in Stoyan's hand. And Stoyan Madanjiv, David, last break we were saying, this is good timing for a break for Stoyan, as he was a significant chip leader, fell way down in the counts, and has spun it back up, chip leader again.
So that's what I said. He was low 20s. He was down to 20 million-ish, and now he's got almost 50 again. I mean, the guy, we got to keep an eye on that table because he is clearly mixing it up, not afraid, and I'm sure it's exciting to watch.
All right, you said it. We'll do it. We'll have that as our feature table when we come back from break. You are watching the final day of the World Series of Poker main event. Stay with us.
Chris Moneymaker going all in with nothing.
A stunning play from Moneymaker, who missed his draws, has nothing, and now has put Sam Farhall all in.
You must have missed your flush, huh?
Sam's absolutely right.
This would be a tough, tough call for Sam.
Is Chris bluffing this time?
No.
He is not going to do it. Chris Moneymaker bluffs Sam Farha out of a big stack of money. And now the river card. It's an 8, and Anderson wins the hand.
Now remember the song. Give a little bit. Give a little bit of your chips to me. King! Yes, sir! Queen, sir! How did I know?
Has anybody ever told you you're crazy?
What a showdown to start this championship table. Aces versus kings.
And Mattisau just feels snake bit again.
Oh, a king! Mattisau gets a set. And now the turn card. It's a deuce of hearts. A little light now for Lazar.
And Mattisau acting as if he has just lost the hand.
Now the river, it's a heart! Lazar wins it.
I call? Oh, you said top.
I have top.
I wouldn't have called you. I said top.
I saw him throw the ante in. He says he did. You know, I don't necessarily believe him. So, I mean.
Platt won't give it up.
You're acting like an idiot.
I'm acting like an idiot, all right?
You didn't even see it.
I don't trust you, sir, okay? I don't trust you. Come on, man. I've been in poker long enough, man. I know how it is.
You guys both please let it go. Are you going to stop? Are you going to stop?
It's not even his chip.
I saw him throw it in.
Three times. Come on. That's what I said.
I'll take your head off, buddy.
Oh, and now this incident is beginning to spin out of control. River card, queen of diamonds, and a royal flush for Mickelson. Oh, Lovelace is gone. What a hell of a way to go out.
This game is easy.
He's all in.
I call. All in call.
Phillips turns over a royal flush. Mabuchi, quad aces.
You gotta be kidding me. Quad aces, your last hand of the main event.
What a way to hit the rail. And he checks, Phil checks, Salikoski wins.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
Phil's up. And roaming.
5-7. Idiot from Northern Europe.
Idiot from Northern Europe, Phil.
Call the race with 5-7. Freaking idiots. God, they play so bad.
Smith shows his aces up. Ivy mocks his flush. Phil Ivy mucked the winner. He says all in for 11.6 million. Duhamel thinking very seriously about this and makes the call.
A defining moment here late at this main event, Lon. Jonathan Duhamel just wants to disappear inside that hood if he could.
The river card. Oh, is an 8! A crushing blow to Matt Affleck. Moneymaker going all in with nothing.
A stunning play from Moneymaker, who missed his draws, has nothing, and now has put Sam Farhall all in.
You must have missed your flush, huh?
Sam's absolutely right.
This would be a tough call for Sam.
All right, welcome back to final day coverage of the World Series of Poker main event. Jeff Platt alongside David Williams. We're at the PokerGO studio in Las Vegas. They are playing on GGPoker, and just like that, Sam Valston is all in. What a roller coaster ride it seems to have been for him.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of him and Stoyan, right? Stoyan, first break 50, second break 20, now back to 50.
Unbelievable. Just the main event, that is all. 3 more minutes of this level, 250K, 500K blinds. 13 are left. Our next pay jump will come from 10 to 9. So we'll be at this table. When we get down to 10, we will be able to switch back and forth for our 2 5-handed tables.
Now, is there a simulated November 9 break? Once there's 9, they're going to take like an hour break before they come back and play anything like that?
I think we're going right into it, right into that seat drop. Thank you all for watching us, not only on GG's Twitch channel, but also on PokerGo's Facebook page and YouTube channel. And you guys are seeing a big hand developing here. Thomas Ward with Ace King and Stoyan with Kings. And Craig has 7s
in the mix.
And Mariano has 6s. I don't think Mariano, by the time it gets to him,
by the time it gets to 6, he can get out. But the 7s here, 22 big, is going to ship it.
7s rip it.
Now, there's no way Stoyan's going anywhere.
Right.
The next biggest stack at the table is about the same, 11 million, 12 from Mariano. So the Thomas Ward, you can't fold ace king here, can you? I don't think so. This has potential to be a double KO if Thomas jumps in here. I think with 23 bigs, ace king, I mean, it is tough. You know, if you think of the gravity of the situation, you're at the main event, 13 left. You could fold and maybe go up a spot to 12th, but you got ace king, it's so strong. You know, your opponent behind you could easily have a hand like sevens or just ace queen. Stoyan's been in so many hands. But has he called off big shoves like this without having it? Probably not, so. There's an argument to get away from ace king here.
And Ward does fold. Tsinis with sevens, Stoyan with kings. Craig Tsinis needs a 7 or runner club. Does have a straight draw too. Looking for a jack, a 6, or a 7.
That's a 9 or a 10.
Yep, that is a 4 across. That is not going to do it. Thomas Ward hangs on to his tournament life. Stoyan Madanjiv eliminates Craig Tsinis, who went from middle of the pack to chip leader to out in 13th for $161,686.
Now Stoyan's shown he likes to mix it up. He's going to raise this hand almost certainly to $1 million, and then Zhao
will be happy to see it.
Going to ship it in with his 20 bigs, ace king suited stack, I imagine. What? What?
Oh, Stoyan just open rips here.
Okay.
For effectively 30 bigs. That's the biggest stack behind him in Mariano. Zhao says, all right, I'll call. I'll click call.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's easy to say because I see the cards, but you kind of can do the same thing, but just by opening the pot. Maybe not a min raise, just open to a good old-fashioned 3x.
Going to be hard for Stoyan to win this one.
Somebody shoves and you can give it up.
Zhao Santos is up to more than 20 million in chips.
Some big misstep, I think, there by just shoving. There's no need.
The roller coaster ride continues for Stoyan Madanjiv.
Now we see why he went from 50 to 20 back to 50. Right. This is the table to be at. And look at him. No big deal. Lost that big pot under the gun. King 4. Let's go.
He busts Craig Tsinis in 13th. Had a chance to bust Thomas Ward as well. But the satellite winner holds on to his tournament life by folding ace king. 12 players remain. Blinds going up, 300K, 600K. Average stack is about 40 bigs. Tyler Cornell is our short stack. He's got about 10 bigs.
He's got 6 high. No, he's not gonna play this one, is he? He is. Tyler Cornell folded a 6.
Stoyan a lead here on the 7-6-6.
A quick lead too.
I think he was the one we saw a similar lead from in the big blind earlier on the paired board flop.
Yep.
And that gets it done with king high.
Everybody's watching what's going on here.
Right.
Like, we're just going to get out of the way until we have a sure thing. Not going to mess with this dude.
Thomas Ward with less than 20 bigs now with ace-8 on the button.
So he was at 63 when he lost that pot with the jack-8. He's already back up to 56.
Just a guess, there are more swings to come in Stoyan Madanjiv's future. The main.
Every hand, I keep imagining what the wildest thing I could see is. I'm like, oh, here comes the 3-bet. Let's go.
We have the 3 shortest stacks at this table in Ward, Valsden, and Cornell. And we have the chip leader here in Stoyan Madanjiv.
What a fold with the ace-king, though.
Yeah. Hanging on to his tournament life.
I think you'd see a lot of players just click that call button pretty quickly, so. Great job, Thomas.
Look at the discipline. Stoyan Madanjiv folding the 5 deuce off on the button.
Holding the button.
João Santos takes that pot down. Santos was all in and at risk late in day 2 with pocket 9s against Craig Timmis's pocket 10s on a 10-9 deuce flop, and did river the miracle one-outer to stay alive. Could he turn that into a World Series of Poker main event final table appearance or even a bracelet? We'll see.
Meanwhile, raises Jack 8 on the button. Let's see what Samuel does with his King 3 off in the big blind.
He'll defend off the short stack.
10 big blinds behind. Santos with the Jack 8's going to have to make a stab at this. And it will work if he does bet it, almost certainly. Yep, doesn't have to bet much. 900,000, 1.5 bigs. Should do it.
Santos gets it done there. João Santos up to more than 22 million in chips.
Here we go.
Yeah. Tyler's going to be in a good spot here.
This go-in is going to open almost certainly with the ace-10. Can't just shove anymore. He's got a guy with 44, almost 40-ish big blinds behind him.
Right. There's the open. Here comes the shove.
For 6 million. 10 bigs.
It is Tyler Cornell. All in and at risk with the ace-queen of spades. Is ahead of the ace-10. So far, so good for Cornell. Still good. There are some chop outs out there. A 10 would eliminate Tyler. River card. It is a queen. That'll get the job done. There's the double for Tyler Cornell, up to about 20 bigs.
I'm gonna have to send Tyler a message on proper squeezing. You don't just do it that
Yeah,
fast.
really,
You
come
gotta
on.
Peel
Yeah.
slowly so we can see.
Respect for the squeeze.
Yeah, you gotta give us, you know, give us our sweat.
If you're unfamiliar with it, the all-in player on GG, the person whose tournament life is at risk, gets to control the speed of the squeeze. So they get a card face down. Some just flip it right up, and some really squeeze it out slowly, which allows us to
started
squeeze
to
it
go
slowly.
and then just flip like,
right,
come on,
right.
man.
Santos opens here at the ace-10. Ward will defend with the ace-deuce, 8-7-7. Zhao's ace-high is best. Goes check-check. Queen on the turn.
I think Thomas likely, yeah, he checks his ace high here. I imagine Santos will check back against the blind here on that board. Your ace-10's probably best. You're definitely not folding out any pairs when you bet there. You definitely check this back
happy
here.
to check back. Big hand just took place at our outer table. It started with Tyler Ruger raising it up to 1 million from middle position. Schillhabel 3-betting to 3.2 million from the cutoff. Ruger calling. 9-9-8 rainbow flop. Ruger checks. Schillhabel bets about 2 million. Ruger makes the call. Turn is the 7 of hearts. 2 hearts on board, so 9-9-8-7 with 2 hearts. Ruger checks. Schillhabel fires about 3.8 million. Ruger calls. 3 of hearts on the river, so 9-9-8-7-3 with 3 hearts. Ruger checks. Schillhabel checks back and shows pocket queens, and it was Tyler Ruger with pocket 9s
Quads.
for quad 9s to catapult him into the chip lead. Meanwhile, it's Valsden all in and at risk with ace-9, against Stoyan Madanji's ace-3. Madanji spikes the 3 on the turn. Valsden needs a 9 or a 10, says ship it, he won't ship it. It's a 4 on the river. Good game indeed. Tyler folded 3 and Ward folded the other 3.
Why? Why do it?
Oh,
Why?
no, case 3.
Why send the guy home with an even worse bad beat story?
Right,
You know? Just let him go in peace.
It's painful enough to bust on that hand 12th in the World Series of Poker main event.
My
To
God.
get shown the other 2 3s.
I don't think their intentions were bad.
Right,
There's
right,
no
but
way that
still.
feels. He feels definitely worse before he saw those 3s. Like, he feels definitely worse after seeing those 3s. That's just, come on, man.
Oh, that is sickening.
Oh, that's just brutal. Well, we're down to 11. And our man Stoyan picks up ace-king and just limps the small, and his opponent flops trips. Has him basically dead.
So 11 players are left. 11th and 10th. We'll make $161,000. Then we hit that $68,709 pay jump. Zhao just going to go ahead and raise here.
Oh, yeah. I feel like you raise off so many bluffs here, or just so many 6s, where by just calling, you allow your opponent to, well, never mind. Who am I? Your opponent's pretty sticky with ace-king, never mind. I guess you raise because sometimes you get called by the guys who are drawing dead.
Knows he has a sticky opponent.
I was saying you want to give your opponent a chance to improve a little bit.
Bluff.
Yeah, or to bluff. A lot of times you raise there and it's just over. But hey.
Just like it might be here, yeah.
What do I know?
Santos does take down that pot, is up to 26 million, a top 5 stack.
Here we go, Queen Jack on the button, 5-handed. Don't think Stoyan's folding that anytime soon.
Thomas Ward, the shortest stack. He, Schillhabel, Rolla, and Martiradano are all under 20 bigs.
Oh, Schillhabel, yeah, took the hit with the queens against the quad 9s. And say last I heard, I remember he shot up to a top 6 stack.
Right. It's been a wild day for Schillhabel. Goes from getting there with the ace-jack against ace-king, spinning it up to a 50 big blind stack, and then taking another hit. There's that raise from Madanjiv. Uh-oh. Mariano defends and flops top pair, but with a worse kicker than Stoyan Madanjiv.
And he's only got like 15, 16-ish big blinds behind. And he's got an opponent that's been really active. Granted, he's been active most of the time. He's had it. He's had something. Whether or not it's it, he's had something. At least from what his opponents have seen. But when you flop top pair here in this spot against this guy raising the button, I don't see you getting away from it. Now he could avoid going bust if he just calls and the run out saves him.
But he's has got a potential now.
Pot-sized stack right now.
Yeah.
And he puts them all in. That king might have been what he needed to be able to get away from this hand. If this was like a deuce or a 7, I don't think he's going anywhere, but he could say, well, I guess you got there, Stoyan. Nice hand. The fact that there's 2 flush draws and now there's 2 different straight draws, there's just so many possibilities of hands that you are beating. Granted, you're not in great shape against those hands. He calls.
Does make the call. It's in pretty bad shape here. Has some chop outs, but needs a 9 to win outright. River card. It's the 4.
We're down to 10.
And that will do it for Mariano Martirano. We also had an elimination at the outer table as Benjamin Rolla got the chips in with the ace-jack against Tyler Ruger's aces. And David, just like that,
we're at the final table.
We are at our World Series of Poker main event final table.
Stoyan the steamroller. He just keeps going.
Another hand going on right now at our outer table.
So there's a chance we could actually start with 8.
We could. Let's see how this plays out between Satoshi Isome, who turns a pair of queens, and Wenling Gao. Look at Ruger's stack. Almost 70 million.
There's no world and they can get 35 million.
Right. I think we'll be starting the final table.
Yeah, there will be 9. Wow.
And there it is for Satoshi. So our final table is set. Up top in this tournament, we have more than $3.9 million. That happened very, very quickly, did it not?
That was incredible. I mean, we got to give credit to our man Stoyan. He's just knocking people out left and right. But yeah, we don't even have to worry about switching back and forth. We just go straight into our final table.
That's true. There was no hand-for-hand on the World Series of Poker main event final table bubble. $230K guaranteed to our final 9. And again, up top, it's the biggest first-place prize in online poker history. It is more than $3.9 million. But also, ladies and gentlemen, look at what we have for you. It's this. It's that World Series of Poker main event bracelet. Oh, that is a beauty. Look at I almost knocked it off the thing. That would have been an absolute disaster. So I'll keep it like this.
You break it, you buy it.
You want to take a look? You want to inspect?
Look at this. Oh, man. I don't want to touch it. I didn't earn it.
I was terrified. I don't know if you guys could see that. My hands were shaking. I was so afraid that I would drop it. Yeah, we'll put it right there. I think that's perfect. Okay, so there it is. There's the World Series of Poker bracelet. There's what they are playing for, along with, of course, a cool $3.9 million up top. I would think we had major ICM implications here with some major pay jumps on the line, but some of these players, as they've shown us, are just absolutely fearless.
Yeah, and as I look at the table, we've got a couple really small stacks, but after that, the other stacks are not so small, about 40 bigs. I mean, it's pretty deep. Enough to play some turns and rivers. I think we might see some poker. Now, when someone gets really short, I imagine people are trying to wait them out.
Sure.
But we've got a few players here that have shown they're fearless too, that are going to be trying to put pressure on the other players, but then they know that about each other. We could potentially see some really giant pots and some ICM catastrophes go down. I wouldn't be shocked.
Wow, that much is true. That first pay jump is worth $97,910. They're drawing for seats right now. Top 4 payouts are worth 7 figures, and I keep harping on it, more than $3.9 million to first. 5,802 entries in this one, creating a prize pool of more than $27.5 million, and we are down to our final 9. Levels at the final table will be 50 hands. GGPoker doesn't do final table level lengths by time. They do it by hands. All of our players will receive a final table clock that works as a chess clock. And just like that, we are here. We have made it. Let us do it. It's the final table of the World Series of Poker main event. We are underway. Shuffle up and deal at the 350K, 700K level.
Nine-handed, which is interesting because it started as 8. It's been 8 the whole way through. So
right.
Back to 9.
Tyler Ruger with the chip lead, entering this final table with almost 70 million in chips. Stoyan Madanjiv is right there. Satoshi Isome in 3rd. Wenling Gao, our last woman standing. And now the second woman to make a World Series of Poker main event final table. Barbara Enright made the final table in 1995, and Wenling Gao makes the final table in 2020. That's pretty cool.
Very, very. Now let's see her bring it home.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'd love to see it.
You and me both. Gao, also our youngest remaining player at the age of 25.
Got basically 6 players at close to 40-ish blinds or more. Not, pretty deep.
Then there's a fall off to our 3 shortest stacks, who have in between that 13 to 17 big blind range. Satoshi flopped top pair. Ruger flopped a 3.
We've got 2 Tylers and a Taylor.
Right. We'll be fine.
Stoyan, Santos, Stefan, and Satoshi. We got the S's.
Ruger's going to fire here for almost 2.8 million. There's that clock I was talking about, ticking away on Satoshi Isome. Check, check. Isome takes down that pot. Satoshi Isome out of Japan qualified for this tournament by winning a $250 Mega Satellite.
Uh-oh, 2 aces for Wen Ling. And 2 9s for Samuel Taylor. So the
Okay, we're starting the same with about 35 bigs.
Clock's here 15 minutes as opposed to, I think, what was it, maybe 5 or so at the
Shorter
other.
for ours.
And then 50
oh
hands
boy.
instead of 30, and wow.
9-7-3, top set for Samuel Taylor against the aces of Wenling Gao.
And a really dry board.
Ooh. And an ace on the turn!
What?
An ace on the turn for Wenling Gao!
I mean, if the chips don't all get in, I don't understand what's going on here.
More than 8.1 million in the middle at the moment.
Ace on the turn. I mean, I imagine here goes a bet. Are we going to get a check raise? I think you have to. What a brutal, brutal run out. Yep.
There's the check raise, which Taylor has to be thrilled with seeing. Absolutely thrilled.
I don't know. People like to see Ghost online. Obviously not going anywhere, but it's the kind of thing where like, do they really have a set of aces?
The answer is yes. It's a queen on the river,
And this is one
32
of those
million
boards
in the
with
middle.
No straight.
Right.
Set of nines is the third nuts. There are 2 hands that beat you, and your opponent probably doesn't have queens the way this played out. So it's if they have aces or they have ace king.
Taylor with about 10 million behind.
Oh, why the bet to leave him with $1 million left? What kind
He
of?
can live.
What is that? I mean, with the third nuts here, your opponent doesn't have queens, so you basically have the second nuts.
And there it goes. Gao will call with the stone cold Nutter Butters. Samuel Taylor eliminated in ninth place in an ugly set over set situation, a situation that greatly benefited Wenling Gao, who is up to almost 61 million in chips. That was wild.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you feel bad for the nines. They flopped the 9. They were ahead for a little bit, but, you know, they've only one street. You got to be ahead at the end.
What a hand, what a run out. This is the main event final table. And Samuel Taylor out in 10th for more than 230K. Those short stacks are like, cool, we just made, $97,000.
That's pretty incredible. There were 3 stacks that are all under 15 blinds, right? 3 stacks all under 15 bigs, or right about that.
And now our final 8 is guaranteed $328,305. Next pay jump is worth about 140K.
I mean, one of those 3 stacks is going to get $666,000.
Yeah.
That's
absurd.
One of these guys under 13 million is getting 666. One of those 3, at least. It's just crazy to think about. Meanwhile, we've got a wheel draw for Tyler and Wenling with a club draw, nut flush draw. The way things are going, I wouldn't be shocked to see a 4 of clubs on the turn. He's going to bet 1.7 million.
How about the 3 of clubs, which does give Wenling the ace-high flush?
Not quite the same as the 4 of clubs,
Yeah.
but Wenling will take it, I'll tell you that. 4 of clubs, we might have seen at 120 million chip pot.
Right. Wenling will lead here for half pot.
I don't think Tyler can call with just ace high here in this spot. Wenling hasn't gotten out of line yet. New chip leader.
Stoyan Madanji, Wenling Gao right behind him. Tyler Ruger down to 3rd.
Here goes Stefan with short stack, ace queen. I imagine shipping it in, gonna get some good news, have their opponent dominated if called. I imagine Tyler will call because it's not too much more.
There's the shove for 10.5 million.
He could get away. You know, Stefan is not going to be making a misstep. Yep, he does. Still another 10 blinds to call, if not a little bit more. Only got the queen 10.
Cornell with ace-jack.
Satoshi ace-4 suited. See if he gives it up. Wenling on the button, queen 10 of clubs, but she's been playing pretty tight. Queen 10 suited from Stoyan. I don't think he's going anywhere for 700,000.
Stoyan, not a guy who would fold the queen 10 of spades for 7 million.
Why not?
Why would you? Why would you
Yeah.
fold
Why
when
would you
it
fold?
just comes queen 10 deuce?
Tyler just does not want to see an ace on the turn. He can get away from other cards. King gives him Broadway an ace. You can even get away from a jack, but you don't want to see an ace on the turn. If you get to the turn, Stoyan might just raise it up here. Queen 10 diamonds, pretty draw heavy. He might not want to give his opponent a cheap turn.
There is that check raise.
That should be enough to get Tyler off of this. I would imagine. Even if your opponent is bluffing with some kind of draw hand, combo draw hand, maybe like a king nine of diamonds type hand, even if they are bluffing with that kind of hand, they've got so much equity and you still don't have a pair. You likely could have the best hand and just be mathematically behind. You might be considering peeling one. I'm not a big fan of it, but no.
Does indeed end up laying it down. Stoyan Madanjiv out of Bulgaria entered the day third in chips. The only one of our top 8 players entering the day to make the final table.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
38.
Yeah.
One of 8.
One of 8. That's
the other
poker,
7
right?
all fell.
Yeah.
Wow.
Bryan Piccioli, Michael Caine, Kelly Wong, Craig Timmis, Dinesh Alt, Mariano Martiradana, Benjamin Rolla.
None of them are here. Wow, look at this. Stoyan leads the ace-3 high and gets called by Tyler's queen-9 high.
Couple backdoor draws for Tyler, including a backdoor straight draw. Is an 8 on the turn. Does have that gut shot now.
The question is, if Stoyan checks it to him, is he going to... Oh, never mind. It doesn't even matter.
How about an overbet?
Stoyan's like, nope. I like this guy's game. It's a little unpredictable, but it puts people to the test, which is what you got to do at this spot. No fear. Especially if you know that they have that fear in a sense that they want to ladder up. They want to minimize risk, have a slow and steady pace, try to go up a spot. And nope, you're not having it. I like it.
Ward passes on the ace-8 of diamonds from early position with about 11 bigs. As I'm sure he and Cornell especially have their eyes locked on that next pay jump.
Let's see what Stoyan does on the button with the 8-5 off. Oh, he's giving it up. Okay. Earlier he gave up a button and we talked about it, so it looks like he does have a button folding range. Tyler puts them all in with king-queen. Tyler Cornell all in with king-queen.
A $139,520 pay jump from 8th to 7th. He's jack
Jack
for
under the
reward.
gun with about 11 big blinds. I think we're going to see a ship here. Especially from the shortest stack. You know, there's no one else to outlast. You got to do it yourself. He's going to take it down, give himself a little breathing room, pay the blinds the next few hands. Now he's in 7th.
Those blinds are at 350K, 700K. João Santos in the big blind out of Brazil.
Should be a fairly standard button raise here for Satoshi. And that's going to do it.
Satoshi Isome takes that down. João Santos still here somehow, some way. Even though late in day 2, he got the chips in with pocket 9s against the pocket 10s of Craig Timmis. You see it there on the 10-9-4 flop. That's Petronio. That is João Santos out of Brazil, firing on the flop. Timmis says he's going to check raise for all of it. Santos happy to call until he sees the pocket 10s. Needs that miracle 9 of clubs. It does not come on the turn, but ladies and gentlemen, it is a 4-cross, it is a club, and on the river, it is the 9 of clubs for João Santos. So we saw that absolutely wild set over set hand earlier in this final table. we saw that wild set overset hand, and that resulted in quads on the river for pocket nines, something that our ninth place finisher couldn't quite figure out how to river the 9-ball.
Look at this interesting note.
Yeah.
So Satoshi min raises to 1.4.
Is that a misclick, you think, potentially?
He gets clicked on the button with six
for the minimum.
2.1, yeah, he click bets it. I don't understand. I mean, it has to be a misclick.
That's got to be
right?
a misclick. I mean, Santos has seemed relatively solid throughout the course of the day when we've been able to see him.
I would say even further, he seemed very snug. Very
Yeah, for sure.
Totally in line.
And if he is 3-betting, I don't think the min 3-bet is his particular sizing.
Style,
yeah.
Now, Satoshi flops a set, and luckily for Santos, he doesn't flop a thing. So he can be disciplined and not put a chip in the pot. A lot of people might try to compound that mistake and try to, represent the ace and go, no, he just says, I think this was clearly a misclick. He insta-folded here, didn't put any more chips in the pot, didn't try to turn it into a bluff. Unfortunately for him, it cost him $2.1 million, but at least that's all it cost him.
Not the best timing for misclicks, considering you're at a World Series of Poker main event final table, but hopefully that's the last one that we see from anybody. Schillhabel just rips it with the ace-queen. Let's take a look. Let's get to know the German poker superstar that is Stefan Schillhabel. He's got more than 12 million in chips here. Finished third in the 2017 Super High Roller Bowl. Has more than $9 million in career live tournament earnings. His 16th cash of the World Series of Poker, and doesn't play that many events. He is the founder, the CEO, the boss man of No Limit Gaming, poker and esports. No Limit Gaming. No limit here to Wenling Gao's success. Tried to transition there. That's average.
Oh, I mean, she's got a set here, and her opponent called with one pair basically drawing dead. She turned a boat.
Of course, that second king makes it less likely for Wenling to have a king. In Tyler's mind, perhaps he thinks his jack could still be good.
Well, he did go from drawing dead to now can tie with the king.
True. Wenling fires 1.75 million, is called. Queen on the river. About half pot here from Gao. Tyler in the tank.
Yeah, I mean, the run-out's been pretty bad for just a jack. Even the hands that were bluffing or semi-bluffing, the queen tens, the ace queens, now they beat you. Ace 10 beats you. You pretty much can't beat anything but a stone bluff, and Wenling's played so solid. I don't think we've seen one misstep or out of line, move yet. So I don't see how you could call here with a jack.
To your point, her flush draws even with a queen get there. But she'll get paid off. And Wenling Gao, with that pot, has moved into the oh-so-slight chip lead, but a chip lead at that at the World Series of Poker main event.
2 8s and 2 6s. A short stack with 2 6s, I think.
With less than 10 bigs.
I think you've got to
a little bit more than 10 bigs, I should say, but still.
Yeah, I think you've got to ship it here. The question is, Wenling's been fairly tight. Yeah, she's going to get rid of it because there's 5 people behind her to act. Would hate to call and have someone re-raise behind, but I still think you got to call there. If someone re-raises behind, you can get away from it.
And Ward perhaps does not realize after seeing all those snap folds how lucky he was right there.
I think that's the second time that's happened where someone folded a better hand behind Ward also. One of their shoves due to just the positioning.
You might remember from earlier, Thomas Ward folded ace-king pre-flop. He was up against kings and sevens. The ace did not come, so he would not have gotten there. Kings and nines for Stoyan. Nines in the backdoor flush draw for Satoshi.
Let's see. I imagine Stoyan's going to bet here. He's bet whether he's flopped it or not when he has pre-flop raised. Pretty big bet, full-size pot. Bottom pair here for Satoshi.
Again, interesting sizing use from Stoyan. Satoshi makes the call.
It's an ambitious call there.
Snap call at that, it seemed.
gotta figure your opponent's betting again, and the only way you can call the turn is if you improve with like a 9, a 5, maybe a diamond. Pretty hard, like right now, how do you call 9 million here with basically bottom pair? Unless you just put your opponent on a stone air ball. And Satoshi hasn't shown stickiness like that.
Stoyan Madanjiv regains the chip lead. Madanjiv, our chip leader out of Bulgaria. This is his 4th cash of the 2020 World Series. His 3 prior cashes were for a combined $6,000. And he's made at least $328,000 here.
He's going to raise it up with the king-8 off, but Tyler is just, Ruger's just going to smooth call with ace-queen in position. Thomas Ward of the queen in the big blind.
Ruger is out flop by Stoyan, who flops an 8 here.
He's relentless, I'll tell you that. Fire, fire, fire. It's tough to play against that. Look
Queen
at that.
ball on the turn, though. That'll make it easier for Tyler. $7.5 million in the pot. Tyler will bet here, $3.1 million.
Stoyan sitting there with second to bottom pair, third pair. Your opponent called your flop bet. A lot of the straight draw hands either improved to a pair or made the straight. Yeah, he gives it up. A little bit of method to the madness.
Yo Partial in the Twitch chat says David Williams is a solid commentator. Didn't expect him to be so fluent in how he speaks about plays. Should do a lot more. A lot of agreement in the chat. The best coming from Gumball. He says, at Yo Partial, you must be new here. Like, we understood this all
I feel like I've been doing this for like over 10 years now, but maybe he's been missing when I'm on. He's not watching.
Right.
That's okay, but thank you.
Or you're relatively new to the Twitch poker streets.
I appreciate it either way,
Absolutely.
my man. Thank you so much.
Flush draw for João Santos here. Stoyan with ace high, a couple backdoor draws.
It's a lot different, too, commentating on online poker.
Yeah,
as opposed to
absolutely.
live poker. Live poker, there's a lot more breaks, a lot more like the flow is easier to discuss things.
Can let it breathe a little bit with the sounds of the table, the players talking.
Yeah, the players
chip shuffling.
themselves keep it going, the chatter.
Quite a turn card.
Wow.
Stoyan not only turns the Broadway draw, but the ace high flush draw as well, and fires $4.5 million, gets the fold from João.
Stoyan is incredible to watch. Just keeps pummeling.
We thank you all for joining us on GGPoker's Twitch channel. Be sure to click on that follow button there. Stay tuned to when this channel goes live next. You're also checking us out on PokerGo's Facebook page and PokerGo's YouTube channel. We want you to like the page, to share the page, to follow, to subscribe, just whatever you do on those platforms.
We got the shortest stack with Queen 9 suited and right about 10 bigs in the hijack. It's like, oh, I was going to give it up. Now we've got the second shortest stack with 2 6s on the button, but you've got that stack that's shorter, and you got a $100,000 pay jump. So you kind of want to outlast that guy.
Sure.
But you want to give yourself a chance to win it, too. Right. You got to get in there when you get hands, and 6s stands to be the best hand against 2 blind hands.
Yeah, it's just too good of an opportunity to pass up.
Santos has an ace-6. If those hands are reversed, the big blind likely calls. But you're in the small blind with ace-6, you don't want to call. You lose that, all of a sudden you're one of the seller stacks. So, yeah, it's just the dynamic here is so interesting, and Stoyan just keeps pummeling with his 2 5s. He's just out there raising, does not matter.
Ward qualified for this one by winning a $500 satellite. He's turned that $500 into at least $328,305.
I mean, this is amazing to watch, right? It's what we kind of talked about.
Yeah.
We've got 2 chip leaders with 2 different styles. We've got Wen Lang, who's just slow and steady, and then we've got Stoyan, who's just pounding the table and constantly increasing his chips. And the rest of them are just kind of sitting here, letting the chips fall. To 80 million, 82 million. Yeah, these short stacks are really crippling everyone except Stoyan. He's basically not afraid to play at all. Not to say the others are afraid, but and he can do that. He's chip leader. Nobody can bust him at this, at this exact moment.
Stay on a fire, 1.9 million.
Tyler with the gut shot. King Jack could be the best hand. Both players turn a heart draw. $7 million. That was close. 9.5, full pot.
To your point, just max pressure, time and time again.
Here's the thing, right? If you're Tyler, you're like, I could just keep calling these $7 and $9 million bets, and next thing you know, I'm one of these short stacks if I'm wrong. Like,
with these massive pay jumps in store.
Yeah, it's just like, leave me alone, dude. Let me breathe. But hey, Tyler's got position on him, and you don't have to be in this spot. You're choosing to put yourself in these spots.
It's kind of interesting that because, or I guess did Tyler enter the final table as the chip leader or Stoyan? Because remember, chip leader has the right to choose their seat at the end. So I guess it was Tyler because he would have just picked to the left of Stoyan.
Or maybe Stoyan's just a maniac.
Or Stoyan's like, whatever,
like, I want to be
anywhere.
first. I want to handcuff you. I want to act before you. I wish we could go back and look at the tape, but he might have chosen that because I think he did enter as the chip leader. He might have just chosen to be in front of you. Like, I'm going to act and make you not be able to go first. I'm going to handcuff you. I mean, you still kind of handcuff them if you're in the direct left because they know that you're behind them.
Sure.
But if you're just first, you really put them in, like, I want to see you try to 3-bet me light.
Tyler ripping any 2 here.
Oh, look at Tyler Cornell. If he can only see, he only has to beat the 8 deuce.
Does lay it down. Our final 8 guaranteed $328,305, a $139K pay jump from 8th to 7th.
Just got to click the call, Tyler Cornell. The King 4 had him in bad shape. Here we go.
Stoyan could have saved Tyler here. Stoyan just mucks the 10-7. It folds around to Tyler with the King 4 suited in the small blinds. He rips it. He gets called by Satoshi. Oh, Tyler says, why did it time me out? That's not good. Satoshi will call. 5-4-3, 2 spades. Got shots for both.
It's so tough, right? Because in a perfect world, you're 3-betting the guy opening every pot with your ace-jack and taking it down.
Yeah.
Now you're calling and you're out of position. You're faced with a 3.4 million chip bet.
You know you're going to check and find huge sizing.
You got to call with your ace-jack because it's likely the best hand, but you can't because you don't want to keep bleeding chips with all these short stacks. Like, he's got them in such bad shape. He's just accumulating pot after pot and just growing his stack. Here he goes again, I imagine. Why not? If they're going to let you keep doing it. And not only that, not only are they letting you take it down pre-flop, they're calling and then check mucking, so you're getting
even more
chips.
Right. Stoyan Madanjiv,
beautiful
over
to watch.
90 million in chips, putting on a clinic here.
He's picked up about 25 million without any real opposition, just through aggression. He's had the worst hand, a lot of it.
Right back to work. I mean, why not?
It's just, I mean, look. Just picking up 2 million every hand.
Time and time again.
Here we go. 1.7 million in the pot.
With the 8-5 off in early position. Okay, I'll let this one go.
I'll let you boys have one.
And that 1 goes to Tyler Ruger.
And is this the hand Cornell chooses to go with?
7 bigs and the ace-jack. Yes, it is.
It's a good spot. He's going to have his opponent dominated.
That he is. It's Tyler Ruger with the queen-jack. Tyler Cornell all in and at risk with the ace-jack. Oh, and Ruger flops a queen. Cornell going to need an ace or a 10 on the river to stay alive.
Nope.
It's neither. An ugly way to go if you're Tyler Cornell. Out in 8th place for $328,305. That's a $139K pay jump for the rest of the field.
GG Tyler Cornell.
Yeah, it's max pain
very
there.
Patient though. Made it really far. Impressive.
Yeah.
8th place.
Tyler's ace high is best here.
Yeah, Stoyan forgot. All he had to do is keep pounding. You're probably taking this down. I think this bet is easily looked up by ace high. It is from the rail, at least.
Right. And it is by Tyler.
I was gonna say, it doesn't make a lot of sense here. If I've got ace 9, he goes check, check, check. My opponent leads that river. I'm calling him, like, especially when there's not a lot in there and it's 1.1 million. Like, you got to show me, buddy. And here goes Stefan with king, queen. He is the second to shortest stack, so there is some value in trying to outlast Thomas Ward, which is why he could fold this, because there is, what, 130,000?
So the next one's worth 198K, the next page jump.
Oh, this is a jump between 467 and 66. Yeah, there's almost a $200,000 jump. So there is something to say about folding that, but I think Stefan cares more about giving himself the best chance to win than an extra 200,000. He definitely wants to win.
And it'd be different if Ward had like 1 or 2 big blinds, right? But he has 11, so you're still
We could theoretically both be folding for a few more orbits.
Right.
Here it goes again.
Ace 9 off in the cutoff. All of a sudden, it becomes drastically different.
And he gives it up.
Yeah.
He's going to get this through. He's got to get through Tyler Ruger. Tyler's just going to call. This is what I've talked about. Nobody's 3-betting him, which I get it. You don't want to inflate the pots, but then you also just give him a chance to just run you over, or just outflop you, or be in position and outbet you.
And Satoshi came along for the ride with the 3 deuce off.
A little ambitious, but hey,
I'd say so.
You never know. It might come ace 4-5.
With the 6s, Stoyan will fire.
Yeah, what do you do?
Fold,
He
fold.
he just picks up a raise from 2 people now. I think if you're going to play with him, you're going to have to 3-bet him.
Well, here we go here. It's Wenling Gao with the ace-king, raising it up. Schillhabel with 10s right behind her.
And I don't see a world where he doesn't stuff it in. I mean, there's an argument he could with Thomas Ward having 7 million, but I doubt it.
There it goes, effectively committing. So to be Stefan Schillhabel all in and at risk with 10s against the ace-king of Wenling Gao. About 22 million in this pot. Safe run out-ish. Ace-king or a club. How about just the king of clubs? Just the double whammy.
Drawing dead.
Schillhabel drawing dead. Stefan Schillhabel eliminated in 7th place for $467,825. But David, to your point earlier, he was 16th with 16 left. That's quite the work as far as ladders are concerned.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's talk about Thomas Ward. He's been sitting here on this short stack, I think, since the final table formed. Where, 9th place is 230, and now he's getting at least 666,000. If he can outlast one more, he's going to get almost $1 million.
That's third. So that next pay jump is worth $283,300.
It's funny how the 2 big gainers at this final table have been Stoyan and Wenling, and they have such different approaches. Stoyan has gotten his chips through just sheer aggression and just pounding these guys in submission, and she's gotten her chips from just good solid hands holding up, and they're the ones chipping up. What happens if the lock ends? I believe he means the clock. And from what we've seen before, you go into your emergency clock and you get 5 seconds per street, right? That's it. I doubt he can hear that, but for those watching at home, curious. But you guys have still got 11 minutes, 12 minutes. You got plenty of time on those clocks. 14, no one's under 10.
And we just heard this from GG that coming up in a couple minutes when they take their next break, GG is going to add an additional 10 minutes to each of the players' chess clock.
Why?
Oh, sorry, clarify, sorry. Yeah, they clarified that too. This makes a lot more sense. So everybody's chess clock will go back to 15 minutes. Everyone gets 5 seconds before they hand to think, and then the chess clock will start. Here we go. Thomas Ward all in and at risk with 9s against João Santos' 7s.
And if his hand holds, they've basically flip-flopped. João goes down to the 6 million chip stack.
Here's the six of diamonds on the river.
So everyone's clock is
Saw
going to
that
be
three
reset to
across.
15.
Yes, yes, when they come back from break. Thomas Ward up to 17 million in chips, the satellite winner.
He's going
Keeps
for that
hanging around.
million, 949. If he can outlast one more person,
And now Santos, the significant short stack.
No callers.
Ace-7 of clubs here for Zhao with 11 bigs. And again, the significant short stack. Stoyan, the significant chip leader, has sixes on the button.
And he just gives
folds.
it up. I like that, though. He'd rather be the aggressor than call it off.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's not raising it up. He's not messing with it.
All right, and so players going on a break, all eyes are set on that World Series of Poker main event bracelet. It is indeed oh so pretty. And by the way, that comes along with about $4 million in cash. So that's not too shabby either. So here we go with the eliminations of Samuel Taylor, of Tyler Cornell, of Stefan Schillhabel. All of a sudden, David Williams, we're down to just 6 players left.
It's going fast. It's going fast. And, you know, I credit a lot of that to Stoyan. He's putting them in a bad spot here, and it's just really putting a lot of pressure on his opponents and accumulating chips.
Stoyan Madanji, the significant chip leader at this point. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take an extended break so GG can fix the clocks. They'll reset everybody's chess clock to 15 minutes. So again, every player will have 15 minutes on their clock when we resume the final table. This break, again, extended about 20 to 25 minutes. We'll be back with Cards in the Air at 5:50 p.m. Pacific time, and we will see you then. You are watching the World Series of Poker main event final table. Stay with us.
Chris Moneymaker going all in with nothing.
A stunning play from Moneymaker, who missed his draws, has nothing, and now has put Sam Farhall all in.
You must have missed your flush, huh?
Sam's absolutely right.
This would be a tough, tough call for Sam.
Is Chris bluffing this time?
No.
He is not going to do it. Chris Moneymaker bluffs Sam Farha out of a big stack of money. And now the river card. It's an 8, and Anderson wins the hand.
Now remember the song. Give a little bit. Give a little bit of your chips to me. King! Yes, sir! Queen, sir! How did I know?
Has anybody ever told you you're crazy?
What a showdown to start this championship table. Aces versus kings.
And Mattisau just feels snake bit again.
Oh, a king! Mattisau gets a set. And now the turn card. It's a deuce of hearts. A little light now for Lazar.
And Mattisau acting as if he has just lost the hand.
Now the river, it's a heart! Lazar wins it! Yes! Yes! Yes!
All right, I call. Oh, you said top. I wouldn't have called you. I said top.
I saw him throw the ante in. He says he did. You know, I don't necessarily believe him. So, I mean.
Prahlad won't give it up.
You're acting like an idiot.
I'm acting like an idiot, all right?
You didn't even see it.
I don't trust you, sir, okay? I don't trust you. Come on, man. I've been in poker long enough, man. I know how it is.
Yeah,
You guys both please let it go.
Are you gonna stop? Are you gonna stop? He's not even his chip.
I saw him throw it in.
Three
I saw
times,
him
you piece
throw
of.
it in.
Come on. That's what I said.
I'll take your head off, buddy.
Oh, and now this incident is beginning to spin out of control. River card, queen of diamonds, and a royal flush from Mickelson. Oh, Lovelace is gone. What a hell of a way to go out.
This game is easy.
He's all in. Phillips turns over a royal flush. Mabuchi, quad aces.
You gotta be kidding me. Quad aces, your last hand of the main event.
What a way to hit the rail. And he checks, Phil checks, Salikoski wins.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. Uh-oh.
Phil's up. And roaming.
5-7. Idiot from Northern Europe.
Idiot from Northern Europe, Phil.
Call the race with 5-7. Freaking idiots. God, they play so bad.
Smith shows his aces up. Ivy mocks his flush. Phil Ivy mucked the winner. He says all in for 11.6 million. Duhamel thinking very seriously about this and makes the call.
A defining moment here late at this main event, Lon. Jonathan Duhamel just wants to disappear inside that hood if he could.
The river card. Oh, is an 8! A crushing blow to Matt Affleck. Moneymaker going all in with nothing.
A stunning play from Moneymaker, who missed his draws, has nothing, and now has put Sam Farhall all in.
You must have missed your flush, huh?
Sam's absolutely right.
This would be a tough, tough call for Sam.
Is Chris bluffing this time?
No.
He is not going to do it. Chris Moneymaker bluffs Sam Farha out of a big stack of money. And now the river card. It's an 8, and Anderson wins the hand.
Now remember the song. Give a little bit. Give a little bit of your chips to me. King! Yes, sir! Queen, sir! How did I know?
Has anybody ever told you you're crazy?
What a showdown to start this championship table. Aces versus kings.
And Mattisau just feels snake bit again.
Oh, a king! Mattisau gets a set. And now the turn card. It's a deuce of hearts. A little light now for Lazar.
And Mattisau acting as if he has just lost the hand.
Now the river, it's a heart! Lazar wins it! Yes! Yes! Yes!
All right, I call. Oh, you said top. I wouldn't have called you. I said top.
I saw him throw the ante in. He says he did. You know, I don't necessarily believe him. So, I mean.
Prahlad won't give it up.
You're acting like an idiot.
I'm acting like an idiot, all right?
You didn't even see it.
I don't trust you, sir, okay? I don't trust you. Come on, man. I've been in poker long enough, man. I know how it is.
Yeah.
You guys both please let it go.
Are you gonna stop? Are you gonna stop? It's not even his chip.
I saw him throw it in.
Three times, you piece of. Come on, that's what I said.
I'll take your head off, buddy.
Oh, now this incident is beginning to spin out of control. River card, queen of diamonds, and a royal flush from Mickelson. Oh, Lovelace is gone. What a hell of a way to go out.
This game is easy.
He's all in. Phillips turns over a royal flush. Mabuchi, quad aces.
You gotta be kidding me. Quad aces, your last hand of the main event.
What a way to hit the rail. And he checks, Phil checks, Salikoski wins.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. Uh-oh.
Phil's up. And roaming.
5-7. Idiot from Northern Europe.
Idiot from Northern Europe, Phil.
Call the race with 5-7. Freaking idiots. God, they play so bad.
Smith shows his aces up. Ivy mocks his flush. Phil Ivy mucked the winner. He says all in for $11.6 million. Duhamel thinking very seriously about this and makes the call.
A defining moment here late at this main event, Lon. Jonathan Duhamel just wants to disappear inside that hood if he could.
The river card. Oh, is an 8! A crushing blow to Matt Affleck. Moneymaker going all in with nothing.
A stunning play from Moneymaker, who missed his draws, has nothing, and now has put Sam Farhall all in.
You must have missed your flush, huh?
Sam's absolutely right.
This would be a tough, tough call for Sam.
Is Chris bluffing this time?
No.
He is not going to do it. Chris Moneymaker bluffs Sam Farha out of a big stack of money. And now the river card. It's an 8, and Anderson wins the hand.
Now remember the song. Give a little bit. Give a little bit of your chips to me. King! Yes, sir! Queen, sir! How did I know?
Has anybody ever told you you're crazy?
What a showdown to start this championship table. Aces versus kings.
And Mattisau just feels snake bit again.
Oh, a king! Mattisau gets a set. And now the turn card. It's a deuce of hearts. A little light now for Lazar.
And Mattisau acting as if he has just lost the hand.
Now the river, it's a heart! Lazar wins it! Yes! Yes! Yes!
All right, I call. Oh, you said top. I have top. I wouldn't have called you. I said top.
I saw him throw the ante in. He says he did. You know, I don't necessarily believe him. So, I mean.
Platt won't give it up.
You're having like an idiot.
I'm acting like an idiot, all right?
You didn't even see it.
I don't trust you, sir, okay? I don't trust you. Come on, man. I've been in poker long enough, man. I know how it is.
Yeah,
You guys both please let it go.
Are you gonna stop? Are you gonna stop? He's moving his chip.
I saw him throw it.
Three times, you piece of... Come on, that's what I said.
I'll take your head off, buddy.
Oh, now this incident is beginning to spin out of control. River card, queen of diamonds, and a royal flush from Mickelson. Oh, Lovelace is gone. What a hell of a way to go out.
This game is easy.
He's all in. Phillips turns over a royal flush. Mabuchi, quad aces.
You gotta be kidding me. Quad aces, your last hand of the main event.
What a way to hit the rail. And he checks, Phil checks, Salikoski wins.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. Uh-oh.
Phil's up. And roaming.
5-7. Idiot from Northern Europe.
Idiot from Northern Europe, Phil.
Call the race with 5-7. Freaking idiots. God, they play so bad.
Smith shows his aces up. Ivy mocks his flush. Phil Ivy mucked the winner. He says all in for $11.6 million. Duhamel thinking very seriously about this and makes the call.
A defining moment here late at this main event, Lon. Jonathan Duhamel just wants to disappear inside that hood if he could.
The river card. Oh, it's an 8! A crushing blow to Matt Affleck. Moneymaker going all in with nothing.
A stunning play from Moneymaker, who missed his draws, has nothing, and now has put Sam Farhall all in.
You must have missed your flush, huh?
Sam's absolutely right.
This would be a tough, tough call for Sam.
Is Chris bluffing this time?
He is not going to do it. Chris Moneymaker bluffs Sam Farha out of a big stack of money. And now the river card. It's an 8, and Anderson wins the hand.
Now remember the song. Give a little bit. Give a little bit of your chips to me. King! Yes, sir! Queen! How did I know?
Has anybody ever told you you're crazy?
What a showdown to start this championship table. Aces versus kings.
And Matisow just feels snake bit again.
Oh, a king! Matisow gets a set! And now the turn card. It's a deuce of hearts. A little light now for Lazar.
And Matisow acting as if he has just lost the hand.
Now the river, it's a heart! Lazar wins it! Yes! Yes! Yes!
All right, I call. Oh, you said top. I wouldn't have called you. I said top.
I saw him throw the ante in. he says he did. You know, I don't necessarily believe him. So, I mean.
Platt won't give it up.
You're acting like an idiot.
I'm acting like an idiot, all right?
You didn't even see it.
I don't trust you, sir, okay? I don't trust you. Come on, man. I've been in poker long enough, man. I know how it is.
You guys both please let it go. Are you gonna stop? Are you gonna stop? It's not even his chip.
I saw him throw it in.
Three times, you piece of Come on, that's what I said.
I'll take your head off, buddy.
Oh, now this incident is beginning to spin out of control. River card, queen of diamonds, and a royal flush from Mickelson. Oh, Lovelace is gone. What a hell of a way to go out.
This game is easy.
He's all in. Phillips turns over a royal flush. Mabuchi, quad aces.
You gotta be kidding me. Quad aces, your last hand of the main event.
What a way to hit the rail. And he checks, Phil checks, Salikoski wins.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. Uh-oh.
Phil's up. And roaming.
5-7. Idiot from Northern Europe.
Idiot from Northern Europe, Phil.
Call the race with 5-7. Freaking idiots. God, they play so bad.
Smith shows his aces up. Ivy mocks his flush. Phil Ivy mucked the winner. He says all in for $11.6 million. Duhamel thinking very seriously about this and makes the call.
A defining moment here late at this main event, Lon. Jonathan Duhamel just wants to disappear inside that hood if he could.
The river card. Oh, is an 8! A crushing blow to Matt Affleck. Moneymaker going all in with nothing.
A stunning play from Moneymaker, who missed his draws, has nothing, and now has put Sam Farhall all in.
You must have missed your flush, huh?
Sam's absolutely right.
This would be a tough call for Sam.
Is Chris bluffing this time?
He is not going to do it. Chris Moneymaker bluffs Sam Farha out of a big stack of money. And now the river card. It's an 8, and Anderson wins the hand.
Now remember the song. Give a little bit. Give a little bit of your chips to me. King! Yes, sir! Queen, sir! How did I know?
Has anybody ever told you you're crazy?
What a showdown to start this championship table. Aces versus kings.
And Matisow just feels snake bit again.
Sorry, Mikey, that hand's not going to work out so well for you. Jeff Platt alongside David Williams. Final day coverage of the World Series of Poker main event. There are 6 players left, all fighting for that first place prize of more than $3.9 million. And of course, this beautiful World Series of Poker main event bracelet. It is indeed oh so pretty. And it's been a pretty performance for Stoyan Madanjiv.
Yeah, I mean, he had one setback early, but other than that, it's been smooth sailing. It just dipped and then took off.
The talk of the town, the talk of the chat on Twitch, on YouTube, on Facebook. Wen Lingao's hand, set over set, aces over nines. I mean, that's certainly the most memorable hand of the day by a mile.
I mean, we got excited when we saw the flop, right? 9-7 deuce, rainbow, or 9-7-3. We're like, oh, look at this. And then, bam, before we could even finish discussing the implications of that flop, ace on the turn, and that was all she wrote.
All right, so João Santos is the short stack. A fairly significant short stack, so can we expect to see him play, relatively standard, because it's not like he's trying to wait out an elimination by another short stack.
There's only 6 players left. He's got about 10 to 12 big blinds. He's going to have to find a hand that he feels comfortable with and just go with it. Maybe it gets called, maybe it gets through. If it gets called, hope it holds up.
All right, we've got, 5 minutes left before we resume action. So let's just go through every player. So we started with João Santos, who has a bit more than 9 million in chips in 5th. Thomas Ward with 17 million in chips. Ward into this one off a $500 satellite. He has turned that $500. Actually, they just went ahead and said, let's go back to the action. So that's what David and I will do. We'll do what Gigi says. This is the World Series of Poker main event final table. We aren't wasting any time. Let's go.
They're not waiting for us. So we got Stoyan with ace-7 on the button here. He has shown he's not afraid to be active. I imagine we're going to see a raise here. Tyler with 2 9s. Now, we have seen him be relatively passive in relation to Stoyan due to the shorter stacks on the table. He has shown a reluctancy to 3-bet. I wonder if we're going to continue that pattern or if he's going to say, I'm sick of this.
Yeah.
It would be a nightmare for him to bust with the 3rd biggest stack and 3 significantly shorter stacks below him, but you do have some leeway here. You can make it 5 million, and if you get 4-bet, you can fold. So it's not like you automatically bust here.
So they have reset everybody's chess clock, their final table clock, to 15 minutes. And they've added an additional 5 seconds to wait before you activate that chess clock. Blinds are at 350K, 700K. It says 49 hands left in this level, but that is the level that we were playing before was 350, 700.
Something's off there because each level is 50 hands.
Right.
We've already been playing 700.
I think we had 10-ish more hands.
Yeah, it should be close to switching, so I don't know. They'll fix that, I guess. Or maybe they just reset the level. Who knows?
Just extend the action a little bit.
Stoyan gets 3-bet folds. Next hand, he's right back at it.
Yeah. Stoyan Madanjiv out of Bulgaria entered the day 3rd in chips with 38 left. Has the chip lead at this final table. It's been a roller coaster ride for him throughout the course of the day, to say the least.
Now that was the hand I wanted to see how disrespectful he was going to get to his opponents. If he just raised that queen-4 up right there, I was like, okay. He just has no regards for these guys' feelings. He is just going for it. He let him have one. So he's not just a total mongrel.
Santos, the short stack with about 11, 12 bigs.
5-6 of hearts.
Wen Lingao will defend against your favorite hand, the 5-6 suited, and we'll flop a king.
My favorite hand is
we'll go with it. Nope, we'll go with
one of them. I like
5-6
it. It's fun. But if we're talking business here, give me the Rockets, and not the ones from Houston, even though they did win last night.
They did perform very well.
Yes, they did.
Against the Lakers.
You know, and Wen Lingao has been fairly straightforward, but also solid, and I think Tyler knows that. Ace King 8, Tyler did not even fire a C-bet when checked to, and again on the turn, checked it back. He realizes, you know, either I'm winning because she has nothing, or she's got me beat, but I'm not putting a chip in this pot.
Does go check, check. Gal takes it down. 6 players left. 5,802 entries in this one, creating a prize pool of more than $27.5 million. That is the biggest prize pool in online poker history. With the biggest prize pool, of course, will come the biggest first place prize. That first place prize, almost $4 million. They smashed the guarantee for this one with more than 5,800 entries. We had 1,171 players to start day 2, 38 to start day 3, and here we are with 6 players left at the World Series of Poker main event. Shout out to the man, the myth, the legend. Kev Math is in the chat. Kev Math says these blinds are set, so they reset the level also.
Okay.
So we'll have 46 more hands of the 350K 700K level. Great for the players. The player experience has been fantastic on GG so far.
And Satoshi's going to raise and then follow through on that flop and take it down. João Santos continues to whittle away. To his credit, he hasn't had a spot since we resumed.
Sure.
No hand and no situation for him to shove.
5s for Tyler here. That blind reset, kind of nice for Santos, gives him a little bit more time.
Check from Stoyan. Imagine he gives it up here. He's shown he doesn't call very much.
Right.
He likes to be the aggressor. Otherwise, he's fine to give it up, which is a pretty good strategy to have at the poker table.
We had 40-minute levels leading up to this. I mean, what do you think we played considering all the pre-flop stalling, tanking, like 14 or 15 hands per level?
Yeah, it wasn't a lot. I mean, there was a lot of posturing, but once there's one table left, there's no one to kind of outlast at the other tables. And when the blind's determined by the number of hands, not by the time, then you're not trying to have the big blind land on someone. You just keep playing the hand. So it's kind of nice what they do here at the final table. Now it's just play some poker.
Now got that extra reset too, so we're going to fit in about 90 hands at this 350K, 700K level, so very deep, as it should be for the World Series of Poker main event. We said it earlier, the best live poker tournament structure. Might as well make it the best online one as well. The waiting is paid off for João Santos. Picks up kings under the gun.
Oh, don't time out. Oh, don't do it.
We'll commit here. Stoyan with the ace-10. We'll just fold, to your point. Would rather be the first to put chips in.
Yeah.
Disappointing raise and take it for João Santos. Entered this final day 10th in chips. This is his 7th cash of the 2020 World Series. Ace-king for Tyler. Thomas just going to wait out Santos. Or try to wait out Santos at least. It's Santos with ace-deuce.
Kind of a weird spot. It's only a min raise, so you don't really want to fold, but every chip is so valuable, especially when you're as short as he is, and you do have a deuce in your hand.
It's going to rip it and run right into it.
You get the kings, you get no action, you kind of get forced into it because you're in the blind, you've only got 10 bigs, and you end up in this spot up against ace-king.
There are some chop outs though. Could hit a jack or a 4, a 5 for a wheel, a deuce for the win. River card.
No. That's going to be a 6 or a 7
It
or
is
an
the
8.
3 across. It is a 7, and that will do it for João Santos out in 6th place for $666,637, $666K for 6th. The $283K pay jump for the rest of the field, and that includes Thomas Ward, who keeps on laddering up.
Thomas Ward has just been so short, and now he's up to basically $1 million.
Yeah, that's unbelievable.
$1 million, and now he's got no one to outlast. He's the shortest stack by far. He can just carefree, just get it in. Let's just play some poker.
Stoyan with the gut shot here. Thomas with ace high, backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw.
He was super patient. And look at this, the gut shot comes in for Stoyan, but the flush draw for Thomas with a straight draw of his own, even though it's no good.
3.6 million in the pot and a pot-sized lead from Stoyan here.
I mean, I don't think you want to shove if you're Thomas because you're likely getting called. You can just call and see the river. If you improve, you probably get paid off and get your double. If you brick, you can just muck. Still have 9 million behind, which he does.
We'll just call. Board will pair on the river.
Which is why you just call, because in this spot, now you can just muck it and move on.
Stoyan will rip it. Here's that muck, I assume.
I mean, I would think. Maybe you're going to say, oh, my opponent had a 10 and a heart draw?
Yeah.
No, okay.
Okay,
talk yourself into a call here.
Take some time, think
Because if
about
you're
it.
going to do that, you might as well rip it in the turn.
Right. Ace-3 of hearts for Ward here with a little bit more than 12 bigs.
You are at a 5-handed final table, suited ace. Yep. If you get through, you pick up about 2 million, which he did. It's a pretty big increase when you're sitting on 8.
So Mad Rudy in the chat says this stream is behind. We realize that. We are on a 30-minute delay for Cards Up coverage.
No spoilers, please.
No spoilers, please.
To ban you from the Twitch chat. I can't, but
I would ban you from the studio if you spoiled it. So
I actually
don't have that power.
Looked on my break. I can tell you everything that's enough.
Okay, no.
I did not. I took a nice walk in the sun and warmed up a little bit.
Pretty small raise from Satoshi out of the big blind and flops Jackson a flush draw while Tyler flops a pair of 8s.
Yeah, he's got Tyler in bad shape. He's an offsuit queen or an offsuit 8. I imagine he's going to peel one for $1 million.
7 of spades. The flush comes in for Satoshi Isome.
Now Tyler is drawing dead.
Satoshi fires a little bit more than half pot.
Tyler here has still got one of the bottom pairs. Your opponent has shown strength 2 streets in a row. You're out of position. You will be for the river. I think you've got to fold this. You're likely facing another bet on the river, so unless you improve, you're in the same spot again for even more chips. So I think Stoyan's going to raise this one up.
Yeah, with the Jack-9 of diamonds in the cutoff. And with 130 big blinds.
And Satoshi could just call here. You do have a short stack, super short stack in the big blind. Again, you don't want to bust in 5th here with a guy with only 10 million, but you can raise folds, so he's going to go ahead and make it 4.4.
Yeah, there is that 400K pay jump looming. Comes Jack-9, 5. Jacks and 9s for Stoyan.
And Stoyan just calls in position and flops top 2. Overbets, 11 million.
The overbet lead from Satoshi.
Usually that signifies somebody with a lot of strength.
It's really interesting. But Donjeev just calls. 7 on the turn. Satoshi kind of in no man's land now.
He's got less than pot behind. I'd love to see a check back from Stoyan here, but you don't want to give a flush or a straight draw free card either.
Sure. Does check back. 6 of spades on the river.
I mean, Satoshi could turn this into a bluff and fire it all in. Stoyan has shown a reluctancy to call. He might lay it down.
And Satoshi will turn this ace-queen into a bluff and gets called by Madonji.
Snap call.
And just like that, that will do it for
Thomas
Satoshi
Ward.
Isome.
Let's talk
Another
about
ladder for Thomas Ward.
What's going on here? That was catastrophic for Satoshi. He just imploded. And here we go with Thomas Ward with 2 6s, 4-handed.
And Wen Lingao with 7s.
And so Thomas Ward's got to be like, this is free money for me.
This is amazing. Thomas Ward so far has turned $500 into $1.3 million. He rips it here.
I mean, even if you go bust here, you're Thomas Ward, you're celebrating. You're like, a guy just imploded and gave me $400,000.
He's already opened the bottle of champagne. Can he find a 6 to stay alive?
I mean, an 8 or a queen.
Yeah, some chop outs there.
It's paint.
Oh, it's a king on the river. That does it for Thomas Ward, but well played, my man. The satellite winner out in 4th, excuse me.
Fourth.
For $1,353,634.
Satoshi went broke with no pair.
With a super short stack.
He didn't have to play it that way.
Oh, my. Satoshi, we should say, did turn $250 into that $950K 5th place prize.
Absolutely. I mean, not to take away from his accomplishment.
Right. His run overall is
just discussing that hand, it was very curious. I mean, yes, his opponent happened to have 2 pair, but when you overbet the pot 11 million and your opponent called there, they could have the flush you're representing.
Yeah.
We did talk about how Stoyan doesn't call very much. He's the aggressor, so, you know, maybe that was in his mind too.
Not as many 8s when you just call out of the small blind and lead overbet pot. Wow, just like that, we're 3-handed for the title.
3 quick eliminations.
Bracelet. All 3 of these players guaranteed $1,928,887. There's an $819K pay jump from 3rd to 2nd.
I mean, we've got, they're all basically 100 or more big blinds, right? 70 million, so Wei Ling's over, Wen Ling's over 100.
This is deep.
Tyler's almost 100. Stoyan's almost 200?
50 hands per level. Wenling Gao, our lone satellite survivor, qualified for this one off winning a $500 satellite. That's an absurd ROI.
$2 million between third and first, the difference.
This is also the best final table performance by a woman in the history of the World Series of Poker main event, is Barbara Enright, the only other woman to make a main event final table. She finished in 5th in 1995 when Dan Harrington won it. Wenling Gao has assured herself of at least third and at least $1.9 million.
Tyler limps the Jack-3 off and gets raised. Three-handed, the ranges do widen up, but I think Jack-3 might be outside of what you want to play, but he decides to call.
Does flop a 3, aces in the backdoor flush draw for Gao.
She's going to follow through with that same bet, 1.75 million. Tyler's going to call. A little bit of ambition there. You limp and get raised from a fairly tight playing big blind, and they follow through on the ace-queen-3 board. I'm not sure how much I like my 3. And Tyler's going to give it up.
Wenling Gao up to about 94 million in chips, the 25-year-old out of China. This is her first ever World Series of Poker cash, and it's going to be for at least $1.9 million.
Absolutely incredible.
She has $680,000 in live tournament earnings. Her biggest score came when she finished in 5th place in an APPT high roller event in Jeju for about 155K USD.
So Tyler's raising the button with the 7-8. Players are really opening it up now that the super short stacks are gone.
You remember your first WSOP cash by any chance?
It was one spot better than these.
It was a
That
nice
was
one
That was it.
in the World
First
Series of
one.
Poker main event. How about a 2nd place finish?
I'm thinking that was a timeout. I don't think she intended to fold
Okay,
to sevens and small for one single raise.
Yeah,
That's kind of
wouldn't make
curious.
sense.
But yeah, that was something else.
Gao with Queen Jack on the button.
Yeah, might be having some internet issues. Horrible time to have that happen.
So perhaps unless she clicked off of her clock for whatever reason, she couldn't have timed out, right? Unless...
Yeah, I don't know. Unless you have to request it, you have to like hit.
I think it automatically activates because you only get 5 seconds
Wanted to
or
fold
so.
the sevens. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't think she's folding the sevens for a single raise. But
right.
Button raise, Queen Jack. Tyler going to defend at least with the ace-4 suited, if not 3-bet.
Tyler, our short stack with 90 bigs.
He does 3-bet, 4.3 million. We're gonna get the 4-bet. Wenling gonna take it to the streets? No, just folds it.
Tyler up to about 63 million in chips. This is the 2020 World Series of Poker Online main event on GGPoker. Jeff Platt alongside David Williams in the PokerGO studio. Thanks for checking us out on GGPoker's Twitch and YouTube channels, and PokerGo's YouTube and Facebook channels. Be sure to like, share, follow, subscribe, all the good stuff.
Now, Stoyan's back to raising, opens the button with 7-8 off, and Tyler's back to 3-betting. Ace-9 suited, decides to 3-bet. A little bigger, but Stoyan doesn't fold. We've seen that.
We see a gut shot for both, a pair of 8s for Madanji.
Stoyan does have the best hand right now. This could be a big pot.
Yeah. Tyler with the backdoor flush draw.
Something like a 7 of clubs on the turn. We're going to see some fireworks. I believe Tyler will c-bet, and I don't think Stoyan's going anywhere. He does 3.6 6.
3.8 million.
3.8 million. Stoyan calls.
18.6 million in this pot. Deuce of diamonds on the turn.
It's got to be a concerning card for Tyler. He knows Stoyan he loves to play suited cards, if we've seen. He does have flush draw in his range. He could have improved. Tyler only has ace high as it stands. There's not a lot of hands that call you on the flop that you're now beating.
Stoyan on fire, about half pot here. Bet is 9.8 million. Tyler lays it down.
Stoyan continues to stack, increases chips up to 141 million, over 200 big blinds. It picks up 2 kings and gets a raw.
And shows it. He's like, how bad do I run, you know? We're like, well, you are in the final 3 of the World Series of Poker Online main event.
Couple of threes. Wenling folds suited queen on the button. Stoyan limps and leads. The limp and lead. Now, if you're Tyler,
more and more popular from the small blind, that limp and lead.
King high too on ace ace 8 board against the limp and lead, you got to be like, well, this king high is the best hand often. Checks it back, lets Stoyan get there. Not that he wasn't there already, but could have applied some pressure and he might have gave up those threes, but.
Just goes check, check on the end. Tyler happy to check back the king high.
I mean, 3s and 2s are pretty much the only hands that beat you here in that spot with king high that play out like that.
Stoyan Medanjiv, 29 years old, out of Bulgaria. This is his 4th cash of the 2020 World Series of Poker. His prior 3 were for a combined $6,000. He's made at least $1.9 million here in this one.
He's in good shape to win 3.9 in a bracelet if he keeps up.
No live WSOP cashes on Medanjiv's resume.
Tyler leads out on the 8-7 deuce and gets Gao to fold the deuce. Uh-oh. So there's no way Stoyan folding an ace here.
No chance. Comes king 10-4. Gut shot along with the backdoor flush draw for Tyler, and his ace high is best. Stoyan does quickly fold there, though. 25 more hands in this level. 350K, 700K.
Players are playing at a pretty fast pace here.
Yeah.
Stoyan limps and out flops, swings ahead, but it flops an 8.
There are about 400 big blinds on the table between these 3 players. Stoyan with about half. Does have 8s and a flush draw against a pair of 4s and the gut shot that Tyler Ruger holds.
And the check raise from Stoyan with the pair and the club draw.
Making it 5.1 million.
Continues to stack them up.
Tyler lays it down. An $819,718 pay jump at stake here. $2 million is the difference between 3rd and 1st.
Wenling Gao's not really picking up any hands at all 3-handed.
Stoyan defends with the king-queen. It comes queen 4-4. Backdoor flush draw for Tyler, but that's about it.
Just Tyler's C-bet. He does 1.2 million. Big check raise here. Kind of suspect check raise because you only really get action from 4s or
a dry board.
I mean, I guess other queens, but they're unlikely. Like it's a pretty solid hand on that board. It's okay to allow your opponent to try to make something.
Tyler says nice hand.
Now, he's limped here in the small blind quite a bit since we've been 3-handed, but it looks like he's just going to play his cards straight up. He's been limping the junky ones and just decided to raise the suited ace.
Up to almost 150 million in chips. Starting stack for this tournament, a measly 500,000. I'm sorry, 50,000. Yeah, even more measly, even measlier. I don't know if that's a word. 5s for Gal, 8s for Medanjiv.
We've
It's
got a
Tyler
raise.
opening.
King deuce. I imagine the 5s will call, although three-handed, you could 3-bet here. She does, 3.2 million.
Very small sizing.
Uh-oh.
Stoyan calls.
Now, if you're Tyler, you got the button here. There's 8.2 million in the pot.
It's only 1.8 million more.
He's going to lay it down.
Lay it down, would have flopped the best of it.
Flopped them, had them dead to 5 or an 8.
Gal leads here.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Stoyan just give it up. She's been fairly snug. Again, he doesn't call it off usually with, let's say, a super strong hand like 2-pair.
I was going to say, you said that all along. He prefers to be the aggressor in these pots.
There's a big difference when you've got top 2 like you did in that big pot, but look at this, kings and ace-queen. This could be some fireworks, and that could be, it will be. How big?
Just three-handed to pick up ace-queen. Looks pretty good here if you are Tyler Ruger.
And being out of position, I imagine his 3-bet is going to be on the larger side. You'd hate to get called and then have no pair and be in no man's land. He does make it
a little more than 3x.
4.4.
How to proceed if you're Gal.
I think Gal's going to make it something like 10 million, I imagine.
About 9.8, pretty close.
Now, if you're Tyler, you got to realize you haven't seen Winling Gal 3-bet really anyone. She's played really solid and straightforward. I know it's easy to say because I can see the cards.
Sure, but he's been able to see
folding.
plenty by now too,
Right,
after
he
30-minute
knows that.
delay.
How do you like ace? Now, if you're against Stoyan or against other players, you could love your ace-queen a lot more, but against Winling, you gotta be a little nervous with ace-queen here. And you're going to be out of position.
And he rips it in there. So here we go. A massive pot here. Tyler Ruger all in and at risk with ace-queen against Wenling Gals at kings. Ruger looking for an ace on the river to stay alive. Will squeeze it. None across. Oh, it's a deuce. It is a deuce on the river. That was a nice little
Look at
sweat.
this, but look at our man. He's like,
Yes,
look, I make 3-8s, no big deal. And we are heads up just like that with about even chip stacks. The two styles couldn't be more different.
Right.
I love it. I mean, this is what you want to see, right?
Heads up for the World Series of Poker Online main event bracelet, along with $3.9 million. Stoyan Medanjiv against Wenling Gal for the title.
I'm really disappointed, though. I feel like, kind of like we had Jack do the shuffle up and deal.
Yeah.
We need to cut away, have some guys with boxes of money coming out and dumping them on the table. I mean, what happened to all that? We just go straight. This is like some 2004 stuff. We just go straight into heads up. My year, they didn't even give us a break. They brought the money out at 3-handed, and then Josh busted it. He just fired straight up like deal. I'm like, wait, I need a break.
Let me take it in.
Please. And they were like, no.
It's up for the main.
So, yeah, this is just like it. They just keep going. I think the way they play, I think this bodes well for Stoyan because he's just so much more aggressive. If Wenling picks up a big hand and he makes a misstep and walks into it, that's how she's going to defeat him. But other than like something like this, right? If they get some sort of cooler flop, that could be really bad for him. But all things considered, I think his aggression is going to play well against her style of just solid kind of trappy, straightforward. It's not very tricky. I think she's going to get ran over unless she makes some adjustments.
Part of which could include more 3-betting. There's Stoyan. Part of which could just include flopping the stone cold nuts.
We can't see. Okay, there we go. He's got ace-6 again. She's going to check it, try to trap him. The problem is she's not going to get a lot of action in this hand. Not very likely. She might get like this, 700,000 out of him.
Which like serious? The guy who always bets big?
I don't know what this is, but she check raise. I think he's going to just snap muck. We see his hand.
Does fold neck and neck for the lead, for the title, for the bracelet, for the $3.9 million.
Maybe we can go back to that ace-queen. Like I say, I don't want to be too critical of anyone's play.
Sure.
They made it this far. They clearly know what they're doing. I just think against a player like Wenling, the way she's been playing at every stage of the way, I don't think I'm ripping ace-queen there and getting it all in. Maybe through inevitably we get it all in eventually. Sure. I don't know if maybe you call, see flops. That flop, they aren't getting it all in. Who knows? But I just don't really want to be all in for all those chips for almost 100 bigs each or 80 bigs with ace-queen off. There we go, ace-king. Stacks are about even. We're going to see another 3-bet here.
They're so deep, both with more than 200 big blinds. Wenling's 3-bets have been kind of on the small side. 3-bet small there, but Stoyan's hand just absolute trash. Had to toss it into the muck.
But see, I think that's also the difference. She's folding buttons a lot more than he is, and he's
Sure.
raising a lot of buttons. So unless she starts 3-betting those raises a lot more, which I don't think we'll see without real hands, that bodes well for Stoyan.
We'll show the ace. Like, I'm only raising with an ace. Okay.
Yeah,
We've seen
that's
enough
a
of
little
your play.
unnecessary. It's like, she's like, I know what you're up to, man. You don't need to show me any aces. Okay. We see what's going on here. Oh, here we go. Both players with a hand.
Pretty big hands, considering we are heads up. And Madanji's like, if I get 3-bet again, like maybe that's just her strategy to relentlessly 3-bet. We've seen that she's had pretty good hands. Stoyan does call. 9-8-5 rainbow with more than 7 million in the middle.
Yeah, the best thing for him here was to not have flopped an ace. 2 overs, backdoor straight draw. He peels one, look at that.
10 ball on the turn, top pair for Stoyan, but the open ender for Wen Lingdao. 11.9 million in the pot.
Is she going to continue? She does.
There's yes on the smaller side.
Big raise.
Makes it 17.3 million.
I think if you've got ace-jack here, you've got to give it up. You still might have the best hand. They might be making this with some sort of combo draw, but even so.
For that size, it's
you're out
tough
of
to continue
position.
with.
Yeah, it's out of position. The sizing is huge. You're going to be faced with a river bet almost every time. You've just got to give that one up. That's just unfortunate, which is, I think, another reason why maybe you just check that turn and try to see a cheap river. So if they do bet, maybe it's not so much. He continues to pound. They were about even about a few hands ago.
Sure.
He's up to 157 to 130.
Chipping away. It's going to take a while to go the chipping away path if they play small pots, considering how deep they are. But he's putting himself in good position for the big hands that they do play.
Wow.
Just fold the ace-3.
And the ace-3 heads up against a player that raises a lot of buttons. I mean, I guess that's
about every button.
She just doesn't want to end up out of position in a weird spot post-flop, but then you can just 3-bet if you don't want to do that.
She'll play the queens. Raises it up on the button. Stoyan does flop a 4.
And the blinds did go up. The big blind is 800 now.
400K, 800K for the next 50 hands. 10 of spades on the turn. Gao also picks up a flush draw. Fires half pot, takes it down. Wen Lingdao, 25 years old, out of China. This is her first World Series of Poker cash. Does have 680K in live tournament earnings.
I mean, he's just raising every button. Jack 6 offsuit, does not matter. Which, you know, if your opponent's going to fold a lot and give you these pots.
And why not? And you can turn a jack sometimes.
She looked him up with ace-10 high, the best hand, and he turned a jack. She's going to need an ace or a king. He checked it back, too. He's 100% betting some value here. Can't dog this.
How's that for value? That's cool with the overbet there.
7.2. Oh, no. It does look a little fishy. Did he checked the turn, too? So it's like...
And she does make the call. Stoyan gets paid off. Max value there with the jack.
I don't know how much bluffing we've seen him get caught at. I actually can't recall one. I mean, he's been fortunate when he has been kind of sailing in the wind. He's hit, but I haven't really seen a lot of bluffing from him. It's just a brutal river, though. The way he played it, checking the turn back, I don't blame her for looking him up.
Stoyan extending his chip lead.
I mean, he's winning every hand. There we go.
Chooses 3x. I wonder if that will continue.
Yeah, no more little raises letting him in there cheap and still rob me on the flop.
The pots she does play, maybe she'll go towards the bigger side.
Gives her a running hot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here's a 3-bet to
I've seen
3.6, but the 3-bets are on the small side.
Immediate adjustment, though. Before she had an ace-10, she just called his river. She's decided to 3-bet. Unfortunately, it was a little small, allowed him to continue with king-6, and he outflopped her. She does have some equity.
As that Broadway draw could spike an ace as well. 12.3 million in the middle, blank on the turn.
Oh, wow. And she just keeps firing.
Fires half pot here. Stoyan will call again. 9 on the river. Does she go bet, bet, bet?
it might work. She hasn't shown really that she bluffs. He's erred on the side of caution, at least not heads up, but before on calling. Oh, she checks it back. Is he going to go for any value? I don't think he'll get it. I think even if he bets, unless it's super small, she's probably going to give it up because he's shown significant strength.
He does check back the king.
I think he figured that out, that she's unlikely calling with a worse hand, and she might have something like a king 10 and call him. Here we go. This
Fives
could be a
for
big
Gao.
hand. So he's on a 3-bet, real big with the king queen. Fives heads up is a pretty solid hand, but again, you just call.
Clicks back, makes it 18.15 million. Stoyan makes the call, does flop the gut shot, has the overs, but the fives are best right now.
But this is the problem with a hand like fives inflating it. So many flops are so scary. Like, you're kind of in no man's land. He's got 2 overs and a gut shot, and he gives it up.
Wow, lays it down. That was huge for Wenling Gao.
Yeah, I think he gave her credit for a hand way bigger than fives.
All right, heads up for the title, Stoyan Madanjiv and Wenling Gao. It was all Madanjiv, but at least a slight turnaround in the momentum here.
Yeah, I mean, that hand there was a huge hand for her to pick up. It was, put the chip stacks fairly close to even again. He was sort of distancing it by winning every pot. And, she played the fives a little more aggressive than I think a lot of players would, but it worked out. She was in position, and she was able to take that from him with a large bet on a flop. He actually had a pretty good flop for his hand, and I think if he had a better idea of the range of hands he was against, he might have proceeded, but she's been fairly tight, so you could be in a lot worse shape than you think.
All right, quick break for them, quick break for us as well. Stay with us. You are watching the World Series of Poker Online Main Event. Heads up for that bracelet when we come back.
Chris Moneymaker going all in with nothing.
A stunning play from Moneymaker, who missed his draws, has nothing, and now has put Sam Farhall all in.
You must have missed your flush, huh?
Sam's absolutely right.
This would be a tough call for Sam.
Is Chris bluffing this time?
No.
He is not going to do it. Chris Moneymaker bluffs Sam Farha out of a big stack of money. And now the river card. It's an 8, and Anderson wins the hand.
Now remember the song. Give a little bit. Give a little bit of your chips to me. King! Yes, sir! Queen! How did I know?
Has anybody ever told you you're crazy?
What a showdown to start this championship table. Aces versus kings.
And Mattisau just feels snake bit again.
Oh, a king! Mattisau gets a set. And now the turn card. It's a deuce of hearts. A little light now for Lazar.
And Mattisau acting as if he has just lost the hand.
Now the river, it's a heart! Lazar wins it! Yes! Yes! Yes!
All right, I call. Oh, you said top. I have top. I wouldn't have called you. I said top.
I saw him throw the ante in. He says he did. I don't necessarily believe him. So, I mean.
Prahlad won't give it up.
You're acting like an idiot.
I'm acting like an idiot, all right?
You didn't even see it.
I don't trust you, sir, okay? I don't trust you. Come on, man. I've been in poker long enough, man. I know how it is.
You guys both please let it go. Are you going to stop? Are you going to stop? He's not even his chip.
I saw him throw it in.
Three times, you piece of... Come on, that's what I said.
I'll take your head off, buddy.
Oh, now this incident is beginning to spin out of control. River card, queen of diamonds, and a royal flush from Mickelson. Oh, Lovelace is gone. What a hell of a way to go out.
This game is easy.
He's all in. Phillips turns over a royal flush. Mabuchi, quad aces.
You gotta be kidding me. Quad aces, your last hand of the main event.
What a way to hit the rail. And he checks, Phil checks, Salikoski wins.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. Uh-oh.
Phil's up. And roaming.
5-7. Idiot from Northern Europe.
Idiot from Northern Europe, Phil.
Call the race with 5-7. Freaking idiots. God, they play so bad.
Smith shows his aces up. Ivy mocks his flush. Phil Ivy mucked the winner. He says all in for $11.6 million. Duhamel thinking very seriously about this and makes the call.
A defining moment here late at this main event, Lon. Jonathan Duhamel just wants to disappear inside that hood if he could.
The river card. Oh, is an 8! A crushing blow to Matt Affleck.
All right, welcome back. We are heads up for the World Series of Poker Online main event title. Stoyan Madanji of Wenling Gao. Madanji with the chip lead. Jeff Pine alongside David Williams. We're in the PokerGO studio. They are playing on GGPoker. You are watching us on GG's Twitch channel, GG's YouTube channel, PokerGo's Facebook page, PokerGo's YouTube channel. We thank you for tuning in. We remind you to click like, to click share, to click follow, to click subscribe, all the good stuff. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
We're going to raise on the button a 3-bet from Wenling Gao with ace-jack. Fairly small in relation to the size of the raise. He defended and she flopped top pair, bet and took it down.
400K, 800K for the next 40 hands, as you see in the top left corner of the screen. Both of these players are guaranteed $2,748,605, and there's more than a $1.1 million pay jump from second to first.
$2.7 million.
Ooh, in an online poker tournament, folks. The biggest online poker tournament of all time. $25 million guarantee, that got smashed. More than $27.5 million in the prize pool. 5,802 entries down to these two. Heads up for the bracelet and for the money.
Just going to raise and take it with the ace-10 here. Looks like he's raising 100% of the buttons. She's opting to just call with ace-7. He does outflop her, and he has position. Both turn straight draws. He makes two pairs. She makes a straight, and she leads. Big raise.
The raise here.
There's a noticeable difference in the sizes of their raises and 3-bets. He's raising a lot larger. She likes to raise and 3-bet on the smaller side, which is a little dangerous against an opponent as sticky as him. Usually her 3-bets, or not usually, her 3-bets are all when she's in the big blind, so if he calls, he's going to have position on her, which is another reason to make the raises a little smaller.
Ooh, clicks back here, makes it 15.9 million. Ace high in the gut shot, Stoyan calls, 35 million in the pot.
It's bad timing. He's not going anywhere with top pair and a straight draw. Now, you might be able to blow him off this river. but
Just the
20
king
million.
of spades. Bets 20 million here.
The problem with this is there's 2 missed flush draws and a missed straight draw, which makes him more inclined to want to call. Now, she could have a king-high flush draw she missed and be value betting her king, so that's something to consider. She hasn't shown any bluffs, I think, at all since we've been watching her, or been caught bluffing. He likely knows that, so it's not that easy of a call, but he does call.
He does make the call, and it's a good call at that with the 10s.
It's unfortunate for her, her first bluff we've seen gets picked off. It's going to make her probably a little more hesitant to bluff in the future, which you're going to have to mix some bluffs in here if you're going to beat this guy. You can't just try to make the best hand.
It's about a 2-1 chip lead now for Stoyan Madanjiv. With that said, Wen Lingao still plenty deep, still with more than 100 bigs.
And that's the difference in these hands. So he's raising these buttons.
Yeah, she's folding a lot.
He's not giving up any. He's going to raise here. Got her out kicked. And she just rips it all in with king.
Oh,
5.
my.
What just happened?
That was for 115 big blinds. Stoyan drops the OMG emote.
And he had the best hand. If he somehow called, he had her buried.
Could you imagine?
He had her buried. We would have thought, if he called there, we would have thought they were match fixing. Like they chopped on the break. He made a phone call. He's like, all right, I want the bracelet. Like there would have been something suspect there if he had called that. But whoa, she just ripped it in.
That's a lot of chips to put in.
I mean, it's just, now he's got to know that's in the toolbox.
Yeah.
That move is there. That could be coming.
When you started Heads Up with Raymer, what was the chip discrepancy like to start? Do you remember?
I think it was something like 28-5.
Okay.
Something like that. Maybe not that bad.
Did you ever climb back?
Oh, it was over in like 6 minutes.
Yeah. Okay.
It was I think it was 7
So it
hands.
wasn't just editing, it was
We saw one flop and I won that, and then the next flop we saw, it was a wrap. I'd never played Heads Up in my life, honestly.
Yeah.
Never. Other than like an online satellite to win that scene.
right.
I just played full ring poker. I was out of my depth. I had no idea what I was doing.
It's possible that the same can be said for these two, as we don't see any wins on their resume. That's another super small 3-bet from Wen Lingao. It opens the door for Stoyan to call with the 9-5 and flop top pair.
Yeah, absolutely. So I was saying, when you 3-bet heads up, you're in the big, so your opponent is going to have position on you if they call. So it's kind of a weird balance, right? Because you don't want to inflate the pot out of position by 3-betting larger, but you also don't want to incentivize them to come in for a cheap price and just have you in position, have you buried. Now this, I think she's representing an ace. He knows he can't really beat one if she has that by 3-betting him, so he's able to fold his 5.
Works out pretty well for Gao there.
But when you've got a player as sticky as Stoyan has been, I think I'm going to err on the side of just 3-betting larger. Either I'm bluffing and want him gone, or I've got a good hand and I'm fine if he puts a lot more chips in the pot. Just a limp. Haven't seen that one yet.
Stoyan will check back and flop top pair in the gut shot. Gut shot also for Gao.
This could be crazy if we get a 6 here.
Yeah.
No 6.
Does Wen Ling think the door is open? Here she does. She'll fire 1.8 million. Stoyan not going anywhere. Jack of hearts on the river. Third heart pops up. 7.2 million in the pot.
I don't think she's going to give it up with 8 high. She's going to fire a bluff. It might be an overbet, something like 9 million. Nope, just 4. A little more than half. Looks her up.
Stoyan's hand a bit too good, makes the call. Is up to more than 200 million in chips. More than a 2-1 chip lead now for Stoyan Madanjiv out of Bulgaria. His 4th cash of the 2020 World Series.
Look at aces.
Raises it up. Stoyan will defend. It comes 5-4-3.
What a flop!
Stoyan flops the nuts.
This could be
and
it.
leads for half pot.
If she gets aggressive, this could be it.
There's the raise to 3.9 million.
If he re-raises here, if he correctly picks up, she's got a big hand.
Stoyan calls. 8 of hearts on the turn, 11.2 million in the middle. Got a half pot bet from Wenling here.
What a flop. Flops are basically dead.
The check raised to 15 million.
I don't think we see a re-raise. I think it's just call. So the question is what he does, how he gets the rest of it on. Oh, never mind.
All of it.
That's
all
it.
of it.
It's over.
The call. It is over.
She's drawing dead. Drawing dead.
Stoyan Madanjiv out of Bulgaria has won the World Series of Poker Online main event. He has won more than $3.9 million. That is absolutely an incredible way to end it.
I'm in shock. I'm stunned. I mean, listen, I'm not faulting either of them for the play. Just the magnitude of it all, and just to come 3-4-5. Like, are you kidding me? Aces against a 7-6. Whew, people say a lot of things about online poker. It's wild, I'll tell you that.
Unbelievable. Wenling Gao out in second for more than $2.7 million. Stoyan Madanjiv is our champion, wins more than $3.9 million, wins that lovely World Series of Poker Online main event bracelet, and it felt like, David, he had complete control throughout the final table.
Yeah, I mean, he ran well, obviously. Look at the last hand.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I think he played the best to win. Like, he gave himself a shot to win. He was in there in pots. He was mixing it up. He was applying pressure to the short stacks. Even when he got short, he didn't just sit there and try to ladder up. He did what he could to just get right back up in the chip counts. So, hats off to him. Well done.
For a guy who had 3 prior cashes in this series for a combined $6,000, for somebody who has 31K in live tournament earnings, he just won $3,900,000. That's like, we don't know, obviously, his personal finances, but I'm assuming that's a life-changing score.
Listen, even if you got a lot of money, it still changed your life. 3.9 helps, having more. If you have enough where that doesn't help, you probably aren't playing in this event. Maybe, but I doubt it. That's pretty damn awesome.
Wenling Gao, the second woman to make a World Series of Poker main event final table. She finishes in second. Let us take a look at the recap at the results of this wild main event final table. And there he is, Stoyan Madanjiv, on top of this leaderboard, the most important leaderboard of the day, winning more than $3.9 million. Gao in second, Tyler Ruger in third. Thomas Ward, what a ladder for Thomas Ward, from short stack to more than $1.3 million. Got into this tournament off a $500 satellite. Satoshi Isome got into this one off a $250 satellite, turns $250 into about $950K. João Santos out in sixth. The German superstar Stefan Schillhabel eliminated in seventh. Tyler Cornell out in eighth. Samuel Taylor, the first bust out of the final table, in ninth. And Mariano Martiradana on that final table bubble in 10th place. Well, David, to sum it all up, 5,802 players in this one, a prize pool of more than $27.5 million. And to your point, and you started the day with this, kind of fitting with how this relationship between GG and the World Series of Poker has gone. I think you have to judge it as a success, a smashing success at that.
Dude, I'm still speechless about the whole final table. It was awesome to watch, a lot of fun poker. The pace was great. I mean, this is the future. Like, I'm not saying to get rid of what we have had going on in the summer. I love that. I don't ever want it to go away. But you have to find a way to complement that with this every year, because the success of this year only shows, and this was put together kind of last minute. A lot of people didn't have accommodations set up to leave. I didn't have a passport. There's other people who had situations like that going on. I can only imagine if this is known about in advance, like, okay, we're going to book in the main event in the summer and we're going to start this after, whatever, it'll be even bigger. And eventually, when we get online poker kind of universal where you can play it everywhere, there's no limit to what this could be.
Yeah, I'm really excited about the potential and excited to see what that 2021 World Series of Poker online schedule looks like. All right, final thought. What stood out to you the most throughout this final day of coverage?
I mean, it has to be our champion, right?
Yeah.
Stoyan, you say his last name, I'm not.
Madanjiv. I said at the beginning of the day we'd have to pronounce it a lot.
If you think about what was the first hand we saw today, it was him versus Bryan Piccioli, where he made the nut flush and then laid it down on the river. When he was beat. He was beat on the turn, but he laid it down on the river, which is not something I think a lot of players see. He made that fold and then just ran over everybody to be the champion.
Yeah, from there, history in the making. Well, we have had an absolute blast covering the World Series of Poker Online, hosted by GGPoker. We thank our friends at GG and the World Series of Poker. We thank our fantastic Poker Central production crew. It has been a wild ride, ladies and gentlemen. We thank David Williams, and most importantly, we thank you all for watching. We aren't here if y'all aren't here. So what a day it has been at the World Series of Poker main event. Stoyan Madanjiv is our champion. Madanjiv, out of Bulgaria, wins more than $3.9 million. It is Wenling Gao in second place, a phenomenal effort by her, and she takes home more than $2.7 million. Let's run some highlights. Let's cap us off with some awesome highlights to recap the eliminations and how this day has gone. We hit that music, that beautiful music, and watch this roll out. And we watch ourselves, David Williams, João Santos out in 6. Satoshi Isome goes for it with the bluff. That one does not work. And when we're down to 4, it's Thomas Ward. What a beautiful ladder for Thomas Ward, winning more than $1.3 million. Tyler Ruger ran right into it with his ace-queen against Wenling Gao's kings, and then it's Gao with aces up against the Stone Cold Nutter Butters. Thank you all so much for watching at home. For our entire crew, for David Williams, I'm Jeff Platt. Have a fantastic night. You've been watching the 2020 World Series of Poker Online main event. Congratulations to our champion.